Take the kill.
Nice.
Where's that guy? Where's that guy?
Under bridge.
One guy is up, still up.
Knocked on
On
top.
the bridge, guys.
Knocked on top, 2 up. They're both under.
No, one on the bridge. Oh, you knocked him?
Yeah. Both
Okay.
under. Chill.
It's 2 guys on my marker. Please push it. I'm going inside above.
Right side bed.
Knock above. Knock above.
Right side, finish tree. Gun the tree.
Hey, knock above. I'm healing.
They are two.
One more above. On right. My marker. Open. Too close.
Flashes.
I have no helmet.
He's down.
Yeah, just let him get a rage. Just let him get a rage.
And then I flash and we peek.
Yeah. Wait, just wait.
No. Yeah, just wait. One.
Yeah.
Play deep. Like one can be on the bridge and one can play deeper on the.
Stun for me.
No. This way.
Stunning now.
Yeah.
He's hardcore holding me.
Yeah.
I'm healing.
Oh, nice.
Get it.
Go, boys. Good GGs.
Have we flushed this guy?
Trying to. I don't know if I can shoot through it, that's the thing.
Check compounds gonna be.
Let's any cards. Yeah. Let's pressure compound. Let's take the ridge now. Let's go.
EA is
Outside people on the smoke.
Knock one on my yellow marker.
Nice.
Live from there.
They still
Guys, you
fucking
have
kill.
to, guys, focus about the guys on that compound.
I'm focusing
okay?
on the compound.
I think I have.
Let the
Come
bubble
with
go
me.
away.
Nice, I'm safe. I'm safe.
Come on.
Okay, there's no one compound. There's no one compound, guys. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Left side. One left side. I heard one left side blue. Somewhere on blue.
I told you.
I'm flashing.
You can stick the revive explicit and
Exalt is east on orange.
VS is gonna play into Green Ridge. VS is playing into Green Ridge.
That's bad. We don't really have a hold of Exalt anymore at one point.
Knock one.
Nice.
I'm nading them.
Watch Exalt.
I'm fully nading VS.
It's right side.
Yeah.
Use the utils.
I got my flash.
Okay,
Headshot one exalt.
carry me away.
Trying to run back a bit.
Take your time.
Knock 2 exalt, 1 up.
Last guy on the rock.
Wait, this is bad.
Use the smoke fast. Use the smoke.
You have
I'll drop them me.
He knocked 1 up
VS
VS.
knocked. Fast, play your game.
1 up, 4v1, 4v1.
One up, 3v1. Just play your game.
Good shit.
And now come
Go
back.
back fast.
We have people on yellow marker.
You can't.
Guys, can you be ready on the car though? There's 43 alive. If this goes northeast, we can take the field or something as well. Go to your cars now.
I'm far away from. You have nades?
Yes. Where are they? On yellow?
Yeah.
close corner. Just throw them. Throw them nice.
One coming over.
Knock him.
I knocked one.
Nice.
One up.
One active.
We're getting shot in the back. I'm gonna try and shoot that guy.
Oh, we grenaded. Who naded us? VS naded us.
Yeah, it's one alive.
Again, one active or two?
One.
Get over here.
Nice.
Prone.
I know.
If he runs, he's gonna die. Maybe make smoke land. Yeah, the car is good.
I see the ghillie guy. I can maybe knock him.
Coming.
Knocked him.
He's knocked. Nice.
On green, knocked.
Yeah, close
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Close guy.
Come, Dave.
Two active, by the way. They're free now. Okay.
pulling up on backside. Pull up on yellow.
Behind this, in the first shack.
They're running in. They're running into the house. One more in the house. Nice. Hold Q. Not fresh from Snake.
He's not on the car anymore.
On my right. It's like on the orange. They're running out of shack. Running out of shack. I have no smokes. I'm just crawling to you. I'm gonna drop you in my util. It's flushing me from shack. Nice. I'm getting flashed. Another guy.
No, another gas one.
Nice. One up. On my right.
He's on your right.
Last gate east. Insta.
People in this shack. Blue.
I see him on blue.
If he stops, I'm gonna try to kill him.
Nice bro, nice.
Info, media light. Full 4.
Full.
Okay.
They're pushing, yeah.
He's driving.
They're coming to me, they're coming
In
to
the
me.
blue.
Okay, roger that.
He's
I'm
got
holding.
no
He died. Two died.
Two died.
Flash him, nice.
3 alive.
No, 2 alive.
Knock one.
Levante second plate.
All dead, bro.
Orange marker is actually around.
Yeah, we'll take
The
it.
car actually
Okay,
drive
sir.
down to like, I don't know, maybe blue side. Happiness.
What? He's right above us.
Yeah,
I know.
that's the same team. They have blue line.
Yeah. Nice.
I need it behind your house.
Left one.
Yep. Prep my house.
One in left side.
Two outside.
Top 2.
One more fax. Yeah. I'm
Top
going
my
quick.
windows.
Outside last still. Get walled in now.
Take it slow, Fax. You're alone. You're full alone.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna run to fetch.
Hot could crash us here, by the way.
It's inside downstairs. Come to me. Taxi.
So go back and hold it.
Outside.
I'm blind.
Healing. Outside, alright, pushing.
Low. Nice.
Come
Go
inside.
back and hold port.
Yep.
Stop on orange man.
Come to me maybe, because we can kill these guys before.
Go on.
Nice.
They're full open behind the left
We're
smoke.
on the west, by the way.
Do enough.
I think we chill.
I think you come right with me. I think you come right with me. They run on you.
One Q enough.
Stick. Yeah,
let's
stick.
It's all on orange.
No,
one guy.
Last guy,
One guy.
orange.
Okay,
You
I'm
can push.
pushing then for the kill,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, you push.
Just all 3 push. I'm holding.
Let him deny.
I'm not.
That's right. Good game.
Look, maybe you
One
can
on
kill
wood.
them.
You shake him?
Yeah.
Can you flash?
Panda.
Yeah.
No! What is stolen, bro?
One get
Don't see
close,
it,
one get close, right side us, yeah.
I know.
Nick? What
You
the
piece
fuck?
of
He's
die.
pushing.
Yeah. One guy behind me. North. He flashed his teammate.
We insta. Letting.
I need to push. Right, one inside and one out of me.
In the bush. That's it.
Yeah. I will literally drive it like a car.
Please pick up a grip for me.
Yeah, I need to lose still a bit. I have like nothing.
Yeah.
He's
I'm going
north.
Nice.
Yellow rock now.
Hit 4 times.
Knocked yellow rock.
Are pulling up further.
Foreman.
One still blue. Solid blue.
Yellow car. And on the hill.
In north face. Both of them hit once on the rocks.
I'm knocked. Watch.
Cars more left.
Drive by. He's gonna drive by you guys.
North.
Go inside and drive by you.
Drive by. Yellow.
One hit twice on blue.
Yellow
car if you can.
2 guys blue.
Right side of yellow, knocked. 2 active.
Last two blue.
No, one driving to you.
1 active.
One active.
Last blue.
I
guess they have this road on green line. I guess same team.
Yeah. Same, yellow is same team. It's loading on orange.
Let's shoot. 3, 2, 1.
Second knock on him. Foot killed one of Hull, that's why.
Yeah.
It's probably only Hull on or.
One in front of me, south.
Yes. I can maybe kill that guy. 2
Nice,
active.
2 active.
Behind one.
Knock.
Last on me.
Behind,
Yellow.
behind,
Last yellow.
just behind.
Need to heal.
They probably took hospital and shit.
We've got quizzing fever here at PEC Fall, and it's so contagious that it's made Sam too sick to participate. So I'm here taking Sam's place, and I've brought a couple of lovely guests to take part in yet another PEC game show. We've got Kowo, we've got Chris, both of Ascend. You feeling confident?
Yes.
Love to see it. Well, you should be confident for this first question, because question 1, which map was the final match of PUBG Nations Cup 2023 played on?
I'm hoping it's right. I'm not sure.
Same.
Well, you both played in that final game, although it wasn't for that long, died pretty early. So we can confirm that the one of you that survived longer in that match has got it right. Kowo, with the Erangel guess, claims the first point.
Tournaments always end on Erangel. I have no recollection of that game whatsoever, but yeah, that's how they work usually.
Question number 2. How much capacity does a utility belt have?
I don't know, bro.
Can I just double check before we round this off? How many hours do you have in the game?
10k or something.
Yeah, same.
Chris?
10k.
Yeah, about that. Okay, cool. You both got it wrong. The correct answer is 50.
50?
Yeah.
I was gonna change it to 100,
enough.
but I stuck with my first guess.
Still would have been wrong, bud.
Was I closer though?
Nah. Question number 3. Which EMEA player did the most total damage at PGS2 Grand Finals?
I never look at stats, bro.
That's a hard. Yeah, I'm reasonably confident in my answer, I think.
Time's up for that one. Chris never looks at stats. Kowo is the stat magician, but it doesn't matter. You both got a point on that one. You both got it correct. It was, of course, Twisted Minds Perfectix. Great work, boys.
He was dominating.
All right, round 2, and the scores are pretty close, so this could still go either way. It's everyone's favorite. It's PUBG GeoGuessr, and it's time to start with round number 1.
Oh.
Where on the map would you find this?
Isn't there like many of those? Oh, Jesus.
This is a pretty hard one.
We're all locked in. I can confirm one of you's a genius, one of you's a little bit out. The answer is, it's Chris in Observatory, 25 meters away. Incredible guess, actually. What gave it away?
How do you get that, bro?
Insane.
I don't know. I was just thinking about the cameras and observatory. Just counted 1 to 1 together and.
Koa's going to look to improve on his 1,011 meters for round number 2. Now, where would you find this? Got both guesses locked in?
Yes.
Yes, locked in.
All right, we've got both answers locked in, and my goodness, it couldn't really be any closer. 5 meters difference between the two of you. 71 meters is the winning score, and it goes to Chris, 71 to 76. Extremely tight round, but man, you were both on it.
I'm on the wrong car. I just picked one of the 2 cars that are on the streets. I got the wrong one.
Little differences, man. Makes all the difference. All right, one final PUBG guess around. Where on the map is this?
What a professional.
This is pretty hard.
Wow, I have no idea what this could be.
I have no idea.
Man, is that Cosmodrome?
I think it's Cosmodrome, bro. Or maybe Dino Land.
Well, we're all locked in, and
would
it would be tragically painful if it had happened again. If you'd lost by 5 meters a second time. 23 meters. Chris takes the dub over Kowo's 30. Extremely tight rounds, but that little difference, Chris. Oh boy. Lucky or not, it's a swift 3-0 on the PUBG guess around for Chris. Kowo's got some catching up to do in the final round. And this one's worth 3 points, so Kowo could still walk away with a win if he gets this one bang on. So our final question for today: how many meters are there between the white and the blue zones when they begin to move in phase 1 of a match?
Is it always the same?
Depends on it depends on which side you're on.
This is what I was thinking about.
You study the super settings, you apply the shrink to the 8x8 map. What do you get?
Oh no!
This is so hard.
This is really hard.
That was a question that had you scratching your head for a long time, both of you. But I can confirm that both of you have got the answer exactly correct. 3,000 meters is the correct answer, and that's 3 points each. What a final round.
Buddy.
Good work, boys.
Yes,
Holy.
that was a really hard question, man.
That was a lot of maths going on in my head there, and then I was like, I can't do the maths. I'll just put in this number.
Yeah, well, in the end, you did it whether you meant to or not. The final scores: Chris with 7, Kowo with 5. Chris walks away as our champion. Unlucky Kowo, a good effort, but Chris, masterful performance on the GeoGuessr.
Front of me, close. On the rock. Headshotted. Back is headshotted.
Doing
I knocked one.
He's knocked.
One is knocked.
Yeah, that guy is knocked.
Try buying me.
The drive. Don't get knocked. They're not gonna have.
Try buying me. 3 on me, around me.
3 teams.
Yeah, they are bunker.
Let's go knock.
There's only one alive for race.
Right side. I can help from far. Follow back.
Blue.
Might have 4 people jumping on it. EX3, EX1. The shack is open, yeah?
Where are you playing?
Yeah.
Which it?
Okay, he's solo. He's solo.
Nice.
One shot.
One guy in my market.
Yeah, let's go 1, 2, 3. Last one. Good.
Like, will you just play the, we just play the road, like in front of us?
Yeah, just play the road. Literally just play the road in front of you.
SRM still alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many smokes do you guys have?
One is on this satellite now on orange, then.
Yeah.
We went
Give
back
comms.
to
I need smoke checker though.
I have 6 smokes.
I have 1. 6, you have 1, I have 5.
I have a lot. Both of them I need.
He's gonna vault down now. One more up there.
I'm holding mansion door.
I can drop nades. Someone want?
Oh.
Dropping 2 nades.
I'm playing on the
Two-story
structure.
wall. 2-story wall now. People on 2-story wall. Come right if you can. Right is free.
I'm staying on.
4v2.
On the wall. They have wall still. Nice facts. Good shit. I'm going to pick. We have cars later here.
Yep, let's peek this.
Knock. Be one up from that team.
Rock low. He's low.
Nading.
Hit twice.
Try and mark him. I can come from my side.
Yellow. Kinda. Blue.
Insta.
He's really close.
One is on top. One is
Low. One more. Where is that boy?
One guy's under me.
Knock on nice. In the center.
Comes.
He knocked on the yellow table. Where did you knock the first guy? No, it's too active. Where?
What up? Nice.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. It is Grand Final Sunday, the final day in 3 days of incredible PUBG action. 6 games separate us from deciding who will be our PEC Fall champion and finding out which EMEA teams will be making their way to PGC later this year. It's all to play for, and it is going to come right down to the wire. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day, and joining me on the desk, Jorasar and Avenger are here. We have had some incredible plays. We've seen some magic, and we've seen 2 teams dominate, Jorasar.
Fantastic for some, not so fortunate for others. We have to talk about Twisted Mind and FaZe. Frankly, they have been steamrollering everybody. It's extinguishing the hopes of some of the wildcard teams that were hoping to win it all, to punch their ticket to PGC. But it's also opened up hope for some of the other teams because they're sponging up so many points that mid-pack is getting really intense.
Yeah, it's a pretty open race from 3rd all the way down to 9th place. So a lot more money to be had. And of course, more potential PGC points. So that's really interesting. But yeah, we talked about it a few times, but it's a little bit sad, you know, that the winner is already qualified, and then the winner, yeah, it would have been cool to see like an underdog story to come through that didn't have any or not that many PGC points and go in and win the whole thing. But yeah, we had that in the beginning of the year, so now it's time for the big dogs to show up and sponge everything up.
They are sponging everything up. And if you've just joined us, you don't know what's going on. Where have you been? Of course, we have had so many days of competition. This is what it looks like. We had our playoffs, both the upper and lower bracket, before we moved to our grand finals, which is what you are watching right now. 6 games a day. That is what's been played over the course of 3 days. We have 6 more games today. They're up on your screen. Starting it off with Miramar, we got some nice little spicy, I like to call it midday action, where we throw in the new maps, and then we will decide everything on Erangel.
Day 1 Tego. That's going to take some beating as far as wild games are concerned in PUBG Esports for quite some time. And I'm okay with it. I'm very happy for that game to live very long in the memory. But Day 3 is not when you want to start doing the spicy stuff. We want to see loads of it today, but realistically, it's tricky now.
We talk a lot about PGC points. What I want to talk about is all that money up for grabs, because as much as PGC points are fun, what these players are actually playing for is their share of the prize pool.
And what I love the most about this, every single placement matter, right? It's linear all the way to the top $250, and the bottom makes every single placement matter, and I love there's something to play for every placement, so that's beautiful.
Here are your teams. They're on your screen right now. And talking about underdogs, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Na'Vi. The PGC 2022 champs, they're the underdogs coming into today.
I have to hold my tune. I was hopeful on Day 1. I was hopeful on Day 2. I'm going to continue to be hopeful on Day 3. Na'Vi can do it. The question is, will they?
We speak a lot about money, but now the PGC points, and this is the thing, Na'Vi has to do this if they want any of those points, Avenger.
Yeah, they have to jump in there. And 3rd or 4th place is right now where they need to be at. Right now, our current PGC standing based on after 12 games is what's going to make you go to PGC in Bangkok 2023. And Exalt is even closer to it than Natus Vinzir, but they have had a really, really rough tournament. More rough than Na'Vi, so to say. But yeah, while it's still mathematically possible, I think both Joro and myself, we're holding hope because it is our reigning world champion from last year, PGC, right? So we really want to see them in there with the potential to defend it. That's always a cool thing.
I want to be really controversial right now and say I have a huge concern about Na'Vi not being in there, because I think out of a lot of the teams that could potentially represent our region, they are a team who's proven that they can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. I worry that some of the other teams in here, no disrespect to them, don't necessarily have that experience or have the fortitude to be able to do that, and that's concerning.
It is, but at the same time, the other teams that are in those positions are playing against the same teams Na'Vi are playing against. They're getting more points. They're achieving better positions. They're going to deserve to go. So Na'Vi have to turn that around. If they want the opportunity to prove they can do it again on the world stage, great. But they do have to get through these guys first.
That's going to be the big story, right? Is whether or not our PGC champs can qualify for PGC. And in order to do that, they're going to have to climb their way up the leaderboard, because right now, this is what it looks like after our 12 games. FaZe and Twisted Minds, as we said earlier, taking all the points.
Yeah, a lot of sponging going over the top. It's actually crazy to see that. I'm just happy it's a 2-horse race. So we've had some tournaments in the previous years where Twisted Minds like, all right, guys, there's 7 games to go. You guys already won Grand Spy. Let's look at the other teams there. No, but here it's a 2-horse race, and as we heard from James yesterday, obviously they're in this to win this. They are looking at this as the best possible practice going into PGC, but also they want to be the champs of PEC Fall, of course. That's super cool. But let's take a little bit of a look of the 53 points that Na'Vi has right now, and all the way up to 3rd. It's not that much of a difference for me to be fully worried. 37 points is doable. Two good games, John, and yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, and Fewer gets them 4th as well, so they're in with a fighting chance pending other results if they get up to 4th. You don't want to rely on other people, right? But if you rely on yourself, you've got 6 games to pick up 37 points, and the team you're trying to pass is actually pretty good and scoring a lot themselves. It's a tall order. There is an element of they have to hope other teams have a bad day.
So let's be clear, for anyone watching, over the course of this broadcast, as we watch these 6 games, this is what we're going to be talking about. There's going to be 2 stories here. It is who's going to win PEC Fall. That is the conversation, and it's more than likely going to be a Twisted Minds FaZe battle.
Very likely.
But the other conversation that's going to be going on is, how is this mid-pack doing? Because that mid-pack will determine which teams go to PGC.
Right. And also huge chunk of change difference because it is so close, right? We're talking potentially one good game here could shoot you up multiple thousands of dollars, right? So that's obviously a huge thing. If you're looking at like 9th, 8th place right now, you could quite easily get into 3rd or 4th and make like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 more just in one game.
So you decide which is more important for you, whether it is that PGC prize pool battle or whether it is who wins PEC4. We will make sure that we keep both sides covered for you. And now we're going to have a little bit of fun, because it turns out someone here on the desk has had to play in our PUBG quiz show, and I'd love to find out how Jarosar did.
Oh no.
Welcome to another episode of the PEC Fall Game Show. It's me, Saga, again hosting, and I've brought along some previous champions from PEC. We've got Apocalypse, we've got Schofield, both of Team Howl, and there's an imposter among us, as well as we've also brought Joro to round out a 3rd spot. Guys, you'll be going head-to-head, answering questions to get points. Apocalypse, are you feeling confident? You think you can win?
Yeah, I think. Why not?
Oh, I hope so. Well, let's start off with question number 1. At PEC Spring, which team won the most chicken dinners in the grand finals?
I think I know this.
Got 3 answers locked in. I'm not sure John's very confident, but Apocalypse seemed confident. But the correct answer is Exalt. Schofield takes the point, the only one to guess the correct team. PEC Spring, Exalt got the most chicken dinners. Question number 2. Which country hosted the PUBG Global Invitational Series in 2021? I can say that 2 of you have got the answer right. Apocalypse, I'm afraid you're not one of them. You went a little bit wrong with Dubai, but the other 2 of you guessing with Korea will absolutely take that. That's a point apiece for John and Schofield. We've got one more question on round number 1. Apocalypse, you need this one, otherwise you end on 0 for the first round. So let's see if you can answer question number 3. Which professional esports team won the PUBG Global Invitational in 2018, the first major international PUBG tournament? We have 3 answers. And I can tell you, this one's a little mean. I'm sorry, Schofield, but we needed the full name of the team. We needed Genji Gold, which John coin flipped 50-50 and locked it in. Yeah, Genji, it's a good answer. It's technically correct, but we like specifics. So that's it for round number 1. 2 points apiece for John and Schofield. Apocalypse yet to score, but we'll get into round number 2 and we'll see how you do there. It's GeoGuessr time. Apocalypse, you need to get a couple of points on the board here, but I think you know the maps very well. So let's look at round number 1. Where on the map would you find this?
Oh, I know.
How do you know?
Because I play there.
Little hint, maybe. Ooh, okay. Well, Apocalypse.
Yeah?
You were confident. You said you know where this is. You are absolutely right. You were 6 meters away. The rest of you, 1.5 kilometers away. Well done, Apocalypse.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the second GeoGuessr round and see if we can find where you'd find this. Interesting angle on this one. You wouldn't see this much in game unless you're on an emergency parachute.
Hard question.
Good. Well, I like that you're confident, John, because the answer was 500 meters away from you, but you were by far the closest. But that's a hard compound to find. Well done for getting close to that.
Yeah.
So let's see what we've got for the final GeoGuessr round, where you'd see this on Vikendi.
Yep, I found, I think. I believe myself.
Yeah, you're going to trust yourself? Good.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 3 scores for this. You all seemed confident that you could find it. And it's fair to say you all did fairly well. But the one who did the best and who gets the point, it's Apocalypse, 20 meters away. Oh, it's a big comeback. You needed those points. You've done really, really well on the GeoGuessr rounds. Well done, Apocalypse.
Thank you.
Anyone's game. At this point, we've got a final question that's worth 3 points if you get the exact correct answer. Your final question is, what is the initial bullet speed of an AKM? We're going to see who gets the closest to the correct answer is going to take all 3 of the points. We just need an answer from John. You look a little nervous. Well, that's it. We've got all of our answers locked in, and I can tell you that one of you was 15 off the correct answer. Extremely close and a really good guess from Schofield, who guesses 700. The correct answer is 715. Wow. Impressive stuff. Really well played. That's 3 points and a victory for Schofield. Congratulations.
Jarosol, I'm proud of you. As a desk, you did us proud. You held your own. You didn't come stone last.
It wasn't completely last. I honestly, like, the AK just always feels so slow. Maybe my aim's just so bad that it feels slower. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked out.
Yeah, but it's the initial bullet speed. It's not the RPM, right? So.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or my damage per second as well, but that's another conversation. Right. But no, I'm okay
personal
with it.
damage.
You didn't come last. I think that you should always be extremely embarrassed if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
I agree.
It should be the worst thing ever. And on that note, let's take a look at our Fantasy League from Twire.gg, which you can play along. I'd love to hear what your scores are. And as you can see, oh, look at that, Toby, right at the bottom. How
he's catching up,
Toby is shouting at us in the studio that he is catching up, which is awfully embarrassing considering I have 929 points.
Yeah, you've done well. I gotta say, you and Saga, you managed to get the right picks and captain the right picks. Also, a really good spot. I gotta say, Toby was also really sad. Yesterday, he said, "Yeah, Calaris is still ahead of me, and he didn't change his team from lower bracket." So yeah, it's kind of rough. But I've really sucked in. I really sucked in grand finals. Like, I have the good players. You guys just have really, really good players. You both and Saga.
I think that my favorite thing about this is that it's not, I mean, we're having fun, right? So we're in the studio here and we're getting a little bit competitive, but I think what's cool is that anyone can do this. You can go onto Twire.gg.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can join in on the fun, and there's global leaderboards that you can play on, and for everything. It's just a good time. It's fun to play with your mates, and it just makes it a little bit more exciting. Let's talk now, though, about what is about to go down. We are jumping in to the final day of action. Are we expecting a Twisted Minds phase sponge? We've been talking about it a lot. Is that going to happen, or are we going to see a little bit more of what we saw towards the end of yesterday, where some of the other teams wake up and get those chicken dinners?
We're going to start off seeing the sponge, because every single time we reset, it's a new day. We go, right, there are teams that aren't doing so well that are going to reset. We're going to see them take it up a notch. For some reason, Twisted Minds and FaZe just constantly wake up on the right side of the bed and they go, I'm glad you feel hopeful. We're going to squash that now. And they've been so strong. I can't see them finishing outside the top 3.
Do you agree?
Yeah, there's no chance that we don't see, like, they have to finish in the top 3. The real question is like, who of them wins? And I feel like it comes down to the performance on Take on Miramar, because they're going to squeeze points out on Miramar or Angle, right? So it really comes down to if one of them has a fluke game on either the, like, special maps, new maps, right? Special map. With It's Time to Takeo and it's Weekend with Kendi, then yeah, I don't know. They have been dominant, and it's been super impressive to watch. Like it's one of the most dominant performances we've seen from 2 teams that close to each other, and they're just that far ahead. Like 50 plus points ahead of third. That's just unheard of after 12 games.
If you are one of these other teams that are sitting in the sort of mid-pack, do you now focus and go, right, I just need to focus on my best game, or is there a way to shut one of those teams down?
There is an element, maybe not from game 1 of day 3, where other teams are actively thinking, if I'm one of the last teams to engage FaZe, or I'm one of the last teams to engage Twisted Minds based on these rotations, I have a much more solid chance of finishing top 5, top 6 minimum in terms of placement points. And if I just adjust my play slightly, people will start preferring who they'd rather fight more. Because no one wants to meet them in phase 1, phase 2 of any circle right now. So if you do have a choice between fighting them or fighting someone else, some teams are going to start making some different decisions.
Do you think they're going to do that?
Yeah, I think there's a opportunity where we see, you know, like a preferred third-party opportunity, but often you can't, like, if you feel like you have a third-party opportunity where you have a good spot you can play for or hold someone off for the circle, it really doesn't matter. Like, it's more so what's your position like versus theirs. It's not more so like they have 3 opportunities to take like 1 of 3 teams. So I feel like more like the teams that need the points, they're going to play for those third-party chances, and that's definitely something we're going to see throughout. Some more aggressive, you know, we have teams that are guaranteed already. We have Twisted Minds, we have FaZe Clan, almost like the mathematically almost impossible, and Foot, 3 teams that are already going to PGC no matter what. So let's see how much fun they're going to have, either with each other, without spitting, of course, either with each other, or you know, in a situation where they're like, okay, these teams, they have not had a good PEC so far. Let's see if we can snatch some of these points here from some of the bottom fraggers.
As we mentioned earlier, this is what we're going to do. You're going to have 2 stories running at all times. Who is going to win PEC Fall and who is going to PGC? I know that we're ready here on the desk. We want to get into game. I'm sure you're ready as well. So Toby, Saga, let's jump into our first match.
Thank you so much, Sam, Joro, and Martin. What a pleasure it is to have witnessed all these matches go down over the last 2 days. And today we get to crown not only a PEC Fall champion, but also find out which teams are going through to PGC. I'm Toby, joined by Saga. And Saga, there are some of those teams that this brought it down as well that really need to step it up if they want to get into the top stage.
Miracle runs happen on Sundays, and you know what day it is. It's time for those teams that are slacking to really step up the pace. But it's probably a little too late for any of those teams that don't have the PGC points already on the table, that were coming into this event thinking we have to get first place to go to PGC. That door has been slammed closed, but for a lot of the other teams, there's still opportunities yet to find.
Definitely is. I had a chat with Elrain, the coach from Na'Vi, coming into today's games, asking me after, for those guys who watched yesterday's games, which of course we hope that you did. Yesterday I called out Na'Vi. I said they look like they're playing scared, and scared is probably one of the last words you would ever use about Na'Vi. Right. A strong team, especially up close, but yesterday they just seemed lost on the map. They weren't communicating in fights. I asked him, I called you out being scared. Is there something to it? Put into detail what's going on right now. And he said, in all fairness, it's getting to the head. It's something that they've struggled with in the past. And I asked him, is it the whole, you're PGC champions, if you don't make it back, that's trouble? And he said they've used pretty much the entire period after PGS2 to prep coming into this, and still it's happening. They know that when they come off to a strong start, they can continue off of that momentum. So look to see Na'Vi today start maybe even hunting teams in the early game just to get a little aggressive, get that feeling back of momentum going their way, and then hopefully for them finish off strong.
Got to rebuild the confidence that they had in the run-up to this event, because he also mentioned in those messages that they came into this event with a focus solely on taking the first place position and qualifying directly, not messing around with PGC points. They wanted the bag, they wanted it all, but that maybe just a slight overreach has somewhat backfired, but there's still time for miraculous runs to happen. Definitely. There's 6 more games today, and we're starting off on the map that has favored them the most on Miramar.
Definitely. Another talk that I had was with Beamy from PUBG Esports. Now, we know they're through, everything is good in that part, but we've also seen them not having the best of tournaments so far. Yes, they got themselves a win yesterday, which was, in all fairness, Circles coming their way. They still claimed it, but it was a favorable game for them. We've seen it in the past where even when it doesn't favor them, they still come out strong as them. Is it tougher on the edges now? We see you guys getting caught out here and there, and they're saying they're trying out new positions. They know they're through. They're trying out new positions. Sometimes because of that, they get caught. There is more of a random factor on the edges now with some teams playing very unpredictable PUBG. But he says, having said that, we still want to finish strong. We want to finish top 3. It's doable. We just got to go out and claim it today.
If there's anything that says T-Bone more than a final day comeback, he's done it time and time again now. Just look at Nations Cup. They started off playing a little too careless, maybe not quite confident enough, and that's always been the problem. And by day 3, they always just start throwing caution to the wind and just gunning everyone in sight. So we're hoping to see some of that today.
Let's see if they actually timed this right. There goes the
Beautiful.
plane. Yep, there it goes. That's
Lovely.
for you, Manox. Out back. I promised to him not to do it. They even flew the plane in so that I could do it. And there you go. Plane swallowed by me, but spit out again on Miramar. And here we have it, the first match of the day.
I'm glad that you regurgitated our players back out onto the lobby. Didn't spend too much time running through the digestive system. So Foot dropping out by the intestines in Tierra Bronca, all the way up on the northeastern side of the map. I would be worried if they were that high up in the bod, but this time around, all the way northeast. So when you're talking about edge play, they are still committed to it, and they're not going to back down.
Definitely won't be. Definitely won't. For those of you guys who might have followed the tournament but aren't completely up to date on the PGC point system, we have approximately, I would say, 8 of these teams that still have a chance of making their way on in that aren't completely solidified yet. The only 3 teams that are, as we sit right now, are practically guaranteed is FaZe with their current placement. It is PUBG Esports and it is Twisted Minds. And of course, one of the teams we're hoping to see up there is our previous PGC champions of 2022. And what you can do to support the team in Na'Vi is to hop into the game and get yourself the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins in the in-game store. They're only there until October 25th, so make sure to get them fast.
We should arrange for the, if Na'Vi do succeed and make the miracle run and appear at PGC this year to defend their title, all of the players must play in the server using those Battle Gear skins. They already have to wear the purple PGC ones. They'd fit right in.
True. It wouldn't be a bad fit. Orange and purple. That I suppose they can go together somewhere. Let's take a look here, though. As we saw the circle center up, somewhat center up over Power Grid. It is. It's a actually as center and easily accessible as it is for most players. It can be hard to traverse because there is such a big difference in the terrain in and around the center of the circle. There isn't that big center spot you can really claim for yourself.
No.
I mean, you already have Twisted Mind set in there. So for anyone looking to play center early on in this circle, I mean, if you aren't there already or within the next 1 to 1.5 minutes, you ain't gonna claim it.
What we've seen so far from a lot of teams that have been opting to play towards the center is that they find a dip to sit in and then Twisted Minds walks up behind them and blows them to pieces. And look at the amount of damage they've been doing. They've been extremely efficient, not just with the weapons, but those bombardments of utility as well. And there's so many dips around them, and they have the freedom now to claim the space in Power Grid itself. And if anyone does pull up early on into those dips, you can only imagine there's one way it's going to end.
And one thing that is interesting, because we have seen Twisted Minds before kind of go out of their way to mess with other teams when they've gotten themselves far up in the first place. But right now, I think there's something on Betulin's mind saying, yeah, we could do that since we're already through and everything is good and dandy, but we don't want to settle for second. FaZe has just passed us at the end of yesterday. We're reclaiming that. We're playing to the best of our ability to take back that first place spot.
Yeah. If there was ever a team who you really don't want to be knocking on your door looking for a championship, FaZe, if there was going to be anyone in this lobby who would have them slightly quivering in their boots as they hear those footsteps approaching, it would be Big Betulians and the boys of Twisted Minds. I mean, there's a reason they've been an EMEA champions so many times in the past under different orgs, different titles, different names. Yeah. Same players, same results.
One of the things that's the wildest to me is that they've done it through so many meta shifts as well and still come out victorious with changing, I don't want to say very little, but it doesn't seem like they changed a lot in their playstyle. They just, again, they don't rely on certain things going a specific way. Their playstyle can be utilized pretty much regardless of where the circles go, regardless of what you're up against. They can still come out and play really, really good PUBG.
They absolutely can. FaZe, on the other hand, have gone through a lot of changes within not only just the way they play the game, but within the team themselves. And quite recently, as you mentioned the other day, gone through a little bit of internal reshuffling in terms of the role distribution, and so far it's worked out extremely well. They play a relatively passive style in the early phase of the game. They're not going to get into any early engagements, but Howl is the stark opposite of that. They've been in one just about every game, and it's rarely gone in their favor.
This could have easily gone wrong as well. We know Na'Vi like to rotate in this direction, even stopping the compound that Howl's now taking position of when they come from the east, but Howl beat them by something along the lines of 1.5 seconds, and Na'Vi had to turn around. And I know that we said we wanted to see Na'Vi play aggressive. Elrain even said it, but pulling up like this on a compound where the other guys are already in position might be a little over-aggressive. So thank you, Na'Vi, for not going full pedal to the metal on that one.
Yeah, controlled aggression is what we like to see from Na'Vi. It's what won them a global championship. And again, you have to think back to the way that they did it. They were in 5th place on the start of the very final day, and they pushed all the way up with 3 wins on the final day of PGC 2022. So we still cannot yet count them out.
One of the teams with the most wins in a single day is Na'Vi. Still, I believe they got 4 in a row in a day where we played 5 matches in the middle of last year. So definitely capable, but we'll see if they're going to be able to bring any of that magic today. Another player who's been able to bring magic in times of the game where you thought it would be impossible is Levante, and now that you have Pod Samulet close with We Live Again, you might be able to see it had it not been because We Live Again were smart about it. They opted to disengage. They have plenty of space to maneuver still inside the western side of the circle here, so why not just dip and play for the late game?
Gotta love when perhaps what you could describe as a lesser-known team comes into a lobby like this and really makes a name for themselves. We've had BAM! Hakatori all the way through the lower bracket, and now Levante really coming in and contributing. Rox as well with the P90 in the game that they so nearly won up in North George, up against FaZe Clan, the level 3 vest being the decider against the pump shotgun. But Pod Samulet, a very successful tournament so far, and now they've successfully forced We Live Again to regroup their split and claimed a position which was very, very central.
It is very, very central, but one of those where how the hell do you get out of here once all the teams around you are settled in? You got to really slowly accelerate out of those either concretes or the warehouse, and when you have Twisted Minds on one side, D on the other, and We Live Again sat down on the western side, it's not exactly going to be easy to get anywhere from there. But of course, we'll keep our eyes on Pod Samulet and see how they fare, should they have to get out of that compound with vehicles.
Yeah, you're living in hope, really, that you don't have to leave, at least for as long as possible. Maybe if there's a zone that does slightly go back towards the dips, just towards the northern side of Power Grid. We've seen teams absolutely farm from playing in late on the lower ground and using that mobility to their advantage once the backline is clear. So for Pod, unlikely that they're going to have one of those high-fragging games, but still a very solid possibility. We see some smoke criminal activity towards the late stage of the game again.
Yeah, could potentially happen. Ascent, going to play their usual Ascent play style, slow, accelerating towards the circle. This time around with a little aviation involved. Chris getting up high, maybe taking a few tricks from James and seeing how do we make our way safely forward. Well, there's a massive cliff up towards the west. Let's see if we can get the plane up there, because I'm looking at the fuel tank. And Chris, I don't think you have it in it to get up there with the speed, or the airspeed, I should say. It looks like you're not exactly going up right now, and that glider is
He's got it.
Slowly and steadily running out of gas.
This was the exact position where Exalt farmed a whole lot of points. That we said there's only 2 ways up. It's in a parachute or one of those, but there's a multitude of ways down. And when Nyx is involved, Mexi finds out the hard way that fall comes quickly.
Yep, tried to go down, tried to scout forward. 2 teams going for positions pretty much simultaneously. They both up to jump out. And Tropic caught in the open. Mix it down early, not what you want to have happen. And Chris
didn't make
slowly going downhill. Maybe with the air coming through from the sandstorm, he can get lifted back up. But nope, seems like the glider is too heavy. I know that if you like paragliding, you always look at like the air currents and whatnot, that he could maybe get lifted back up in the air. But for Chris, apparently that's too heavy for him.
Hot air does rise, science fact for you. There you go. But
also sad that he gets even if he had gotten up there, just saying something. Yep, you're not scouting anything, my friend.
Up for vision.
Feels bad.
Never mind. But it's still a whole lot of control on the western side of this zone that Ascend have found themselves, regardless of an empty gas tank or not. And Chris, hopefully, should be able to find a vehicle to replace it, or a gas can.
All right. Oh, a gas can. Yeah, I mean, he still has the glider down low, so he should indeed be all right. Again, this circle, plenty of space for teams to maneuver on, and we've only gotten the 1 casualty and the pull up on the southeastern side, but as we said before, as well as we're seeing Exalt take a few shots over towards the bad boys, moving now that all these teams have kind of gotten really cozy in their center positions can be if not impossible, then close to it, because you have such a big difference in terrain, as we do have a gas can being put to use here.
Excellent.
Yeah, there you go. Glider, back and active. It's so difficult to maneuver in and around this area, so much open terrain that you can't really capitalize on, and so many positions from where opponents can sit as Tusken Raiders in the hills and just take you out mid-transition. So really, as you're saying, this is one of those where you flip a coin and go, please, we committed to this phase 1, let's catch the next 8 circles as well.
The alternative for some teams, particularly those that have high ground, is to watch out for splits being regrouped as soon as phase 2 pops. DA will have a really solid opportunity to do exactly that, looking down from their high ground position towards the likes of We Live Again or Exalt, should this go up towards the north. And DA is not a team who's afraid of making a 4-man send into a compound if they spot a position that they think might be worth taking. So we'll see if any pop up in the next few seconds.
Sure we will. Second circle about to pop. Where are we going? Southern hard shift. Now this one is interesting, and for a multitude of reasons. A is, fortunately, it's actually pretty easily accessible. Even though you have the big plateau on the northern side, it's easy to wrap east around. You can go all the way into the blue next to Cantera, and west around is doable as well. Issue is, this is where you have to gamble, because we know that those hillsides are going to get shifted away from 2 circles from now. Do you go up on the power grid plateau, or do you play the compounds down below? Because we know it's going to be either one or the other 2 circles from now.
Yeah, and particularly if you're playing the high ground, while it comes with its advantages, the disadvantages, Twisted Minds is up there, and you probably have a solid idea that they're going to be looking to control that space as best they can. It's really what Batulins is known best for, is playing up on the high ground on that plateau, and they're going to have plenty of opportunities to put that to use.
Mayday, mayday, crashing, crashing. Or is it a crash, or is it just a stylish landing? I'm not sure, but one thing's for sure, I don't think he's getting that glider out of there again. So Chris is going to be, I think, satisfied with the position he's currently got. Again, should this circle go south, they're set very, very solidly up on that hillside. They have the compound down below on the roadside too for Ascent to utilize. The issue is, doesn't have a vehicle to work with. But good thing for him is, Brax just brought one.
Yep, job done, really. They scouted out the position. Glider survived its intended purpose. Oh, Schiller will not be surviving much longer of this.
It's Na'Vi aggressing back in the direction they heard people in before. Now, it was Howl who was here earlier, but it's Na'Vi pushing back in the direction, actually actively taking the fight. We talked about them going out and looking for Fex in the meantime. Caught mid-rotation, flying on forward, found by the bad boy himself, and that should be one of the main damage dealers from FaZe Clan down and out early.
Very unlucky for Fex. He seemed to have missed his flight, as the rest of FaZe Clan is currently actually threatening another engagement. They're getting spammed with DMRs as they drop directly into the compound of Howl.
Full speed forward, they go. We'll see if they succeed or if they don't. According to the kill feed, sure seems like they won't. 2 down already. It's just James left alive. Now his position is well known to Howl, who is sat down here with all their players. James, can you pull off magic? Can you do a miraculous 1v4? Let's see. First guy around the corner. Able to get the knock. Can he get the flash as well? No, not yet. 10 HP only for him left to work with.
Slim margins. The FaZe is holding on to a 5-point lead at the very earliest phases of today. The Twisted Minds, seeing this in the kill feed.
Oh, the timing.
I'll be more than happy to try and reclaim their title.
Timing couldn't be worse for that one. Peeks around, finds one, almost gets the second. Oh, I saw the body shot and I saw the level 1 helmet. Looked dangerous for a while, but Howl gets to live with the scare. James, what an attempt, what an effort, just to come short. And good thing for Howl is there's no one around. Wu is sat tight. Na'Vi is nowhere near. They're blessed, because this would have been a very optimal third-party opportunity.
Yeah, would have been huge. How many times have we seen fights kick off and then another team just fly in and clean up the remains of both teams and claim what could well end up being a prime opportunity to catch a really solid feed of the zones later on in the game.
Now is where that mega swing comes in. If we go north here, we are pretty much guaranteed that the next one will join it all the way up to Power Grid itself. But if we go south, that's Twisted Minds, Savim, the rest of Na'Vi, and all the other guys up towards the north. That has to come down into what I like to consider pretty much a Dorito with the with the triangle of Picardo down there. They would have to join that party, and we know that if you don't have a compound in that area of the map in the earlier stages, it's gonna be hard. This one, well, if you're an Ascent fan, you're very pleased with this shift, because where Batulins is currently set, it's gonna get shifted away from We Live Again, Ascent, Entropic, put a dot right in between him. That should be where the next circle is gonna take us.
And if there was any sort of absolute psychopath who would ever predict that We Live Again wins the game in this lobby, then this would be a good one to do so.
Oh yeah.
As long as as they're able to regroup on what is still a very wide 2-2 split, a very optimistic 2-2 split by the looks of things, as it seems as though they're looking to commit to holding on to this. Mel making use of the high ground that he gained by taking out Schiller to put some more damage onto Savum.
I like the idea of the bait there. Faris driving up the hillside, allowing for Savum to peek on out. They didn't know of Melman's position initially. Peeks on over, and luckily for him, though, can't quite find the flush, but that now means that Savum has to be very, very cautious in how they move out from here. They're not inside the next circle. Savum is a team we know likes to play center, but right now they're kind of being contained. They're pretty much grappled by Melman up in the hills up high.
And there's a very good reason why a lot of teams would want to avoid that. Question Mark came in from the southeastern side of the zone, wrapped all the way up through military camp, and are now coming in towards Monte Nuevo, where there's an engagement threatened, particularly with a doozy on the front line. Molodok and Fate looking to hold him, force him back. They're running in towards grenade range. Besto, he does have eyes on towards this, but they've spotted him first.
Yep, sure have. Out in the open he is. Phil first kind of stopped in his tracks behind a vehicle out in the open. No easy escape for him here. Does a doozy commit to the pickup? He might just. There's a bit of a rich line to work with, but as you can see, as he's trying to reposition the vehicle, Philfirst just can't get any speed on it whatsoever. More smokes that I think now are going to be deployed. They want to get Philfirst back. They want to get to safety, because they do actually have a position from where they can play. It's just practically impossible to really get to it right now.
It's one of those where there is a whole lot of angles towards it that you need to be very acutely aware of, but it provides a lot of cover from the high ground where teams like Twisted Minds are currently sat and looking to dominate the lobby from all angles with DMRs.
Again, we're seeing Na'Vi out shooting. Yesterday, we saw them quiet, not taking fights unless if they absolutely have to. Now, they're aggressing. They're looking for the opportunities to take some of these shots. And Evie, well, might be looking for the opportunity to do exactly the same. He's going to spot two from Foot right around the corner. HC taken down instantly, but Vard there to trade.
They knew he was there 100%. They were ready for him to come around that corner. And the flex out down into Picardo itself from Alia is going to get Na'Vi some extra third-partying points on the board.
Yep, you saw Fuzzface there as well with a Panzerfaust in hand. Might get something going with it. We'll see as the last living member. No, actually, that's a lie. Nixie is down on the southern side, but at least a solo member for Wu for now. Panzerfaust's buildings, it's a scary combination. Let's see what's going to happen as Na'Vi continues to try and demolish the entire power grid hillside.
Na'Vi with backs against the wall is a scary, scary opponent. And they seem to lack any sort of self-preservation now. They're just full sending it into compounds, and Savum, well, they tried to disengage. They tried to make a push towards the zone, which once again has shifted down towards the southwest, which was expected given the position of the big rock to the southwest of the power grid plateau. But they couldn't get out of there in time, and it looks like Fuzzface will meet about the same fate.
That's an interesting bounce T-Bone got off of that nade. Imagine if he was aiming for the top floor of the building. That would have been pretty impressive. Don't think that was the case, though. Fuzz, Panzerfaust in the hand. Make sure that there's no hard cover behind you. To take damage from 97 onto T-Bone as he has to make his way further back to safety. Again, it's a 2v3. It ain't going to be easy for the Wu, but we'll see if the rock band from England can do it.
Oh, imagine if he'd combined that with a grenade from Nixie, but maybe it's better off that Nixie kept his position unnoticed for now. Almost gets the drop on Beamy, but the spray doesn't land. T-Bone's grenade, though, does what Fuzzface's Panzer couldn't, and he nades himself, leaving Nixie alone.
What an absolute clutch headshot from Beamy as well. Almost down, spins around, instantly finds the head of Nixie, forcing Nixie back into cover, and now Beamy gets a chance to wrap around. Let's see if he can get the opening. He is up on the hillside scene, but he finds him. Down goes Wu in 15.
Foot Esports showing all the signs of a team that has had their in-game leader T-Bone say, guys, you know what? Forget all of this. Forget all this playing scared. Just go out there and run at teams, because we are better. We are dominant. That's exactly what Na'Vi is trying to do, but Savum is putting the fight back into them, and a third party from Pod. Oh man, this really could throw things downhill for Na'Vi quick.
Sure could. Sure could. Alia, though, might have something to say about it. Finds the first two. Levante is seen over the top. Can he get the three-piece? Nate now being cooked, being lopped on over. Was that intentional? I'm not sure. He's blind, but Batulens is going to be the savior of this one here. It is phase 4, though, unless if Example has himself a jammer pack. I don't think there's any save in him, so Alia's going to be playing it alone. But Na'Vi, they wanted aggression. They wanted confidence. 7 kills. It might not be more than that, but it is them being active early. Look to see them try and do more of it in the games to come.
Batulins, the taxman, says, all right, Alia, I'll bail you out of this one, but I'm taking your teammate down as payment. And Alia, well, he does have a vehicle to work with. It's a coupe with very little hit points, so he could still get back into the zone. Question mark, though. Now having wiped out Exalt, I'm going to have to make a push forwards, but DA is holding the line, and there is a code marker with a DBS that they do not want to find lurking in the shadows.
Question is whether they know he's there. I see the vehicles there, but that's no guarantee. I mean, DA usually likes to split in pretty unpredictable ways, so we'll see if they do opt to go in and say hi to Margot, or if maybe Margot eyes an opportunity to peek out himself. He doesn't have any lethal utility. Maybe a smoke, or maybe a flashbang, I mean, can do it for him to get a good peek, but I think for now, he's going to wait inside and hope that they come in his direction.
Just has to survive for the time being, wait for a push to come through from QM, a commitment one way or the other, and then make his move. And We Live Again's third-partying shots might just force the issue.
Yep, and while this is happening, you're also seeing a fight between Bad Boys and Twisted Minds. On the other side of the hills, two teams fighting for what could be essential kind of entry to the circle positions. And it's going to all come down to this question mark inside the building now. They know that they have Marco upstairs.
He's given his position away, wasn't able to find anything with the DBS, had the chance to get the drop on QM, but they played it safe, they played it smart, didn't over-aggress. Bad Boys, though, showing no signs of lacking aggression, going directly into Twisted Minds compound as they regroup down the hill, but lose off angle was not accounted for.
Smart positioning there for him. He waited, he bought his time, and in the end peeked over, found the knock, but he needs to find more. For Esports, coming in this direction now as well, spreading out on the hillside, as multiple teams now are starting to fight as they're forced out into the open. In the end, Marco will fall. The DPS did not prove fruitful enough.
We have a circle now that's reminiscent of what you'll see on Tagos or Vikendi's. Very limited space of compounds occupied by four-man teams and everyone else scrapping for what remains on the edge. Foot makes a send into a dip and hopes nobody has a mortar this time around, but Screams won't even, maybe not even going to last that long. That blue zone grenade forcing him back into a position where potentially there's angles from third parties that could take him out.
And we're starting to see the desperation for these teams that need points going their way. That's effectively 4 compound pull-ups at the exact same time. Now, I know it's difficult to play in the open, but early in the tournament, you'll see teams try and just find something to do because they know that these compound pull-ups are last resort. For Screams, it sure is last resort, and he's gonna fall in 11th. Tricky, and complicated times for these teams that are all desperate for points coming their way.
And Howl making a bit of a desperation send of their own. Ruin holding the back line as they make an aggressive play down the hill towards Ascend, but Pacific have done exactly the same onto the position that was held by the 3-man Entropic, down to just a duo now. That fight will remain going on in the background as Howl just still trying to find an opening onto Ascend, but they're finding absolutely nothing.
This is just pull up on pull up on pull up, and right now Ascend, let's just say that door is completely shut. Well, it's been burned down, but outside of that, it is completely shut, not allowing anyone in. They kept Ruin in the compound up high, maybe to apply some over-the-top protection, but can't get the angles. I love how Ascend is playing this. They know he's up there, so only peeking from where he cannot have any influence on the fight down below.
Yeah, and in particular, the third party as well of We Live Again having impact against Howl, but nothing to be found in their favor. Nothing threatening Ascend from hopping up on top of the cars, peeking up over the wall. We're still not into placement points yet somehow. 9 teams remaining, but the next one to fall is going to miss out.
IVS nail up, trying to set up some sort of crossfire, but it's a narrow angle. It's difficult for them to really play full control here. They are getting a little bit of help from outside as Stendelos does get knocked, but Foot Esports, oh no, sorry, Twisted Minds have to come off the hillside. That's all they can do to try and help Entropic. 1 knock, but the rest should come through.
Lovely defensive grenade work from Hobber onto his ex-teammates as question mark. They tried something. They had to. They had nothing else to do. And holding this angle for Evas in a storm of blue zone grenades. It's going to be enough to take down 2 of Pacific. And the Jammer backpack's coming up clutch.
Yep, trying to stay alive through this kit, by the outside. Perfect angle for him. There's nowhere else now for Naileup to run. He needs to win this very difficult fight because Kitbar has the perfect angle to fend him off. 1 more blue zone left, and he has 4 nades to use, but swapping weapons. Elsie's peeking around the corner. Perfect timing for Naileup. He will abuse those mistakes being made.
Any sound cue that you get that says your opponent isn't ready to be pushed at that exact second, and Nailup's all over it, hops up out the door. I love how spread out the amount of kills we have are, especially in the team's 8th place and below. 7 on Na'Vi, 6 for We Live Again, and Foot making their way up with 4.
It's been compound breach galore throughout the last 3 circles of this game, and we might not be done yet. We Live Again have to go somewhere. Here we have Foot Esports trying to fend off Beamy, able to take one out, but will go down and return. The flush, though, does come through, and hopefully for Foot Esports, that is going to be Beamy back on his feet. They don't have a lot of space to work with, but at least they're outside of nade range, and as far as I know, no one has mortars active right now.
Well, Twisted Minds did just have to make a quick evacuation out of their dip because just caught the very tail end of a mortar trail that was encroaching on their position, so they had to make a play towards foot. And as you can really suspect, they've done it to so many teams who tried to take positions away that they're already set up in. Didn't work out. They did manage to take down beame, but he's back up and active and ready to hold the line.
Yep, Zoom has managed to get a little further forward, got his foot inside the circle, has a crate for cover as well, and he'll be able to fetch himself a new helmet, so not going to be complaining about that. But of course, PUBG Esports are well aware that We Live Again are still on their side of the road. If they can deal with them, if they can fend them off, if they can force them over to the other side, that would be absolutely perfect. But they themselves are running very, very low on both Kevlar, helmets and vests.
Opting not to take the gun, but he's stacked up on some 7.6, so it's probably an MG3 in that crate, which at these sort of ranges maybe isn't going to be the most useful. This, though, however, could be exactly the opposite for beame if he can land a good shot.
400 meters, that's way in the blue. Yeah, thank you, beame. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we're lining up for the compound. No one's running around in the open right now, and believe you me, whenever these things are spotted in the air, they will search for cover. Again, we have 3 Live Again players right next to one another out in the open. Let's follow them. Let's see what's going to happen. This one, right on point. First one falls, second shot to follow. Fine, so set. Thank you so much, observers. 2 players down. Hello, my Batten needs to search for cover on a tree, and now Hopper is making a run for it, but beame is finding all the targets with the mortars.
That little bit of inaccuracy on the mortars, he didn't change the zeroing on that thing, but it was heat-seeking missiles down on top of We Live Again, and that has completely swung things in favor of foot on the north, but they do need to be careful. There are still threats in play.
Sure are, sure are. Naileup is alive on the other side of the road, and if they forget about that, we've seen him time and time again punish players instantly because of it. T-Bone had to push up close. He gets taken on down, and Naileup now has to make a move too. It's dangerous for PUBG Esports that we're seeing Ascent start to shoot, because that's going to be attention turned in that direction. But now, nades are coming in. Now, hopefully, they're starting to realize, wait, if someone's within nade range, they have to be coming from the other side of the street.
Yeah. And thankfully, the door remains closed. Oh, Ruin. Not sure whether he was trying to give up a point to the blue zone. He saw him with just a single hit point or two, but that was enough. Oh, a tag from Naileup does not matter. It's beame's bolt action that sits him down on the roof.
Talk to beame about it. Ask him the same question that I asked to Clip. Is the Dragunov just the thing now? Are bolts out? Who's like, Dragunov, still OP, but bolts have their place. I might actually, for tomorrow, go back and see if I can get something with the bolt done. And there you have it. Headshot connected, helmet popped off. We'll see if we can find more.
Probably means he's back on 1728 res again. He switches that thing like everyone else switches their underwear, which you might have to do if you're coming under a bit of a mortar fire bombardment. Those things ain't going to be staying particularly clean for long, unlike the shots.
12 bullets and a sawn-off. This is suboptimal. If you're in the side of Hello My Bad, we'll see though if the nades for Hopper can maybe do the damage for him, as Naileup is still yet to cross over the road.
He's going to try and get up close. It's P90, which seems to have no bullets in it, so has no choice really but to get up close and try and make it. Maybe.
He hasn't used 90 bullets spraying from there.
Oh, baby!
You know what? We like the Dragunov, but that thing just, it just looks pretty.
It just hits different, man. It's just been a satisfying thing ever since this game was first released. As soon as you see that Car 98 headshot symbol in the kill feed, chef's kiss.
They're running for the rest. Are they getting it? We saw him down to just 7 HP in the bleed. Now Nailup's been seen once again. They're committing to the rest. Vard, no helmet, no vest, 1 smoke to play with. Does it dry? Not going to have any assist outside of beame peeking on over. That headshot from beame came in at a perfect timing.
And Ascend are going to be able to play their compound pretty much until the end of this game, no matter where Phase 8 goes. They're at least going to have the wall, but Rex has already given up on the wall. He's already started to make a bit of a push around. Mika's position on the high ground. Vard slightly too high up the ridge and gives it over.
beame no vest now either. He is doing everything he possibly can to allow for T-Bone and Vard to get something going, but I think We Live Again is starting to realize we need to make something happen. Circle now shifting away from them too. And Brexco is actually the one on the aggression. He has crossed the road. He's trying to set up something for us, and he's trying to make a play on We Live Again.
These Naileup nades, he needs one to get the door off and then get a second one inside, because right now beame is blocked in, but Brex is far from it. He has the freedom of movement, and he's got a rock to play behind.
beame able to find the knock on one. Will he go down with a nade? Hopper, no, not going to happen. Second nade locked on over from Brexco. They're getting the pressure from all sides because they are totally tunnel visioned in on PUBG Esports. It's not going to allow them to hold off Ascent, and just like that, Brex find the flush on one, back over, go to the other side of the street. Smart, proactive play in here from Ascent.
Now, Naileup has nothing left to worry about apart from everything in the server. He has nowhere to go. One little smoke grenade is going to buy him a tiny bit of time. It's going to be enough for him to get the drop on Vard.
Beamy, nade in the hand's going to run on forward as well. And Ascent as well, where this is their chance to make a play on forward. They have to aggressively try and get something done. And Ascent, they're going to be coming into this up against a Foot Esports who's already taken casualties with no helmets, no vests, no nothing to work with. Naileup is doing everything he can now to try and help them out, but it's coming too little. He is going to fall. Foot Esports 2 versus 4. This has gotten Ascent written all over it. But can you, Beamy and T-Bone, do something against this push?
They're going to have to give it a shot. Brexco managed to get across the road and stay there, and the rest of Ascend holding on to their position, just limiting the freedom of space that Foot has, but they've identified Brex for solo, and they forced him back.
I love this. They know it's a 4v2. They know that Foot Esports are battered and bruised, but Ascent doesn't take unnecessary risks. They want to claim this one. They won't take it off to a good start here on the final day. They know their journey ain't done for the hunt on PGC. It's by no means guaranteed. They have to be wise about it, so don't get aggressive. Don't get cocky for a couple of quick kills when you can just play it slow, seal the deal. Yes, they might deny, but in the end, you get a secured win.
No kills quicker than a headshot with a bolt action, though. So Beamy, while it does look terrible to be in a 4 versus 2, if there was a man that you would trust to try and even that score a little bit, take down Chris or Mika, who are holding down the high ground, and Chris seems to be the target.
2 in the compound, Killican on one side, Brax on the other. They're spreading out, they're trying to take control, and Foot Esports knows it. There's nothing to come for. It's Ascent they're up against. Again, Beamy said he wanted top 3. I get this. Deny the points. You're in the hunt with Ascent. Do not give them any extra opportunities.
Yep, fair enough. Cannot argue with that whatsoever. Foot Esports honestly did enough playing in that dip for that game. The fact they were able to survive until the top 2 with pressure coming in on the west when we live again, with Naileup constantly being a threat on the east. The fact that they're not only able to survive in that dip, but also walk away with a decent, solid number of kills, and a lot of it thanks to Beamy's bolt action.
And it was the teams that we heard from coming into this day that wanted to get off to a strong start. Not necessarily chicken dinners and 20 kills, but just show that they have what it takes to fight it. Na'Vi did in the beginning. Yes, they fell out, but they got themselves 8 kills before they did. And now Foot Esports did as well. Yes, they're in, but they wanted to finish off strong. And this was one hell of a strong performance from them.
And the early loss of FaZe in that game gives us once again another entertaining game in the PGC 4 Grand Finals. And also a couple of those teams that are looking to chase in terms of PGC points by the end of the day got a chance to show us what they're capable of.
The curse is broken. Other teams than Twisted Minds and FaZe can win the first game of the day. But now let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say about game number 1 of the day.
The highlights are on your screen right now. Of course, FaZe going out early, like the casters said, and a bunch of different names up on the leaderboard towards the end, which is always exciting. But I think that the thing that I want to take away from this entire first game of Inja is how much more aggressive some of these teams were.
I gotta say, and I point out what the castle said, and I love that. Now that FaZe or Twisted Minds didn't win, it makes it an exciting game. And that's true because, once we get to a point where teams are like 2 teams out of 16 are winning more than half of the games, it's like, oh no. But now it's exciting because this race that we've been talking about from that 3rd place down the ranks, it makes it super close. And Ascent, they're in the hunt. They want to get up there. They want to secure and make sure that, of course, they are going to PGC. It's looking really very likely right now unless they get 0 points for the rest of the games. Still might even be enough for them. But yeah, they obviously want to kind of rank up the leaderboard. And this, again, it is the best practice you can get before PGC, so you want to play to the best of your ability. And Foot, of course, as the guy said, they don't want to give up points here. That is almost impossible to squeeze even one more point out of that. Even if they have, akimbo smoke launchers to smoke off everything to cross over the ridge there, it's just going to make it super, super hard to do anything for them. Yeah, of course. Ascent 18 here, John. Good to see.
Really, really solid stuff to finish off. I mean, look, they did everything they possibly could in that game. But that game brought us a lot of storylines that I'm sure we're going to talk through, like FaZe and Twisted Minds not being there, Na'Vi getting a load of kills before they dropped out, the mid-pack teams also getting a huge say. So I'm liking
That's all
this
great.
shakeup.
I mean, I understand that that's our job and that's what we're supposed to talk about. What I want to talk about, the fact is, surely, if some of these teams had been this aggressive on day 1, they would be higher up on this total leaderboard.
Right.
Accurate.
And Ascent took 3rd from that.
You know what? If some teams were more aggressive on day 1, not only would they be higher up, but we'd be questioning the duo dominance of Twisted and FaZe just a little bit more. I think by day 2, we had some teams almost playing a little bit in fear when they knew that that's one of the teams they were coming up against because they're so in form. So yeah, add more chaos to the mix, we would have had more random results for sure.
Ascent jumping in from 6th to 3rd for this game here obviously talks to how close our mid pack is, right? It is super tight, and it's going to continue to do so, as you saw here in the overall leaderboard, of course.
For sure.
We'll talk a little bit more about what we've just seen and what to expect, but first, he's not here in the grand finals, but I like him, so we decided to include him. Clib is going to take us for a little catwalk.
Hey guys, Clip from PUBG Esports here. These are my absolute favorite skins. Starting off, as for pants, my go-tos are Duncan's infiltrated pants. For the hit, I'm all for the fancy look, using the Desert Grip goggles, along with the PGC 2021 Chaos Mask. It goes really well with the rest of the outfit, and it just looks badass together. To finish it all off, I'm using the nicest gloves in-game, the PGI Tight Wraps. PGI was the first global I ever watched in PUBG, so I definitely have a soft spot for all the PGI skins.
I love listening to these players walk down their fashion choices. I'm really enjoying the twist that we have here.
Yeah.
Where they're doing these little like Instagram
Next time
reels.
I need Fuzzface in there because he's all about the colors and all about the funny, funky stuff.
They're all...
Well, we know this for future. We want Fuzzface on the catwalk.
Yeah, just the top 3 catwalk because he has a lot of... He has probably the guy I know that has the most skins. So he's always like swapping it up and funky and like, oh, and this is the new fashion stuff. Like every time you play like morning games and ranked, he's like, oh, you gotta get this. This is the new stuff. And it's like full pink Power Ranger. I'm like, okay, sure, let's do that.
There's so much.
That's the theme. There's so many cool
black
stuff.
or camouflage things going on with these pro players. I've got
tryhard as well.
The black and red Jack of Clubs jacket, and I've still got the green Dino head as my default skin. But people don't like it because it makes your
head bigger.
Makes your head bigger, but you pick up a helmet.
More
What's the
textures?
What's the problem?
True.
Yeah, I'm all for the dinos.
Right, we're going into our second game. The question is it going to be much of what we just saw? Do you think these teams are still going to come up with that aggressive pace in the hope of trying to get as many points as possible? Because Ascent has just proven how quickly they can move up the leaderboard.
Look, there are. I feel like there are some teams where we've got nothing to lose now. Let's try and cement one of these places. Ascend is arguably one of those teams that will just very happily go full confidence. They're getting rewarded for that. Foot want to consolidate. They don't need to, but they want to. Maybe they even saw the Twisted Minds interview that we did earlier and went, yes, that's a great mindset. We want to take a piece of this as well. I'm encouraged by the 7 Na'Vi kills too. There's going to be a lot to look out for.
That's what we talked about, right? They need 2 massive games, and then they need the consistency of the 5, 6, 7 points that the other guys are going to have. So
100%.
If they can, if this is one of their bad games for today, I'm really happy because I'm excited to see those 2 banger games that's going to put them in there in the top 4 potentially.
Exactly.
Let's see what they can do.
Let's see if they can bring in those banger games and if some of the other teams might pop off as well. It's all to play for. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're moving into game number 2.
Almost knocked 3 guys.
Yeah, just crash warehouse side only.
Also, all our 2
Warehouse
one knocked.
knocked.
All our 2 story. Hit 3 times on our 2 story.
2 knocked.
Just come warehouse.
I think it was only 2. They're coming from the south. They're coming from the south.
Getting spammed by the sub. Yeah, 1 stop 2 story. Maybe he's knocked outside the 2 story. If you can flush him.
Other guy got hit 3 times. Alright, I need to reset now, guys. I don't.
Get the kill.
I'm holding.
One more person now. It should be white.
I'm just holding. He blues on me. He's right on you.
Nice. Get ready with...
Cars may be crushing us from south.
Yeah, crashing us.
Yeah, some.
Crash to west, outside.
They're gonna get shot.
He's safe, 2 knocked.
2 active.
Outside the window, outside. On me, my 12 team.
Knocked one?
Yeah.
Is that the same guy?
I don't know.
It is same guy. Same guy.
One active, one active.
I don't know where is he.
They're diving now. They're coming to you. 2 guys.
One knock out of the car.
1 active.
I'm low.
Okay,
Nice.
Reset.
100, 180.
200 maybe?
It's almost 200.
200,
maybe just
I
do
think.
200.
200.
200, 210. They're a bit further than the mark.
Also running from the top. To blue as well.
Knocked.
One's knocked.
Nice, nice, nice.
2 knocked.
Nice, nice, nice.
Still here. I've got a good bridge here.
Knock one of son. Knocked one. Over there.
They think we're close, Rich. Still.
Dead. No, it's because Ascend is up on yellow. They're like under rock. Dead. Really dead.
Boosters? Get the flush.
It's great that even in the most hectic situations when they're trying to stay alive, a little bit of a can come out when you get yourself a double kill with a Volta. Love to see the joy even in these really, really wild times. But what a game to kick things off, Saga.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's all you can do is laugh, but when it comes from the side that's actually sending the mortars out, it feels like that little giggle had a little bit more of a maniacal twist to it in the back of Beamy's otherwise very calm and collected demeanor. But love to see it. Again, good scenes out of Foot. Playing into that bowl, unfortunately, was one of the downsides of playing the edge. Sometimes you run out of options, but they made it work for them as best they could.
And getting a good game going, even in a match where, if we look back to yesterday and the day before, they would probably have fumbled further, like earlier in the day. They ran into Wu in the compound. Ibu was ready around the corner, so they still had these, not early, but like early mid-game shenanigans that they usually are really good at avoiding. It happened once again, but this time around, they were ready for it. He said it, Beamy, in the interview as well. We have to expect the unexpected. Like, we have to always be ready for fight. No just random chatter here or there. We need to be ready for anyone sitting around the corner. This time, they were, and almost, able to net themselves a win off of it.
Well, this time, hopefully he's not going to eat the plane.
I'm full now, I'm full.
Yeah, lovely stuff. But, oh, look, Chris is scouting for information again. He's going to get Ascend a free compound that gets a 9-zone hard feed and gets them a free win. Thank you. Welcome to It's Chris Airlines. He'll be your pilot.
It's just how it is. Pilot? Then, wait. That would suck for Ascend, because they jumped out early. So it's like, boys, I'm sorry, I have to take this plane to Campo Militar. If we can just
Welcome to It's Chris Airline. Here's your ejector seat. See you later, boys.
Does it come with a return ticket? I'm not sure. Maybe if we were in Take-O, the ejector seat would be a little better off. But in any case, here we are. Eastern Plain, El Pozo, out of reach for most people. And yeah, everything looks pretty straightforward. Again, we've been lucky that outside of Take-O, we haven't really seen too much early game commotion in terms of hot drops and whatnot. So so for this one, would be surprised to see too much action taking place. So we are seeing Code Marco getting shot at a little bit, and Schiller miss out on the vehicle. But what you have to be fast about if you want to get it is to get this code in right now. Only 50 of them available. The first 50 people that get them will net themselves the rewards. So get them in now. You only have until the first 50 have gotten them in.
Schiller not quite speedy enough to get his hands on the vehicle, so make sure you don't make the same mistake with those codes. They're very limited, as are the vehicles, and now he's going to have to call in the boys to pick him up. And it's not the first time that we've seen DA get into some tangles over vehicles in this as you call it, Dorito area of Southwest Picado. It's typically between themselves and Pacific, but this time hasn't come to blows.
It's been between DA and all of who has ever looted Picado since Miramar came out. I mean, DA has always been down here, and they've always been rough to the teams around. For those of you guys who have, I don't want to say too much old school PUBG knowledge, because Liquid days aren't that far behind, it was always DA who was sat in and around here causing commotion when they tried to rotate out west. So DA's game plan in that regard hasn't changed at all. Now looking over towards Ascent, a team who netted themselves a win in the previous one. It was Brexco Airlines, as you said, that flew around, hoped for circles to go their way. Indeed, they did, and they got themselves a very, very well-earned win. And right now, they're set in third, but just 1 point ahead of question mark.
That's very kind of the observers to give us a bit of a view of Partona after you were so heavily hoping to see it show up in a zone later on in the game. Very unlikely that we're ever going to see that, but at least we got a little glimpse of it there. And, you know, you can always watch Brex's POV VODs, and then you'll find a whole lot of Partona content right there for your liking. How dead center in the zone once again, as it has gone up and around Cantera. This time they didn't have to drive to get there. They were already there. The only thing that was a little bit sketchy was Ruin looting a little bit about 1 kilometer off to the far south, but he has regrouped and got around Bad Boys without taking any sort of engagement.
You know what I actually wouldn't mind when we look at this first circle pop? A Cantera ending. Yet again, one of those areas that have been changed. It's not so much a plane crash area anymore as it was in the past. It's a little more easy, I would say, to maneuver. Less clutter everywhere that can kind of make it hard for you to fight in the city, I suppose we can call it, proper. But now I'm curious to see what is Na'Vi going to do? What is Howl going to do with having just gotten themselves center circles? Are they just going to sit, wait the first couple of circles out and see things happen towards them? Or are they actively going to look for fights? Because as you saw there with a quick flyover, the whole area, the whole crater itself around the the Cantera area itself has changed quite drastically too. So it could be fun to see a game in and around there.
I think, as is to be expected in the run-up to the big global championship at the end of the year, every region out there is playing their qualification series at this moment, and I have seen a couple of zones that have included Cantera and seen 1 or 2 engagements in there, and it's very interesting to see now with the addition of some high ground in there that you can fight back. You're not just a sitting duck. If you're down in the bowl, you do have some elevation you can use up against teams on the lip as well. So would love to see a little bit of that, and for Howl, it would certainly pay off as well. They have been kind of struggling, and as one of the teams that not only has a lot of PGC points, but as a former champion of PEL Spring, or PEC Spring rather, needs to come in and really turn around what has been so far a pretty disastrous grand finals.
Yeah, we're seeing everyone getting their rotation game going. It's always interesting to see if we look down towards where Entropic are, where Question Mark are, where Foot Esports are. So many teams in this circle in particular, even if they're currently west of Los Leones, will try to wrap in south and come over towards the eastern side. They know that there's more space to maneuver. They know that the fields are wider, so even if you're going past a compound, you can easier dodge that compound route running into the right next one. Whereas if you go in on the western side, behind Saab and behind where Digital Athletics are, it's so much harder for starters to make a move yourself, but also to stop and scout. There's too many hills in front of you that prevent you from getting proper or clear vision. So expect to see all these teams, I mean, Question Mark as well now, wrap in and around on that eastern side of Los Leones, because it's just that much safer. You might have to come back later down the line, sure, but for now, it's the safe play to go for.
And as teams like Pod are starting to make their entrance on the northern side of the zone, maybe getting a little bit close within range of Exalt, the wide wrappers making all the way around the coast in Foot Esports, as is typically their game plan that has worked out relatively effectively in the past. Teams like Wu just making that send directly straight towards the center. The long building just towards the southern side of Cantera. That's where they've set themselves up, directly in the middle of Howl's 2-2 split. So if they ever come to a point where they need to regroup that, that is now going to be an issue.
We are back into an area now as well with this first circle where any hard shifts coming in. I mean, hard shifts in general can be pretty difficult to deal with, but a phase 2 hard shift here would be terrible. If you swing north, that's up in the mountain to Minas. South, it's pretty much a guaranteed Los Leones finish. East is out into the open fields of Impala, and west is back back down into Picardo again. Any corner that you place this circle in, even though I know technically circles don't have corners, but you know what I mean, would be hard as hell to deal with. Because even transitioning from one side to the other, that's through Cantera. That's through an open field and a crater. So hard to traverse this area. So right now, previously, I mean, similar to the previous game, all these teams that are set in and around the middle, north of Las Leones, south of Minas, are saying, please, 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 please have a few of those nice circles come our way.
P90 watch crew, turn your attention to Celticoglu, because not only has he picked up that absolute fragger of a weapon, but they're getting up close to DA, looking to try and encroach on their space, and Pacific is definitely a team who is not afraid to push an engagement.
Nate's being hurt, vehicles being hurt, smoke's being seen. Marco nowhere near to assist right now. Is he going to be coming in close, or is he going to try and help from afar? We're not sure just yet, but we'll see here. Pacific seems like they are in the compound. They want a piece of it. Seems like Vitrell is trying to repark the vehicle for a little bit. That's two of the teammates out, but now Pacific knows for a fact that one is still missing in the compound.
That's one way to spend almost 50 bullets of a P90.
Yeah. Didn't
Didn't quite land onto Lyron as he disappeared back. He does have confirmation that he pulled up on the shack, just gets a tiny glimpse of the wheel. Might try and pop that one and keep Lyron trapped in place. Meanwhile, on the map, Twisted Minds continuing to slightly expand their lead. Their newly reformed lead over FaZe with another kill onto Savum.
Yep. Able to net themselves an extra one there. Savum trying to again scout the way forward. But as I said before, coming in on that western side where it's just so hard to know what you're going up against. Over every single hill you climb, an opponent could be set right there waiting. Now this came at more of a distance, but again, driving up these hillsides, if you don't have the proper vehicles for it on Miramar, as soon as you go below just 100 kilometers an hour, really, these guys will double tap you out of cars, just like we saw it happen there.
But perhaps not with a P90 at
maybe
100
not with a
meters
P90.
or so.
Maybe not with a P90.
That thing does shred very much up close, and it's viable in the mid-ranges, definitely, especially with the attached 2x scope that you can switch between. But on a moving bike, perhaps not.
We'll give him that one. It was a little tricky. Can't hit every shot that you take. In any case, for Ascent, they of course want to hit one more. They got themselves a win in the previous one. They want to hit the chicken dinner, and this one too. But far down to the southern side, not that that's really a problem for them, but I think they either heard or saw players running around to the east being question mark. And for now, I think it's just not worth the risk to try and scout further forward. They know that there's people around. They've now heard Phil first shooting as well, as he's trying to kind of pufferfish and alert anyone around to not even come thinking about scouting, because question mark, of course, are very far between one another. So Ascent going to wrap up further towards the western side, while PUBG Esports are wrapping in from the east and now got their eyes on the bad boys.
There's a little dip that they have that typically if you play here later on in the game, you're worried about the teams from Impala putting shots into the back, but for the time being, they have full control of that area.
Truck stop ending, confirmed.
Oh, yeah. As you always say, the crates do confirm it.
Until they don't. That's how it works.
Makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. No need for arguing there. In the meantime here, as we take a look at the map once more again, look at how kind of hunkered down some of these teams are now. Wu and Howl are the two teams to kind of maintain full control of what it is the center. But there is only these 4 compounds available. And once they're all occupied, no one can play anywhere in between it. So you got pretty much a square kilometer that is really only usable right now for 8 players, which makes it very hard for anyone else to capitalize. But let's now see next circle pops. We are going out east. We are going in the direction of Impala. And with how this terrain works, with how the land ratio works, expect to see a lot of teams now trying to claim some of these compounds out in the open fields.
And somehow, if Wu has scouted out the fact that they're in the middle of a 2-2 split of Howl, they're looking to go directly into the compound, being held down by Ruin and Lazar. But Lazar's got a gun that's worth 2 people.
Yep, sure does. Question is whether or not you can find the damage needed with it or not. We are seeing the pull up in effect here. Wu wants this compound. They know that no one is ever going to sit 4 people in this space. Ruin thought he was safe to run back down the other way. Not going to happen on Nixie. Finds one, but here is Lazar. Finds 2 in return, but the damage has been done. There were only 2 here. The cavalry has not yet arrived, and that should be Wu with the compound secured.
Well, the M249 was worth 2. It was good for 2 drops, but the support just a little bit too late. The Mad and Schofield are on their way in, but the revives have already come through, so it might just have to be playing the dips. Now Na'Vi making a similar push onto Exalt, who have been forced back. Molodok dodging his way out of the grenades.
Yep, so many fights happening now, and it's all on the west and the southwestern side. Again, as I said it before, all these teams are looking for compounds in the fields towards the east. They all want to get out there. They all wanted to beat each other to the positions, but because of that, they're now running into one another. Na'Vi were actually split 4-4, and when Exalt crashed them, they collapsed onto the same compound they were going into. So now let's see if they can somehow reset. They've already found 2. The knock comes through in the 3rd. Nice reset here from Na'Vi. Again, they were the ones with their backs against the wall. They collapsed on the building. They fortified on what I believe was fairest here alone. And here they go, wiping out Exalt without taking casualties.
No signs of fear being shown from Na'Vi today. Absolutely not. 4 kills on the board. They've claimed the position. And for now, they'll be happy to sit back and take hold of it. But if they get an opportunity, a chance to push onto someone else and expand their hold, no doubt they're going to be taking it today.
They would definitely try, want to flex out from here. But as soon as these shots come through, if Batulin's opts to go for them, which he does, things are not going to be looking good for Na'Vi. They now know, great, there's a team in Cantera, there's a team on the hillside. That's our Achilles heel. That is what prevents us from doing any scouting outside of where we are when we're inside buildings. And also, where are our vehicles parked? How do we get away? If there's a team up on the hillside, how do we make sure that our tires don't get popped before we have to go?
I wonder how many times this is going to happen today. Maybe it's just a Miramar thing, but every time Na'Vi seems to get involved in a fight and it looks like they come out ahead, Batulin's the taxman comes to collect and make sure they're not getting away with it for free.
That's how Twisted Minds play these. I mean, if you can get yourself a point with where you pretty much just risk nothing in order to get it. I mean, take the shots from afar, come in and clean up after a fight that's just happened in front of you. Those are the best points you're going to get.
It's definitely a big feature in the Twisted Minds playstyle so far in the grand finals, and perhaps even if you go further back, if they're playing from a position where they have the ability to flex out and find free points, it definitely works in their favor. We Live Again was a team that actually was doing that very well in the upper bracket, and occasionally we've seen hints and glimpses of it, even when they were playing 4 men in a compound in the previous game. This time a 2-2 split with a bit of a hold on the dead center on the far less congested eastern side of the zone, because the west is still a war zone.
Sure is. Salvim, they said, oh, we don't like this whole edge thing. There's too many teams around here. Let's just go center. But where do you go now? I am seeing the compound out east that is technically inside the circle, but most likely will be outside of the next one. That would be a very, very, very dangerous play. But having said that, they could try and go for it. I think, though, they have their eyes further north. Oh, no, they don't. They're going straight onto face.
Oh, boy.
They're going straight onto face. And they have no clue.
Got to see a vehicle. They see them running around now. Now they see the cars, but FaZe is going to see the parachutes first, and surely Savum is not going to be allowed to get away with this.
You say that? No, one does get found. Let's see if more is found. Yes, 2 found on approaches, 1 left flying. Sheila, solo player left alive, but for how much longer, I'm not sure. Down to just 1 HP, multiple other players shooting at them, and there you go. Hopper finds him. Savum tried to get to safety in the north. Not going to happen.
What's unfortunate for Savum is if they just went for the higher ground where Correxi's just come back from, he probably would have just given up the position and regrouped on the split, because there's so many teams now driving through the fields. There's going to be a lot of pressure all over the place, and Howl is the next to fall.
Again, we're shifting away from the north. Teams want these compounds. It's pretty much reminiscent of what we saw in the previous game. Compound fighting, compound crashing galore.
Oh! He martyrdomed them. They walked up into the shack. He had a grenade in hand as he fell, and Dante walks down with it. That is a free position that a lot of teams are not going to be expecting to be free, especially with that amount of vehicles outside.
We saw Exalt try and do it yesterday. In the end, Fate just blew himself up, but here it actually works out for them. And now, what was a, I suppose, tricky time to try and push, because many teams could see you. Hello there, Mr. Sandstorm, as it comes on through, denies at least vision from FaZe and We Live Again. So on the northern side, you should be able to rotate on through.
Mika gets about half the health of Lou as he continues to make his push once again, backing up the rest of Twisted Minds within Cantera. Going to try and use the ridges to their advantage as Pod Samolet coming under pressure now from It's Chris. Bad Boys also made a full send straight up the road into the freshly taken compound of Entropic, and now they're tangled up in a fight of their own.
Now, we know we're shifting away from the Mina's very top, but outside of that, it can go pretty much anywhere. We go back to the fight here between Entropic and Bad Boys. A lot of damage coming through there with that nade from Laylup. Trying to lob one more and could potentially find the knock. No, the first aid's come off in time. This one's not going to hit it, but that blue zone could potentially force them out of the building.
It's going to make it very awkward for Bad Boys to get there. Never mind, he won't even get the chance. It's Diffix.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Was that a mortar? Was that a Panzerfaust? It's mortars. It's mortars, of course it is. I mean, this compound is lovingly named no wheels sometimes, or you just don't get a chance. There's very limited space to play outside, and if a team is making the push, get the timing on those. Oh boy, that would be hot.
Sure would. Minas is now completely vacated. Plenty of space up there. Again, very unlikely that we see the circle go all the way up the hillside. But I think the only team that would know at this point that it is free would be Na'Vi, and they aren't even going to be sure at this point in the game.
At the very least, they can be sure of their position. A 4-man hold, the Wu get the same. It's less of a sheltered compound, but at the very least, there'll be less pressure on them because they're surrounded by hundreds of meters of fields between themselves and the closest competition.
Oh, Takeo is so open. Oh, Vikendi is so open. Yeah, guys, Miramar is pretty open too. And it's been like this forever, and you love the map. So to all the naysayers out there, this is what we give you. Maps have to have variety, and we love Miramar for the exact same reason. But of course, also, it's lovely to see these players do it when it matters most. Figure out how they play into a practically unplayable circle.
Given the fact, if you take away the top 2 positions on the leaderboard, what remains in the lobby is a huge mid-pack that really isn't that far separated down as far as Pod Samolet and Na'Vi on the push behind as Lucarux makes a push of his own. In he goes and Screams helps him out with a team knock. Lucarux, he's going to try and capitalize.
How did he not even get one off of that? Lucarux had them completely lined up, but let's see if he can find something. He knows there's 2 upstairs. There's no lethal utility. Let's see, he catches one with a nade in hand. That's going to be good for him. Can't quite find the second, though. Did that nade go down the stairs? Yes, it did. Oh, reset situation here for Bad Boys. They get both of them up. That's huge.
We live again, now on the way down. Looks like they lost a tire, but managed to control the vehicles well enough. And guess where they're going? Directly into the exact same compound where Screams is scrambling to rectify his mistakes.
Yep, we live again. Trying to reset, trying to push on forward. Not going to happen, though. Hopper is the only one that made landfall, and I'm not sure how long he is even going to stay alive. But again, let alone the fact they get here, could pretty much be top 3 guaranteed.
Big steal for Alia as well. The Wu doing a really good job of knocking people out of vehicles on rotations, but overall, the credit goes over to Na'Vi, who needs it the most. 6 kills on the board for them now. And there are still several teams in around Cantera themselves who have to make the push over the top when they're done with their fight.
This fight in Cantera is huge for Na'Vi as well. They know that Twisted Minds is up here. They know that they can't scout anything eastward from outside those buildings as long as Twisted Minds is looking their way. Whenever they start fighting, whenever Na'Vi realizes that it is happening, which they should now, this is a clear sign to Na'Vi. You can see it in the map feed too. Now they run out. Now they spread out. They go, guys, this is our chance to scout. This is our chance to see what's available should the next circle not go our way.
Very swift little spray from Hakatori as Batulins just tried to start getting that vehicle moving. The smoke's providing just a little bit of cover, but far from enough. And Pod Samolet putting the pressure on our first place team.
Perfectix is the one up close here, the one with not necessarily an off angle, but one that they might not expect being as close as you can see. It's Lou, it's Spiro baiting the attention right now. Perfectix is one step further forward, but just can't quite get a proper angle. He's smoked off for now. The circle is closing in. Are they getting to stay here in the crater, or will they have to leave? The crater remains in.
And Pacific in their compound, under no pressure from anywhere else. Trying to make the push in to clean up D8. Getting a little bit of assistance from the Bad Boys as a knock will come through. They try to get them out. They have done so. And now they've claimed full control of the south. Not sure whether they even have a chance to use that dirt road on the southwestern side of the zone. Oh, hello.
Bring, bring. The silent killer.
Oh, it's far from silent.
On a very unsuspecting opponent with no audio. It's very silent.
That's a good little bit of mobility. It would make you hard to hit with a P90 at least.
And it's really good when you got compounds to play with, because you can block doors with it. Having said that, looking at the map now and seeing which teams have to make plays, Hopper again still sat alone in this building, has the entirety of Bad Boys here, and somehow, I'm not sure they're aware. We are seeing them run around. Of course, none of them right now in this building with the smokes now being deployed. Okay, they are aware. They heard the vehicle come in. They have O'Connell with the shotgun in hand too. They know we need to clear this building in order to be safe.
Mortars inbound. Heading in towards Cantera, they're trying to flatten out the landscape to make it look like it was pre-rework. Doesn't quite land it into the correct dips. Hobber does activate for a second, but only gets the one knock onto Bad Boys. But Foot, they've spotted this out. Are they going into the compound?
Foot are timing this one nicely. They see the action. They want to make a play on it now. They're waiting for the knock to come through, but I think they might be a little bit too slow on it. Again, it's a very long transition to have to make, and as you can see here, Bad Boys have been able to reset. Now, they are only 2 alive, but it's going to be very hard for Foot to get their foot probably inside this compound. 8C will fall, and it's just T-Bone left alive.
And Ascend making a similar play over to the west, but for now, the Bad Boys, once they took this compound, they've had to defend it against quite a few breaches, but never really making it there at full strength. The Wu is making sure of that with those DMR spams into the moving vehicles, just hitting on point. And O'Connell with the double barrel is looking to hunt them down.
They don't know where he is. They thought he was in the other building. Now they have to reset. Now they have to sawn off. Doesn't matter how much HP you have. If you can one-tap your opponent up close. Let's see what's going to happen here, though. Exable, solid spray, finds 2, gets the 3rd as well. Welcome back, Na'Vi. Welcome back, PGC champions.
Now, before Joro disappeared off from the desk, he guaranteed us that Na'Vi is making a top 3 with 10+ kills. Oh, heck, he might just be a guru. He might have got that one right. But right now, complete dismantling of PUBG Esports as they make the push. Didn't even need the shotguns. So
much action unfolding now as all these teams try to scavenge anything available around them. FaZe trying to play off of mistakes made by other teams. It's all just the kind of the domino effect of let's make a play because these guys are wounded. Let's make a play, and in turn, the circle comes full and they get bit from behind. FaZe, though, able to stay alive, kind of able to weather a bit of the storm, but they are 3. They've taken one casualty.
And while the stats may not look the prettiest for the Wu, their impact, particularly on the compound to the south, has been massive. Every time a team has tried to make a rotation over the field, and they're going to have to make one of their own now, but thankfully they can't shoot themselves in the face with the DMRs. But the teams in the Cantera crater get to stay there, but surely only one can remain when this zone starts to close.
An early send for Alia, who's pulling up on a compound that has 6 cars now parked next to it. There should be crates galore in that check. We'll see if he can make use of it. I think Example now is driving over there too, but back up to the crater we go. Whoever wins this one will have a perfect overview of what's happening down below on the other side.
This is going to be one of those new areas of the map of Miramar that maybe they've played it once or twice in scrims or ranked games, whatever, but your knowledge of all the angles where players can be is going to be a little off, and Lou just about dodging out on the final bullet. He's going to get out of there, but Perfectix gaining 1 knock will be swiftly traded. Levante has to go back for the res. That mortar was close, but not close enough.
It's not going for it. They see them on the other side. They see that they're still aggressing. They have to play this one safely. I think Quetpa and Thendelost actually coming up over the ridgeline now. They had the compound for cover, but they're going aggressive. Pacific wants more of this. They're sat in 7th place currently, but they want even more than what they've already got. Voldemort is able to find one. The flush, not sure who's going to get it, but at least for Voldemort, he now has the angle as Fex falls down.
It's that dirt road, and now with Pacific not only holding onto the compound, but getting up onto the Cantera crater. They have vision on absolutely everything. Hakatori, get out of there. Looking up above. Explosions nearby, but dodging out of the way for now, but putting themselves directly into the line of fire goes Pacific as they peek up over the top, headshotted by Spyro.
Oh, Wu thought they were safe. Wu thought they could make the move, but Gustav peeks on over from behind, finds the double. Last nade thrown before he falls. Still, though, damage has been done. We'll see if the flushes can be found, or if maybe a res can come through. No. Gustav rewarded with 1. Flush should fall, but maybe to the hands of another team.
Levante gets the 1. The Pod Samulet. They really need to deal with Twisted Minds before they get the chance to make a push up this hill, and before Pacific push onto them. But no, it's them. It's Ketper alone who deals with Twisted Minds, sits them all down before they can get up onto his ridge. 10 kills on Pacific.
What a game for Pacific thus far. They take the matters into their own hands. They push out teams. They engage where previously they have been playing passive, and now they are being rewarded.
And now they've fallen back as well. They're not going to over-aggress because they know on the far side of the zone, the Wu FaZe clan, they've dealt with their engagements. Being on the eastern side of the ridge is no longer safe, so they've fallen back, and the Wu is just getting picked apart before they can get anywhere over these open fields.
We question Na'Vi, and here comes Example, almost at 1,000 damage this game. They know that their backs are against the wall. They know they want to impress. They know they want a chance to go back and defend their PGC title, and they're far from out of this one.
Phase 7. We're still not even at phase 8. We've got 4 teams remaining, and the only ones that will really be shifted away is Ibby out in the field. He's got a folded shield, and all he can do is pray for correct timing to maybe try and make a push towards the ridge. But Pod, they're going to have to come up over the top of the Cantera crater finally. And now that Twisted Minds is gone, oh, wow, that is a sight to look at.
The maze of cars.
That looks like a Tego game.
Yeah, I mean, almost, except the car side upside down and exploded. And outside of that, I completely agree. Could be very much a repeat of that pot. Well, they have to come down. And where do you do just that? Millman, I like the fact that he's kind of off-angled outside the building, so in case a pull-up does come through, he's ready to shoot them on approach, because you would have to imagine that Pod Samlet, should they opt to breach the compound, or the compound, I say the shack, that that's where their eyes are going to be.
Not sure how the bullets are looking, but Celtic does still have that P90 in hand. He picked that up all the way back in phase 1, sprayed about 50 of the shots into a moving vehicle. So whether or not it's going to be enough to carry him through this end game, but if they are able to get up close, put that thing to use, it's going to be lethal.
Sure could be. Pod Samlet, eyes on you. At least that's what EB is hoping, as he's trying to sneakily make his way through the open field. Issue is, he's one of the tallest guys in the server, so he should be visible. Now he's trying to make a run for it. He's got another 50 meters to sprint in case he wants to survive this, but 2 more teams see him, and that's going to be it for EB. Woo, out in 4th.
It looked almost for a second like he was about to make it. Pod was under a lot of pressure, setting up their own wall of smokes. Had other things to deal with. But oh, that's a flaming coupe. Got to get out of there, but Ketpa's closer than they thought.
And it's again Ketpa and Pacific going aggressive, peeking on over. They could all just set up and play it from down below, but no, they go up over the top, and because they're now fighting, the obvious saying, great, if you're going to engage on one another, we will take full advantage of that.
Maybe that upside-down coupe could provide some cover, but it won't do anything against the grenades of Voldemort that are placed just that well. Avada Kedavra's rocks down out of the lobby, and Mel's on the push.
Slowly trying to make his way on and clear every single angle. Know that there's one nearby, but it's a knock player on the other side. Example, able to spot out Celtic. It could have been the off-angle threat, but not to be dealt with just as Levante peeks on forward. Finds Melvin once again. It's Levante doing magic for Pot when they need it.
There's smokes around. It's the end game. It's Levante's home turf, comfortable territory. Na'Vi need to win this fight because Pacific have disengaged again. Na'Vi thought they had the chance to third party, but now they're taking the full front of the Pod Samlet push.
And again, perfect timing for Pacific to disengage. They know that now we've set up a fight. Now we started it for them. We can back off now, but here they come. Levante with the triple onto Na'Vi, looking for more, but Pacific, 14 kills. Have just got one more guy left to fight. He's done it, but it's not going to happen this time around. 15 kill, chicken dinner for Pacific.
Who would have thought in a zone like that playing the eastern side of the Cantera Ridge was the way to win the game and not even lose a player in doing so? Pacific, the way that they played it, their aggression, the timing of it, and more importantly, the timing of the disengages was absolutely on point.
The amount of times they dared to take fights, dared to engage, even when it was risky, but came out rewarded, was insane. They probably had more, more single, let's do this now, moments where they agreed to do it than they've had throughout the entire tournament so far, where they opted not to. So nice to see them dare to go aggressive. I know it's late in the tournament, but if they had done this from the start, they would have been even further up than where they are now.
Yeah, and that's a big move as well. We mentioned earlier just how tight the standings is around the mid-pack, so a big boost for them. And Ketpa picking up a triple kill on Twisted Minds. Levante, again, illegal activities around smoke grenades in the end game, taking down Na'Vi. Just makes things all that much more interesting.
Absolutely phenomenal. Now let's go over to the desk and let them break down the last Miramar of the Grand Finals.
So much aggression from these teams, this desperate play here at the end of the championship to try and find a way to salvage what has been the FaZe and Twisted Mind show.
We are beginning to see the we've got a point to prove phase of the tournament really come in, and what a way it has as well. We're still dealing with the mid-pack for PGC, but never mind that. Teams like Pacific are going, hey guys, don't forget about us, talk about us a little bit. This is what we can do when we have our day.
Too little too late though?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, it's another big game for Na'Vi in terms of, it's not the pop-off game we're seeing, but that is a lot of points for them going their way too. But Pacific, to get 15, 25 total they're going to get for this, it's going to put them into the triple-digit club. Like, the mid-pack is still super close. And there's a lot of teams in that mid-pack that Na'Vi had to surpass that is now getting more points than them, right? So it's going to be even harder to catch them.
Do you think it changes now? We're obviously going on to different maps. Miramar is done. How do you think that's going to play out?
I think that we're in a position where we now know things are going to get mixed up. today, right? The FaZe and Twisted Minds show
It's
just
over.
doesn't seem to be... Oh, is it over? I reckon they will get another chicken dinner, but I don't think we're about to see 3 out of 4 of them go their way or something like that. The lobby has just become that much more dynamic. We're playing 52 pickup now with the lobby, but with such a clear lead, I'm not sure it matters too much.
Let's take a look at your leaderboard and how this game has just changed that point setting. So you can see there's still Twisted Minds and FaZe up there, but Avenger, like you said, Pacific now in the triple digits.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And again, another reason why the leaderboard has been so close, right? Them being able to get in there. If it wasn't for FaZe and Twisted Minds being that far ahead, it would actually been super interesting. But still, look how close it is from Pacific down to Question Mark, 10 points. 1 point from Question Mark down to Ascend, another 1 point down to Pod Summit, another 3 points and 1 point down to Digitalytics. Like, it is super, super close. I gotta say though, Na'Vi 7 points last game, 14 this one. Can they add another 7 to the next one? They get 21,
then 28,
kill, and then 28, and then it's gonna be really funny, right?
Maths.
But no, in this case here, they need to rise quite a lot. And the teams that are in between them right now is teams that are currently like just holding them off from that PGC spot.
One of the teams that's holding them off, Digital Athletics, and we had a chance to get to know some of the team members a little bit better.
Me.
I think Mitra.
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 Mitra. Mitra.
I am.
Pod Marco. Wait. Me.
Absolutely wet.
Wait.
He's the worst driver, not the best.
Yeah, actually.
No one.
No one. Everyone is upset.
Maybe someday Mitra.
Little days. Little.
Pod Marco.
He wants sleeping all the day.
Yeah, sleep. Food, sleep, eat, sleep.
And God Marco loves drive.
Yeah. Drifting.
There we go, learning a little bit more about Digital Athletics. They've had an okay run here at PEC4.
Yeah, so far.
Not
down
bad.
to 8th down after this game though, so kind of unfortunate. They need to hold on to that spot right now. They're on the cusp, so I really want to see them hold on to like the top 5 spot for them to make it possible. It's always fun to hear from the guys. Always fun to hear from Code Margo. Eat, sleep, PUBG, repeat.
There we go. And of course, don't forget, we do still have that giveaway going on. So if you are a fan of Na'Vi, the Na'Vi PGC 2022 Champions Battle Gear skins are now available in-game. And of course, you can get your hands on them. And you can win, potentially, as well. All you need to do is tweet who you think is going to win PEC Fall. Use the hashtags that are on your screen. And we could be choosing you as one of our winners. Make sure you follow PUBG Esports so they can slide into your DMs if you do win. How do we think things are going to change up now as we move to Tego?
I'm happy to see that amidst the chaos, there are a couple of teams that are getting consistent points. Foot Esports are still getting a decent points per game. We were looking at Pod Samulet after day one, asking, are they actually going to keep up the momentum? And okay, Levante boosted version of it, but they've actually been able to do this as well. So that means there's a couple of positions where we're not too worried. They're fairly stable. It's the guys at the top and the guys at the bottom punching up. Navi's one of them. Are we going to see a big game from the likes of Entropic? Could one of the wild cards who can't win the tournaments anymore, but can absolutely get a chicken dinner or two, are they going to mix things up on Tega? This is where it gets a little bit wild.
We'll find out if it is going to be a little wild. I do believe that it's been a FaZe or Twisted Mind show on Tego the whole way through, so let's see if that changes up. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're moving into our third game.
One here, one is here still, I think.
Yeah, he went trailer park. He went yellow trailer park.
Knock one.
Nice.
One skinny, guys.
Really.
Foreman.
He's here.
Stun.
He's nading. I can stun.
I'm nading.
I knock his teammate. Outside.
I'm healing.
One downstairs. Come here.
They knocked him, I think. Who knocked you, Batolians?
No.
They stole my kill. He's downstairs. Don't pick.
I will revive, yeah, I will revive. Just hold.
He's here, coming. Bullshit. Can you put that shit on the middle? No, not there. On the middle of the... Keep it. You can use it. Stairs.
On the stairs. Oh. Don't feel like
the fucking stairs.
I mean, if they need it in there, I wouldn't lie. Yeah, so.
You guys are so funny, I swear.
Flash, let's get a flash.
Stun and push.
Wait for me. Go check.
Nice.
People fighting on my marker.
He went out again.
I'm stimming.
He ran back. I think you should run back to the two-story wide again.
Nade.
Miramar is all done for in EMEA for the year. Now we head on over to take over Kendi, and with Erangel left to finish. If we are to go back to the previous days and see what these two so-called wildcard maps has to offer, it's been chaos galore. Do you think, now knowing how much some of these teams have on the line, that we're going to see more of this? Or is it teams now, because there's so much in the line, starting to slow things down?
I actually think it might be the opposite. I think that the teams are coming into this saying, well, you know, the only way that we could have possibly gone to Bangkok to compete at PGC was to get first place. Not really an option anymore. That's been stolen away. So those teams are coming in and saying, you know what, let's just have fun and do the best that we can do. And that's why we're seeing teams like Pacific coming up with such big performances. I mean, it's a very experienced MEA roster. Voldemort was averaging 5 kills per game in the round of 16 in MEA. And Ketpa with 0 deaths first, showing what he's capable of doing against the big dogs in the lobby when they throw caution to the wind.
I mean, we heard it from Beamy. There are just teams in this lobby that are playing unpredictable. They're doing things that we wouldn't think anyone would dare do. The fact that two of the Pacific players literally run up the pretty much open hillside while they're exposed to the entire fields down below to peek into the Cantera crater and take the fight to Twisted Minds and Pod Samulet when they did was perfect because they understood what was going on. The fight was happening between Wu and FaZe on the other side. Na'Vi was in the middle of their rotation towards this. That was their time to do it, but because just let alone the transition seems so, why would anyone even dare? Twisted Minds clearly weren't ready for it.
Just really got the timing really well down on that one, and you can only give it up to a good call because, well, it's the best that they were able to do, and it really worked out in their favor.
Sure did. Now sat in third place. We'll see if they're able to maintain that spot because, as we said, there are a lot of teams that really want a piece of that cake. The top of the cake might have already been taken, but there's still plenty left to eat for all the remaining teams. We head on over to Takeover now. Is the plane on fire? Do we have someone jumping out? Nope. It's a crisp, clean, sunny day on Takeover.
A 90% Tego game, some could say, although it doesn't feel that way whenever we're playing competitive matches on Tego. We do seem to get the blowing up plane pretty down often, but not this time around.
You know.
And what we also don't have this time around, and this may be perhaps a symptom of the fact that they've just shown us a little bit of what they can do. Pacific have opted not to take the fight with the Wu in Terminal. Makes sense, given that they're now in third place.
Yeah, I was just going to say, guys, we're in third place with everything to lose, kind of. Should we just hot drop Wu and see what happens? Nah, I mean, they might not make PGC with a third place spot, but they're looking very, very good overall for the prize pool they're going to be able to bring home anyway.
Entropic is doing some sort of madness onto the bad boys, though. Yes. I mean, they've run into each other so many dang times in the early phases of Tago. They just said, why not make it a little earlier?
Yeah, you say earlier, but it's just 2 of Entropic, though, that are trying to make their way on in here. Perfectlex, as we see, is the current kill leader, but let's keep our attention right now to what's going on here on the main feed. Nail up, no helmet to work with, only 30 bullets in his AK. He's going to try and hold off. Good thing for them is they've gone against the split on the other side. Issue is, the 9mm up close, no helmet on level 1 west, it's gonna melt you. First one down instantly.
Yeah, level 2 helmet versus no helmet at all.
And level 3 vest.
Really seem particularly fair, despite the fact that he hits the headshot first. It's an early L for Entropic.
Sure is. One more left to find. Mexi is on the chopping block. Ivers and Lukaruk's nowhere near to be found. So I don't expect them to do a whole lot. I think O'Connell might have, if not seen him, then at least heard him up on the hill up above. So Mexi's position has been given away. No vest at all. So running up against an AK and an Uzi is not going to be easy times for Mexi. He needs to hit headshots instantly before any damage comes in return. And now he's feeling surrounded. He's feeling swarmed. Somehow he gets the double. There was a little bit of a headshot in the neck, I think, on the side of the Bad Boys. I think Bad Boy himself might just have left a bit of a bullet wound in the back of the head of Screams. But you know what? We forget about those. The fact of the matter is that Entropic lost 2. Bad Boys kept all 4 alive. They get to live with the scare.
Just get to keep the 0 on the days since an accident in the workplace for the Bad Boys. But it was very, very close. It was a 0.9, almost became the 1, but this time it's Screams who gets the shot into the back of his head. He's no longer dishing them out, but he's getting a taste of what it's like. And that was a definite heart-in-the-mouth moment for the Bad Boys, but finally able to clean it up.
Was that a crossbow I just saw?
I hope not.
Perfect. Toby, this is Perfectix. Hello, Perfectix. Can you please go check if that was a crossbow that was behind him? I'm just like, I haven't seen crossbows in esports in forever, so that'd be interesting. Maybe it's just my old 30+ eyes that are ruining my head. At least, the observers are. That wasn't where I was thinking. Observers don't.
They're trying, man. They're trying to be helpful.
They're actively looking for the crossbow.
Yeah, you've got them looking for stuff that's not even there,
Well,
Toby.
you know
Come
what?
on.
Let's just commit to this, observers. If you could just dedicate one of your observers to fly around the entirety of Palace and see if there's a crossbow laying somewhere, then I would be very happy. If not, then that's also perfectly fine. Because what we have happening on the right side of our screen here is a very, very split circle. The yin-yang kind of river kind of going right down the middle, splitting it right in the open. And in all fairness, I mean, you got to commit to one side or the other, but how the hell do you make a decision on this?
It's really hard. There's been a lot of examples of circles just like this, still containing large portions of the river up until phase 3, potentially even phase 4. It's been seen in the previous tournaments, particularly in the early days of Tago, but more so, you know, it's very... oh, man, I was about to make a decision, but I can't. It's really hard. I don't know how the teams are going to do it.
Stop being so politically correct. It's the same thing when you're on the desk with Sam. Sam allows you to do this. I'm going to say no. Where do you go, north or south?
Nah, Sam gets hella mad at me. I don't know what you're talking about. But, I mean,
That's
you know what?
I'm going to follow... North or south?
I'm going to follow Twisted Minds leads on this. They have the option. They have
just
the
say
bridge.
North.
They
you don't
drop
have to,
right
you don't
next
have to
to
make
it.
excuses. Just say North.
Well, they're staying north, so that's what
there
I'm
you
doing.
go.
I'm
there
just
you
saying
go.
it with more words.
It's just saying it with more words. The castaway.
Yep.
Oh, you want me to just say something quickly? Nah, let me spend an hour explaining to you why I won't. In the meantime,
is key.
In the meantime, Na'Vi again, they want action in the early game. They're setting up forward too. Example, double headshot connected onto CC. That's one down early. Do Salvim stick around though? We're seeing Baron Peak try and look the opposite direction. May be able to catch Example out in the open, but no. The damage has already been done, and I'm loving the fact that they had a 2 up, 2 low setup on this one, because it is the double-decker bridge, and Na'Vi was ready regardless of where the cross on over would come through.
Salvim opting to go for the north as well. Maybe they're following in Twisted Mind's footsteps too, but this time it's not going to work out. They came all the way from Hosan. There was a more direct route that they opted not to take, and maybe slightly came off worse for it.
I feel like the crates landing out in the water, since there's so many of them at Tago, might be able to jump from crate. You might be able to jump from crate to crate and actually cross the water. That would be amazing. Imagine if the crates made a bridge for us. That would be something I don't think I've ever seen, nor will ever see again. In the meantime, up towards the eastern side, we see DA and Exol close to one another. I believe they might have both hurt each other, but as you can see here, Hewitt clearly aware that there's players from the other team around the corner, able to fight the first.
Not easy to get those sprays when you're pushing out of a doorway. One's had an example in the past of where you push through the door and your gun barrel just goes up in the air. So quick reactions from who to get that initial drop and heard the grenade being pulled. Molodok just outside.
Heard the grenade be pulled.
Yep, good one.
Yep.
Love that.
Yep. I'm trying. I'm desperately trying, just not really being very appreciative of my hard efforts here. In the meantime now, Marco, again, I mean, they know they found one. I would say expect the rest having not come through yet. But, Marco, this is a dangerous peak. I know you love your level 2 helmet, but that's a Dragunov within 100 meters, buddy. It's a very dangerous angle. I think he's realizing this now, hearing the shots going, I don't know about this.
This is another one of those examples of a fight with no real third parties, but the Wu is hearing the shots.
Yep.
Being called in nearby. Nixie is on his way over, might just be able to bail DA out of it a little bit if they can catch an angle onto Arctics.
Let's see, Hearth able to find yet another Moldog Fools as well. Exalt's chances here of making a run for PGC are getting slimmer by the match. They were a team who, on points, didn't qualify for the finals, made their way in anyway with a chance to maintain their PGC spot. But right now, it's not looking good for them. They desperately need to get things going.
I think Arctics has spotted out maybe Diffix's car driving in on towards the southwest. He's backed all the way up the hill. Wants to give them no opportunities for a third party, but it's already gone pretty darn poorly for Exalt, so they are just going to have to back away, accept the loss of 2, and potentially Fate if he can't find a way out.
Yeah, sure can. Circle, closing on in. By the way, production, whenever you get a chance to, please bring up the fantasy leaderboards. I would love to see that on screen. Just in case you have them available by chance. As I say that, though, Diffix peeking on over again, as you said, Wu, they are clearly aware of what's happening in front of them. They have been here for a while. They haven't opted to engage just yet. They're sat in a wide 1-1-1-1 split with all of them, except for EB, really being able to engage. But should they get collapsed upon themselves, that's danger zone. So no reason to really overaggress, especially not now that DA is starting to come their way.
They're holding on a lot of ground, particularly around the river crossings. Diffix, I mean, it's not a subtle place. There's a vehicle there. That's not where it belongs.
They saw the car.
So the DA definitely saw it. But, oh, Mitrailleus is still out on foot. Diffix might just get an angle.
They definitely heard Nixie. Now I'm worried that they might not have seen Diffix's car. Because if they see a car parked up here in the middle of the open, that's, I mean, as free as they come. You're seeing people running around now looking for a peek.
No.
Nice double tap there, Nixie. Able to take up Mitrailleus. Nothing he can do. Couldn't be a worse timing for Mitrailleus in that one.
This is why it was so important the other day. We actually praised Question Mark for whether or not they had the information that Exalt was creeping in behind them, but smoking off the coupes before they came, made their escape out of the barns towards the south coast of Erangel. Just always being aware that this is PUBG, man. There's so many angles, there's so many possibilities that there's a team lurking nearby, especially if they caught wind of the fact that Wu was looking to third party on. Just maybe not playing it quite safe enough and expending that one bit of utility could have saved them a member, but now DA moving on as a 2.
Yep, down to just 2. Not what they would want in this situation. And, well, right now, it's looking decent for them on the southern side. They could wrap back down towards terminals should their circle come their way. But we don't know. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go south? Are we going to be in and around the river for longer? We will see in just about 3 seconds' time.
Everyone on the east side of the map just playing duos mode at this point, already lost half their number.
There you go.
So there we have it. We're going to the north, but this could still end very close to Palace.
Yes.
If the next zone goes down towards the south, that western side of Palace is a pretty hefty ridge that Sarvam could use to their advantage, given the chance. Loot gets the information. The Wu has made the cross.
Not off of my sounds, but off of seeing the vehicles flying on forward. I just added a little SFX where there before was none. In the meantime, Matt. Oh, Schofield, that's unlucky timing for you guys. Next time, wait for the entire team to be ready before setting these things up, because now you're going to have 2 players safely on the other side. Or I say safely, at least on the other side, whether they be alive or not, and the remaining 2 trying to make a run for the river.
At least they can scout forwards, get some information for the Mad and Schofield. They're going to stick pretty close by. Wouldn't be all that surprised to see Howell just send it into the river and drive across, potentially, just to guarantee that they get the chance to regroup.
Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. Technically, the next circle can include water, too. If it goes hard east, down towards face.
Nah.
I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying. It's the last day of a tournament. We know they tend to get spicy around here.
Absolutely not, Toby.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. If you absolutely not me, that's the most free caster curse I've ever heard. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
QM taking no chances. They don't want anything to do with the Palace Bridge, with We Live Again lurking around nearby. They're going all the way over to where Sarvam lost a player, to example, in the very early phases. Pacific, definitely not anywhere near as cautious. Celtic, a little bit of a fat finger on F as he hops on out directly in front of iZoom. We Live Again will claim that point.
F on the keyboard for Celtic and F's in the chat for his life.
Had to hop out. Do they not have the update where you have to hold down F when you're going over a certain speed?
Clearly not.
Well, evidently not.
Let's see now if Perfectix can find something in the distance. Again, Twisted Minds, they're set pretty split. They only have two inside of the Palace compound proper. Now, a knock does come through, but it's Hopper who finds him on the other side. So should one knock come through onto any of the members here for Twisted Minds, you'd have to imagine that that's them instantly going into defense mode.
Yeah, Kepper just had to pull up. His vehicle was about to explode, but Twisted Minds was putting the pressure on from the north. It just a little bit exposed to the south. One bullet was all that was needed for him to go down. Hobber claims the point under some contention from Batulins. But now, the other two of Pacific might be in some pressure of their own. Ruin is already starting to creep in on their position, and the rest of Howl are looking to make a cross of their own to regroup.
Oh, the timing could be awful for James. Double headshot connected, no reaction time whatsoever. Marco, clinical in these shots to find the first, but he knows there's more FaZe players around. Issue is, they have already left, but, well, really, they got what they wanted. They found a freebie, now Marco gets to reposition.
Not too bad at all. 3 kills on the board for DA. That puts them just a little bit ahead of Foot in 8th place. But, oh man, it's only a little bit behind the likes of (2) on 94. He's just going to run into another duo. Hewitt is nowhere to be seen either. It's not getting any easier for them, despite the kills.
Sure is. And Howl, they lost one earlier. Now they're trying to see if they can claim this compound for themselves, or at least the edge thereof. There ain't a whole lot of competition ahead of them. It's just Voldemort sat here on the other side, but we'll see if Ruin, now peeking on through, can find the kill needed in order to gain themselves a little more space to work with. That flash is going to have Ruin completely blinded. Voldemort, nice timing on the peek, but instantly forced back into cover.
He got off the res as well to grab it. And Laza finally makes his appearance into the zone. He's opened the door for a double nade, directly postage stamp delivered into the shack. Laza will claim them both and should be able to grab the revive on Ruin. Twisted Mind definitely heard the shots, but Phil first will have to get a trade back as Besto goes down to Sarvan.
Pull up. This is, the memo of the entire day. We've seen teams play so cautious, play so careful, and not go into compounds unless if they absolutely had to. Today is a whole different tempo that we're going with. Teams just full speed sending it up onto the walls of compounds, hoping for the best, but most of them, as you can see, not succeeding in doing so now. Question mark does get 2 with both Baron and Sheila getting taken on down. They still have to deal with Odin though, and they've already taken what is 1.5 casualty.
Honestly, if vehicles were getting points in this game for getting kills, they would have won the tournament. It's not fun. They would at the very least be ahead of Exalt.
Yeah.
By now. They have done so much damage to everyone. Shilla going down to his own grenade. And Na'Vi hearing this fight, this is what we've been worried about for so many teams, so many times. You get knocked, eventually you win a fight, but you concede knocks in doing so, and there's always a team looking to third party and clean up afterwards.
I think right now, if you're the rest of the server, you're just happy that Na'Vi didn't toggle aggressive Na'Vi mode before day 3.
Yep.
Let's see, Example still very much in an island of his own. Is going to root back towards you. You'd imagine Millman, they want to maintain that 2-2 split with control of the western side of the circle. But again, they've come down, they've kind of put a dent in the force of Question Mark. Now they have the info of the team that's there as well, and then they can regroup with more fights to come in that direction. In the meantime, up towards the northern side, Exalt trying to fend off here. It's a 2v2 should this fight end up popping off proper.
There's an emergency parachute on the way for FaZe out by Young Chon, but in terms of what they have to go for on the drops, it's pretty darn limited. So we'll have to keep an eye on where they end up dropping, because right now there's maybe one compound in play. Pod Samulet has one. Likely we're going to shift away from Foot Esports, where they hold the compound on the northeast. And up all the way to the north is just a 2v2 between Exalt and Entropic.
Yep, FaZe losing James early. We'll see where they end up going. Flying down towards the forest in the open. Oh, Lazo was peeking forward. But again, caught off guard. I like the split here from Bad Boys. Nice off angle from O'Connell. That's really how we've seen O'Connell kind of help out the team over the last couple of games. The games where they've got success, it's been O'Connell on a good off angle, able to catch the players on the opposing team off guard. And here he does it once more.
And FaZe have found their way into a dip. But unfortunately for them, Twisted Minds can see it, and they're immediately in the vehicles and on their way over. They want to take them out. This is the battle for first place. They are not letting this slide.
Pull up, pull up. Once more, the circle is centering on them too. Gustav, Helsa nade, Helsa molly. How is she going to use it? Correxi got himself nades to work with too, and now the entirety of Twisted Minds is here. But it's going to be Levante from afar. That's going to show impact early on.
The grenades into the smokes, in and around. Correxi tries to play off them, but there's third-party angles. Once again, they parachuted directly into an open field.
Oh, Perfectix, 1 HP, trying to crawl away to safety. Gustav is going to see you in
he's going to walk into him.
They're right on top of each other. They're right on top of each other. He hears him, he sees him, and there you have it. Somehow, Perfectix survives.
How? What gave it away?
Somehow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's no way. He was healing in the smoke. You could have heard the bandages or something, but maybe just wanted to hold his fire.
Uh-oh.
But oh boy,
we've seen this before.
That's the downside. Wrong side of the shack. That might well have got Perfectix if it was 4 meters further forwards, but Twisted Minds, they've done their job. They wiped out FaZe. They've secured themselves as first place, at least coming into Vikendi.
Yep.
But it might just cost them everything.
Sure just might. You can see Batoon's going for the rest here on Tulu, but bullets tanked into the truck as they do just that. Deployable shields being put up. Twisted Minds knows this position far from optimal, but they gotta try and see if they can weather the storm at least until the next circle pops.
And that 2v2 engagement up on the north between Exalt and Entropic has resulted in 1 dead apiece, both now playing as solos, but down on the opposite side, a full push for We Live Again, and they caught Bad Boys as they tried to pull back from the Howl kills.
Yeah, would be huge if they can get the kills here. Wu not really ready to take a fight against them. They don't have Hopper nearby, though. So the fact that they're able to get all this damage through with utility without really having to reveal themselves is absolutely huge. Bad Boy, single player left alive here on the team. It has been a decent point gathering for Bad Boys in this match. But this is going to be where it ends. 5 kills is what they net as they fall in 12th.
Really well played. Again, this is what we were talking about We Live Again in the previous match where we said they're one of those teams that finds opportunities without the cost to themselves. They're showing it again here, playing very, very well, slowly on the southern side of the zones, waiting for other teams to cross the bridge ahead of them, picking off 1 or 2. Backfilling into Palace when Twisted Minds makes their moves, walking up in towards the Bad Boys and picking them off as well. Hueth, keep your head down, man. You're solo in this position. It's not looking great.
Got to rag up extra points, and EB has had his fair share of being shot when no one was expecting anything. So you know what? Both for you and staying alive, and for allowing EB to stay alive, I think this was the right decision.
It's definitely the best for both. Although potentially, I mean, Hueth could have got the 1 free kill, but at the very least he gets to keep himself alive as Foot turns their attention up towards a different solo up north. Lucarux, the last remaining survivor of the 2v2 up north. Exalt did lose their solo earlier on, and Lucarux will not get a chance to cross the road and get in the zone.
Nope, not at all. Circle swings north. Twisted Mindset, dead center. They couldn't hope for anything better. Sometimes the circle just come to you, and they're gonna be well receiving of that one. Foot as well, not having to leave that ridge line they've now set up is gonna be really, really good for them to be up here.
Twisted Minds could definitely have hoped for a better position to hold in the center of the circle, a better compound, but you know, in terms of their actual location, it's definitely perfect. But regardless, the job was done. They killed off FaZe Clan. That's what they were aiming to do, and anything beyond that is just a nice little bonus. Hobber is getting a little bit close as he's flexing out to the west for We Live Again. Na'Vi lurking nearby, and up to the north, Ascend setting up the mortars. They see those 2 little dots on the map.
Where are we going?
He's homing
200, 300, 320. They're looking towards the northern side. It's got Pod Samulet written all over it. We'll see if they can find the marks. As the first shot's fired, second shot comes right after. Do they get anything going? 350. It looks good in terms of distance. Oh, it's too far off to the right, though. Second shot, a little bit further left. And now you just need to take off 20 meters and you're good.
He's gone further, though.
Oh, yeah, that's not right, Chris.
The wrong way.
Chris, down,
Chris.
down. Nope, he's not, nope.
Oh, he's still in pilot mode. You push it forward to go back.
It's that. He's got to, invert the vertical. Yep, it's unlucky.
It's the German comms.
No excuses. He should have been better. In any case, what he can't do with the mortar, he sure as hell can do with the up-close weaponry. So we'll see if, despite the mortars being a bit off, they'll get something going regardless here. 0 kills so far, but again, Ascent haven't really had to play aggressive into it. Now, though, it's their time to make a play.
We Live Again lost half their number as touched on the fact that they were slightly encroaching out towards the west as the Wu was pushing back towards them. CEST will try to answer back, and he's got 2 down with the assistance of Mika's long-range mini-spam. That Mark 14 doing tons of damage to Na'Vi.
Yeah, such a tough off angle there. You can see Mika really wanted to flush us through the smoke, but he's not going to find him. Kilikai is knocked as well. That's further forward. Chris should be able to get the rest on up, but we'll see if that's going to happen or not. DA will be eliminated as Hewitt falls, and now, just now, do we make our way into placement points.
Yep, and the Wu have a perfect position up on top of this hill to third party, everything ahead of them, but Phil first makes it a little bit awkward with a knock from down below. Ibi has to be rezzed. They'll have to fall back, call off the push that would have more than likely wiped out Wheeliv again. So said, will be going down to the blue zone. No way Izum can grab that revive, but at the very least he survives for a couple of seconds longer as Nixie has joined Ibi down in potential death columns.
Yep. See Wu trying to creep their way further forward. Fuss had to go out into the blue to confirm that point there, as everyone, as we know it, are hungry for extra points for themselves. Alia, fairest, continuing to do damage. Unlucky and losing 2 earlier, but at least now they can prone on down, they can sit tight. In the meantime, Vart, well, it was Beamy last time who hit the shots with it. Let's see if he can find question mark here.
Could be a pretty impactful one if it could land. Maybe the tree's giving some cover. It does land. The shack does nothing for Dante when he's looking around the outside.
Oh, they're all going inside. Now, if this one lands right on the doorstep, that's even more points coming your way. Let's see if it does. Nope, no damage done. It's close, though. A single meter further forward, and you could be on point, but I think question mark plays it smart. Well, that's a red zone. Let's get to safety.
Now, imagine if that wasn't a shack, if that was just a vehicle fort. They would have been completely wiped. Oh, man. Little unfortunate we didn't see that from Ascend. If they had been that accurate, Pod would more than likely have been out of the game by now, but they still have space to play on the north. 8C, though, might be a slight problem for them, but the rest of Foot pushing down to third party as Phil first looks to clean up the south.
Yep, Phil first. Able to wrap around on this one again, as you said, though. For Esports, slowly maneuvering the way further south. I'm not sure that question mark knows their position yet. 8C as well is still far up north, so it makes sense that they're not going full on aggressive considering that they don't have their full team here.
Ferris sat down. Izum somehow has survived, outlasted the Wu, who were up on the hill, probably should have cleaned him up, and now he's free to do the damage and might even get a couple of extra placement points if this grenade gets in the shack. Oh, just a little higher on that bounce, but on the other side, Vard gets an explosive down onto Phil first for the second time.
Hard to see with the name tags for us, but they of course can see just the edge of the door frame itself. The rest does come through. They are 2 inside the shack, though. Vard trying to reposition now. 1 runs out. Alia gets to stay alive, gets the kill confirmed. Vard, though, that nade placed behind the building. He saw him back there. Phil first might just be resible here.
Dante holding the inside as Vard looks to play around the smoke. He pulls out a grenade at the exact wrong time. Doesn't quite catch Vard on the peak, and Beamy will sit down in a doozy, interrupts the revive as well.
It's a little messy, it's a little tricky, but it's not so much on Foot. It's because question mark is doing absolutely everything they possibly can to fend off against this push. Foot Esports, again, smart in slowing things down here. Don't get over aggressive. Do not lose players. You know it's a 4 versus 1, a 3v1, we should say, with 8 being far away. There's no reason to get greedy. Let the blue close in and let Dante have to make the move towards you.
Foot really committing to not going over aggressive. They used up all their utility. They have to just wait for Dante to come out. Might make the choice to give it up to the blue zone, or he might try to take one down with him. But either way, he's going down.
How long can you stall for? How long can you wait? Now he's starting to tank the damage. He knows that he has Foot right next to him on the leaderboard. There's practically nothing to run for, and I think that's going to be it. Nope, a little extra first aid in here. Well, in all fairness, he gets himself an extra placement point off of it, but you can see here, for the Esports have to leave. They know there's one there, though. Now he runs out. I think Beamy saw him.
There's some extra bodies there. He could try to grab a little bit more in terms of meds, and, well, that'll do it. He did manage to get the deny off. The second shot from Beamy couldn't connect. Levante and Ascend in a trade back and forth of grenades, and Levante just gets the better of it. Beamy, though, comes out with the kill points. He steals away both with the bolties.
And this is a huge thing for Foot Esports, sorry, because they were allowed to keep 8C up on the northern side for this long. No one was able to flex on out. Now they can split out. Now they can take control. They still have Beamy and Vato outside the circle. They have to somehow get around Twisted Minds, or even, I mean, if they're brave enough, just collapse on them. The issue is they don't have any lethal utility. And look at how hunkered down Twisted Minds are. It's so hard, if not impossible, for them to make an aggressive play on it.
Twisted Minds hasn't really been the focus of anyone in this game since they sat down FaZe Clan earlier on. Now maybe Foot will have to turn their attention on towards them. T-Bone does get a knockdown onto Batulins that's instantly secured by Beamy, but Spyro still having impact elsewhere.
Yep, they're trying to use this high ground for as absolutely long as they can. 8 now lobbing nades on over T-Bone there to assist as well. If this one connects, it's gonna be good. Does it go far enough? Yes, it does, but only able to find one.
A mini mortar into those little bowls, those little pods. Once again, Pod Samlet in the late game. The smoke's around. Levante still standing. I'm worried.
As we should be, as we should be. 4 potentially alive for Pod Samlet. It's such a hectic game, and yet despite that, all these teams have come in almost with all 4 alive. It's only Twisted Minds who so far has taken a casualty.
Make that foot as well. Perfectix with a big spray. 30 hit points. Quickly traded back as well by Vard. Lou also going down on the back line. Levante caught an angle, leaving Spyro alive. Vard spamming into the smoke.
A little further
Lands
right.
a headshot. He should get a second as well. 5 kills secured for himself. 10 overall for Foot. And Twisted Minds finally getting punished for their play onto FaZe.
Foot played well earlier. They almost brought home a win. I say almost brought home a win. They got themselves a very well-deserved second place on Miramar earlier. And now looking to potentially get themselves a win here as well. They do have an entire 4-man Pod Samlet to deal with, though. And potentially Spyro as well. We know how dangerous solos are. And for Foot in particular, they have been extra scary.
Gotta wonder just how much all the crates are giving extra cover to Pod Samlet. Is going to be helping to keep them alive for now. Spyro, though, is definitely still a threat that's lurking on the close range positions, but Foot Esports on the far back with the long range DMRs and Beamy with the bolty again. Still so dangerous to peek into.
Not giving up on it just yet. I said it in the interview earlier, he's not willing to full-on give up. He's going to take the vehicle, just slowly drive it inside the circle. They do have 2 of the Pod Samlet players over on the other side of that car, not fully in just yet. But of course, with the utility that they might still have in it, wise to keep it in game. That's a good molly.
Does get the tag down onto Spyro.
Even
it's
better blue zone
combined as well with a blue zone. Ain't no way that he's surviving that. Hakatori claims the credit for it. Levante tagged down quite low by 8C. There's a vehicle that looks like it's about to explode, primed and ready for a kaboom. But right now, Pod have to make a move out of their bowl, and Foot is holding the angle.
4v4, make it 4v3, unless if Rox is somehow able to get back up alive. Beamy now trying to get over the top, trying to get the off angle. They know that they still have one over there somewhere. Hakatori seen on the other side, at least the traces from the shots is, but they cannot forget about Pin. Actually, Pin in a vehicle now. Does he go for the rest here? That is incredibly brave this late in the game.
He has to. There's very little to play ahead of him. Nothing else really to lose.
They have to move. They have to get inside the circle.
Might just about have enough time to get a first aid off before they make that move, but it's really limiting. But the push isn't coming through overly aggressive from 8C and Beamy. They're still looking for angles towards Hakatori and Levante, and who could blame them? 2 very dangerous players, and a headshot onto Hakatori is really limiting what they can do.
They cannot forget about Pin and Rox right now. You're seeing the split, though. You have Beamy and 8C on the high ground, containing Levante and Hakatori. You have Vard and T-Bone holding the guys on the left. Now they hear the car. Now they see them move forward. Now they have to transition, because I'm not sure that T-Bone has a proper angle anymore. It's all slow playing here for Foot Esports. They're playing it smart, and now one more knock comes in. This time it's T-Bone to find one.
Both teams are very widely split across this zone, but Foot has the capability of helping each other out. But if Hakatori is hitting 3x FAMAS sprays like that onto the head of T-Bone, what help can there possibly be?
Not over till it's over. The good thing for Foot is that they have the dot. They have control of the valley in the middle. A good nade here, though. Could be the downfall of Vard. We'll see if it bounces right. A little off to the side. Damage done. No. Nowhere to be found. T-Bone is back up and alive. That is going to go far as well, the molly. So it's on Pod. It's on them to make an aggressive move forward. FAMAS in hand.
He needed that re-knock from the grenade, only needed 10 damage to make it happen, but could not find it. Now Pin and Rox are going to hop up and activate. Hakatori will get one, but instantly traded. But the spam from the opposite side of the zone doesn't take down Vard, and the numbers advantage firmly with Foot, but Beamy has to hit the deck.
Forced to prone on down, headshot connected, needs to try and make a run back to safety. They know they have the dot. Again, there's no reason for them to sprint forward, but Pin, double headshot connected onto Vard. Beamy hasn't had a chance to heal just yet. This one might just turn around. 2v2.
Both teams have now lost their off angle. It's a straight 2 versus 2 around this ridge. Beamy trying to make the most of the opportunity to move, and that suppressor could just be enough to make them hesitate.
The smoke for cover, spots one, peeks on over, can't connect the shots needed, spots him in the end, finds him finally. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and there you have it, HC. Cleans up, nice peek over the top to find the kill in the end. And for Foot, what a game to round off with a win in here.
A suppressed AUG in a bush, maybe that extra split second that it took for them to locate where the shots are coming from was enough for Pod Samolet just to be confused enough to be unable to take it down, but that final push at the end was crazy. What a 4v4.
A hell of a game from Foot. Great win on their part. Tough one to bring home, but they did so in the end. Now let's hop over to the desk and see what they have to say after match number 3 of the day.
Foot Esports getting their second win of the grand finals in fine form, and this is something that we're seeing with a lot of these teams. Foot, Ascend, Pod Samolet, a lot of aggression coming out, fighting for it on the last day.
We mentioned in some of the interviews yesterday as well, a little bit surprised Foot aren't necessarily up there more frequently. They've now gotten their multiple victory as well, so looking very strong. And that, of course, means that the mountain for this team to climb up, Na'Vi, just got that little bit steeper.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for them, of course. It all comes down to them fighting versus Digital Analytics and who gets that 6th place. And also, does Exalt stay in that bottom place when it comes down to PGC? But yeah, they managed to get a little bit more points out of this one, but not as much as we've seen them so far. A little bit of kills here. 6th placed and 5 kills, I believe, so another 7 points coming there, I think, is what Na'Vi ended on. So still way more steady and consistent than what we've seen them from day 1 and day 2.
But how frustrating is it for these teams that are trying to qualify for PGC when you get a Foot Esports taking the most of the points, when we know that they're kind of already there? This is the thing, these teams that have kind of guaranteed their spots already are sponging up the points, and that is really annoying.
It absolutely is. I mean, you've got at least Twisted Minds and FaZe aren't sponging up quite as many. No, we've got the other team that are going to be going to PGC, and they're going to be sponging up some more of the points. So, in effect, some of the teams that are fighting for those last places, nothing's kind of changed. They need to be grabbing those points instead of teams like Foot Esports, and they haven't been able to take advantage of it fully yet. I mean, Na'Vi to an extent, but we know they need to do a bit more.
I mean, they're trying. That's the thing, right? They are trying. What more can they do to try and find a way to qualify for PGC?
Squeeze as many points out per game that they're not winning.
But I mean, how
win their fights. You know, they lost 2 players in a situation where, you know, you get knocked outside an edge and you move too late. You maybe should have put more people into the car, right? But yeah, here 7 points, another win for them, or another 7 points for them, another more consistent game than they have. But the problem is, you have Pod Samolet, we have Twisted Minds, your Christian Marks, and Foot taking the points on the top. That is kind of forcing them to stay outside them. They need to get into that top 6 for them to have a chance to go to PGC.
Let's take a look now at your leaderboard. This is what it looks like as we hit the halfway mark of the final day. The top 3 teams obviously all already guaranteed those PGC spots, so now everyone else is fighting for the points, trying to get up there. Pacific, question mark, Pod Samolet, all in the triple digits. So but Na'Vi's not actually that far off. Jaroslav, if you take a look, I mean, what, 81 points? Pod Samolet sitting on 101. They can do it.
I get that I'm the guy on the desk who's dying on the hill of the Na'Vi hope, but Na'Vi are now 10 points behind Digital Athletics. They're not getting points early game and then dying in a 3rd or 4th reckless fight or anything, right? They're losing players on rotation after winning those fights, after getting those kill points. So I'm still optimistic. They're trending in the right direction, but Digital Athletics still have that spot. And let's not forget, DA have played well. So
can I be the arse here? They are the PGC 2022 champions. 15 games have been played. Where the hell have you been? Now suddenly you're like, oh, we're going to try and get some points. This is not what a PGC champion...
Day 3 team, by the way, no, yeah,
no,
for
I mean, this isn't even a day 3. We're halfway through day 3.
It shouldn't have come down. It shouldn't have come down to the last 3 games.
But this is what I'm saying is, like, there's other teams that have been more consistent, and it feels like a little bit unfair now. I mean, I know that we're pushing for the Na'Vi. We want them at PGC, but at the same time, well, do you deserve to be there?
On the other side, like right now, if it stays like this and Digital Analytics doesn't get top 6, it's not going to be DA or Na'Vi not going. It's going to be Exalt instead. And do they deserve it after being 16th here?
Wow. We can get into this conversation. Let's talk a bit more about Na'Vi, though. What are they doing right?
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at this game here. They could have done better, but of course it would have been lovely to see them in a fantastic situation. Let's start with the overview of how they were. They had actually had a pretty good spot inside the circle, but from there it became a little bit rougher here, John, once they moved forward. But a lot of good control, good amount of kind of circle awareness, pushing out, taking edge control too.
It looked really good. They won initial fights, and then something towards this endgame started to fray a little bit and they weren't able to be in position to cover each other. What happened here?
Especially with the Twisted Minds, like they're like kind of springing towards them, but also with the edge we've seen from them, like how we saw example Mel, I believe, go down. They try to go for the crates too early. You saw Wu have a lot of control on that high ground ridge, right? But Wu could not win from that position. They delayed it because they knew they had points there. But they're not in a winning spot to stay for that late, right? It's not going to be a longer clip than that, but still, it's a situation for me where like I would love to see Na'Vi be more like this is actually pretty good. 7 here, 7 in the first game, and 14 in the previous. If you're able to keep up that average, they're easily in the top 6. But it's just been the previous 12 games averages that have not been in a good situation.
So I guess the natural follow-up question is: if Na'Vi need to change one thing for Vikendi, what would it be?
Kill more people, win the game.
Oh, kill more people, win the game. Oh, that's easy, guys. We got it.
Kids.
We have 20 points difference. They need to make 6th place, and they need to be ahead of Digital Analytics to make it into PGC. So 20 points right now up to Pot Summit, I believe it was, from Na'Vi. Doable. 1 good game, 1 win with kills, easy, doable.
Do you know who has clicked heads? Because they've had 2 wins in the grand finals. It was Digital Athletics, so we decided to throw them out against the general public, that's you, and see how they performed.
Hadi bakayım.
Barışları yap bir de o zaman.
Oğlum dur şimdi. 2 kişi Zarı'ya, 2 kişi 4'e inelim.
Tamam iniyorum ben şimdi. Çok kötü atladık lan.
Harbi mi lan? Bu map'te atlamaya Emir unutmuş olabiliriz.
Bir takım. 2 takım.
Yok çok
takım.
Atla gel.
Altınızda biri. Altınızda patlamayacağım.
Bak biri. Başka
Sol sarıya doğru çok inen oldu beyler.
Adam nerede? Beklesenize ekip olur. Odanak.
Oynuyoruz oraya.
Geliyorum oynayın.
Mola atma. Oynadım bombayla.
Mola atmayın. Ananı sikiyim. El sapladın onu.
Dur. Havan atacağım oraya. Nereden vurdu o?
Oğlum el sattı lan.
Komutan mı sayılır?
Yok attı bir daha.
Bakayım. Ya sen onun açısını kapat.
Biraz yakın.
Kulakları duymasın yeter.
Tamam sağlaştırdım böyle hava saldırısı başlattım.
Karadan bastırıyorum.
Karadan bastırın askerlerim yürüyün. Nice. Lion ne yapıyorsun? Hep bir ayık kaydısın ya. Tamam motorla uçmaya gidiyorum.
Kanıtladın mı çocuğu?
Evet yardım et. Sahip dedim Mitra.
Arkam vuruyor. Sahip var yeşil.
Bakıyorum.
Bu evin içi 2 gibiydi. Bu evin içi 2 gibiydi önündeki evin.
Evin arkasından geliyor biri turuncu tarafı. Yapmayın oğlum.
Mitra koştu. Bayram.
Motor patlıyor.
Kaç. Helal. Son adam. Rezdeyim.
Abi yağmurdan duyamıyorum ki bir şey.
Ben de duyamıyorum. Bir tane daha var.
Nakar rezliyor. Lan keşke rezlemesini bekleseydim, ikisini ben alaydım ya.
Aynen kanka.
Ya kanka keşke yapsaydım ya.
Hadi.
Benim burada karşıma adam var.
5 kişi beyler yapabiliriz.
Evet arkadaşlar inanın.
Onun solu var. Burada 2 takım var galiba burada.
Peki Lyron inanmak başarmanın ne kadarıdır?
Yarısıdır.
Bravo. Biliyorum ben Lyron.
Sol tur benim arkasında.
Nasıl koymuyor ya?
3 vardı biri.
Bomba atıyorum oraya.
3 numaranın arkası. Yaklaştı.
Tepe
nasıl kan var?
Kim?
Tepe vibe. Çek aldım.
Beyler bence kendimizi
Tavalayalım.
Tavam yok.
Tavalayalım.
Yok.
Tavam yok.
Buldum ben tava.
Ben flash açacağım, siz tavalarsınız.
Balık olan sen misin acaba?
Lan bana sıktı biri.
Evden mi sıkıyor? Ya marka sıkıyor ya.
Ya oğlum.
Heyecanlanma lan bu kadar.
Evlerde marka kesin gel.
Bana sıkan kutsal kelime. Aha sıkıyor bana sıktı. Umut beni sıkıyor. Bu Zepron'da galiba.
Lan balık.
Aa sudan çıkmış.
Göstermeyin bırak gel.
Oğlum nasıl bildim?
Nerede
nasıl
lan?
Biliyorum ya?
Kayada. Aa 3 numarada.
Lan oğlum, kafasına bir tane vurayım canını azaltayım bekleyin.
Bence gazdan yemiş olabilir.
Tamam hiç korkutmayın çıkın korkmasın. Göstermeyin.
Bekleyin yüzsün o, bekleyin yüzsün. Yüzdüğünde çıkışında onu karşılayacağız.
Yüzüyor.
Bekle, tavalayacak.
Geldi turuncuda.
Bekle dur gel daha gelsin çıkmadı. Elinize flash alın.
Flash var.
Oğlum saklanıyor, göstermeyin kendinizi.
Geliyor turuncuya at flash'ını şimdi. Geliyor.
Bekle daha gelmedi. Ben vurdum galiba.
Tamam fırlatın lan.
Ya gaz öldü
Oğlum
ya.
adam gazı öldü lan. Nasıl beceriksizsiniz bir tava fırlatamıyorsunuz adama?
Fırlamıyor oğlum.
Nasıl fırlamıyor?
Kendim kör oldum diye elinden çıkartamadım.
Kaç hit?
5. Kaç kill diye mi soruyor bu da ya?
Oğlum söylüyor.
We've got a little bit obsessed with PGC points, and I think that we've forgotten that there's an actual tournament underway. It is the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. There is money on the line. There are points, yes, to be earned, but the cash and finishing first is really important as well. In Digital Athletics, at the end of every single day of the grand finals, they have claimed a victory. They are putting on a consistent performance, trying to get up, because of course that prize money is good if you finish towards the top of the table. Maybe you can't beat FaZe or Twisted Minds, but you can definitely get as high up as possible, and there's a little bit of glory in that.
At the end of the day, there's momentum going into Worlds as well, right? It's like Batulin said, I think on day one, it's important to get yourself in that mindset, get used to winning, make sure that you're comfortable when playing against the top teams, and there's no better place to get that practice.
No, for sure. Honestly, in this situation here, like, this is the last tournament of Europe of the year, right? You want to be as good as possible, and also, like, for your team, it's about pride and glory as well.
And that's what's been quite fun about Twire as well. We're going to pull up the leaderboard at the moment, and I do believe Saga is sitting pretty at top.
Let's do it.
Do we have to look at this?
Do you know what I think is kind of... Oh, wait, it's
I'm
me.
not last.
There's a tournament going on, right? We should be talking about the real tournament.
Production.
This is unfortunate.
Wow, and I gave Toby such a hard time about being bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? It doesn't actually matter because no one cares about fantasy. Let's talk about the fact that what's been really fun.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what's been really fun about Twire, and I think that that's what kind of feeds into this, is how close a lot of these teams are. We've had this glory run of FaZe.
Almost like we should look at the leaderboard again, right?
I'm gonna kill you. What I want to say is that mid pack is very close. It is very competitive, and I think that that's a good sign for the future of PUBG in the region.
For sure.
I think you've got the fact that after all of the wildcard teams don't necessarily have a hope of walking away with the victory here, they're still trying to fight for the chicken dinners. The mid pack is still condensed, means that anyone can have a good weekend and still have 5 or 6 teams chomping at the bit behind them. And
right.
That's just a great, healthy ecosystem. Like, we should be encouraging more of this. This is great.
Yeah, as we've been saying all the time, right? Twisted Minds, FaZe, it's been super unlikely to happen that we have 2 teams that are that far ahead, right? So it's always good to see these other teams kind of come into the last day and try to kind of fight up the leaderboards, because it's been extremely close, and also because the lack of points is from 3rd and all the way down to 10th place, right? It's just not been a lot, so that's why we have so many changes, and also why you can quite easily go from 7th, 8th, 9th up to top 4 quite fast.
I think that the key takeaway from the desk that you might have missed is the fact that since the playoffs, all Avengers done is mock Toby for being bottom of the fantasy leaderboard.
It's been Kyle Harris.
And here he is, right at the bottom. Super awkward for you, Avenger. It doesn't matter. We're closing off.
Let's see how it ends. It can't just be like we're looking at 24 rounds plus 15 we played like 40 plus rounds, and now that the one round that he actually jumps ahead,
we'll crawl back ahead.
Let's see how it ends up.
The next time we have to
then we laugh.
I just want to be clear, the next time that we have to do a PUBG job, I'm going to actually ask the powers that be that I can have a mute button here to switch your mic off.
That'd be great.
We are done. We are going to a break.
I can pull his plug here, I think.
Do that.
Yeah,
do that right now. It's a break. We'll be back in a bit.
What's up guys, this is James from FaZe Clan, and here are some of my all-time favorite PUBG skins. Flying into Erangel, we got my golden Jiskar parachute. This is only for the top dogs, and who doesn't like a golden parachute? Starting from the bottom here, we got the classic white sneakers. They give me about a 69% increase in drippiness. Next up are the PAI Dragon Pants. I like my PUBG pants clean, and these are just the right thing. The little piece of art on the side is just the little bit of detail to make it the coolest pants in all PUBG. And what else could I be wearing other than the PAI Dragon Jacket to match the pants? This set is super expensive, there is no skins in the game like this. And if you got these 2 skins, that means you're a real gamer. Moving on, these are the pearl-studded lace gloves. These ones are for the boys who like some pearls. They look super smooth, and you don't see many players who have these.
يمين ده الولد يمكن او لا وراها بدري وراها
sound because they probably push. Nice.
Where's the other? Outside. He was outside, bad boy side. 100%, he's hiding in the bushes. No. Nice, flash him. Just flash him fast.
I didn't see the third guy though. I only saw one guy coming with us.
Nice solo.
One active. Last guy a draw away.
Need help, AT.
No.
Yeah, he did.
Nice.
Yeah. Twisted is playing exactly on orange. Twisted is playing exactly on.
Careful, bud. I can't help you.
Hit. Knock. Got one guy. Knock.
Inside. Blind.
I'm holding if he pushes out.
I'm getting shot from far. I'm getting shot by everyone far.
Hold.
They're outside the zone.
No.
Yeah.
It's pod.
Can you hold the door?
I'm trying to hold. Yeah.
I want to move back a bit.
Fall back. One ace guy knocked.
One's already on the car. No, ace.
One more left side. One stopped on the right. They're running in the open, guys.
Yeah,
they're running in the open.
Where? Is pod running in the open?
Yellow.
In yellow smoke, pro healing.
That's one pod. In the smokes.
Did you knock yellow smoke?
Yeah, yellow smokes.
I'm safe.
Pushing out.
I might push.
Oh.
One knocked.
Two knocked.
One active. Raising.
I got the flash on Lou, the guy that was crawling back.
118.
Both flashes.
Hit.
Did he make it?
Nice shots.
Nice.
One more there. Blue.
Shit.
One more.
Yeah, that's the far guy. The far guy shooting over.
Yeah.
Do we have more
He's in
smokes?
front of us. In our smoke.
No.
Okay.
Watch left side.
I'm running right side right now.
Nice. There's two on you, exactly on blue. Play together. Both on blue still.
Peek.
Let me know where you feel on peak.
One more left the other guy.
Now I know we have a tournament going on and there's a lot of important things to discuss. But before we get to that, can I just tell you all how much joy it brings me to see Martin try and come up with excuses for how him and Joro absolutely fail at fantasy. That's all I wanted to say about it. We're going to leave it at that. Saga, we're going over to Vikendi. Hey. Hello, buddy. How are you doing?
I thought you were just talking about your fantasy team
I
like you've
was,
been doing
and now
all
I'm
weekend.
done.
I didn't realize we were back from break.
And now I'm done. That's all I had to say.
I would have thought we might have been talking about how Foot Esports dominated a Tago game with a whole bunch of kills, mortar kills included, clean smoke pushes. It was all there to be seen.
And as we head on over to Vikendi now, as you can see right behind us, it's actually kind of nice to see Foot being back successful on Tago, because as the map first came out, they were one of the first teams to really figure that map out. They came off really strong in their first and our really ever first Tago match. So now they're back here showing dominance again. Hopefully for them, they'll be able to continue that stride as we get our last 3 games played. We heard from Beamy. He wants to finish up 3. Right now, they're there.
They absolutely are. They're having to hold on to it through a lot of tough competition because outside of our top 2, everything is still extremely tight. Even if you go down as far as maybe 10th, 11th place, there's still a possibility for a late run in these final 3 games to be enough to push a team right up into that 3rd place position. But Foot Esports currently holding on to it. They're going to have to do a lot of hard work to keep it that way.
They sure are. They sure are. Another team that's, of course, hoping to get things going is Na'Vi, who's our team. Not the one that I was going to mention, but here they are. Na'Vi Battle Gear skins are available in the store until October 25th. Make sure to get them. Clearly, some of you have been getting them because Na'Vi have started faring better. And who knows? Maybe it's your pleasure, team.
For PC and console, it said on there. That's a little detail we haven't noticed for us console gamers. All the way down towards the southeast, we've almost got the Gulag in this zone.
And this leads perfectly into the team that I was actually going to mention, Entropic. We saw it there in the team comms coming into this match, how last game didn't exactly go the way that we would want it to. And I feel like Entropic is arguably, outside of BPL, arguably the last EMEA team with so much potential we have yet to see get things to work. There has been brief moments of Entropic success. As we see the code on screen, make sure to get it as fast as you can. There's only 50 of them, so get them as fast as you can. But we've seen Entropic succeed in individual games, one match in a day, a couple of matches over the course of a bracket of a tournament. But we only have to go a year back before everyone was talking about, is Entropic the team to best then Northern Lights, now Twisted Minds? Are they going to be the kings of EMEA PUBG? Because they looked as solid as anyone has ever in all of EMEA, and now they are a shadow of their former self.
Definitely looks that way, unless we're looking at their Vikendi stats. That is by far where they've picked up the most points so far in this tournament. 9.5 points per game. And unfortunately, that would only be enough to put them up alongside the Woo. But hey, if they could do that every game from here on out, they might even make it to 8th.
They might
possibly. But it's the teams above them that are really the start of the cutoff point. Na'Vi is maybe a borderline case just because they've actually looked like a very solid Na'Vi squad today. But above that, 90 points is the cutoff point for top 9 right now, being held by We Live Again. Only 20-point difference between themselves and Foot in 3rd. So still a lot of movement and a lot of cash up for grabs for teams that are able to make that jump.
We have our eyes here and We Live Again as well. A team who I think alongside maybe both PUT and Pacific, people didn't have the biggest expectations from. I know that we've seen CEST in various tournaments go out and really impress with his individual capabilities, but as a team, when you see the lines, like the likes of the teams they're up against, you don't necessarily consider them a massive threat to them. But here, they've been able to stand their ground, they've been able to fend off against them and fight them in what I think for them is a very respectable spot on the leaderboard.
Yep, you'd have to think that maybe CEST has a little bit of internal conflict going on anytime they pull up on a fight against Na'Vi, given that he was the listed sub. He was there present when Na'Vi lifted the World Championship trophy. Hello, my bad, though. Oh, boy. Pump shotgun in action, and Lukarux doesn't know where to turn.
Hey, we called it a wild card maps and for Entropic. It sure has been. Yeah, and Baron P coming over and say, oh, more players. And if Nailup gets taken out now, seeing it's a Sabin player, Entropic is going to flip a table somewhere. It's all gone against them, and this time around is no different.
There's 4 teams on the minimap right now.
I mean, in all fairness, this circle was mega southeast, and these teams are all trying to claim center, because looking at how the playing path went in, you wouldn't expect there being a lot of teams down early here. These teams don't expect half the other teams that are here to be here, so it makes sense for all of them to try and claim center real estate early. Issue is, newsflash, it's already been taken.
Yeah, I reckon there's probably a couple of teams who people might have expected to already be here. Sarvam sent Baron Peak out extremely early as the rest of them came out from train station a little bit later. And late enough to dodge out of the full send engagement between We Live Again and Entropic. But as you said, it's another rough early start for Entropic, losing one in tough circumstances.
Sure is. Sure is. It's not the way they would want to kick this thing off on the final day of the Grand Finals. But hopefully, despite having lost the play early, they can get something going here and then turn things around over on Erangel. Na'Vi going all the way down on the eastern shore. It's very similar to the Na'Vi that you usually see on southern Miramar circles. They like to go pretty much ocean against their back and kind of play that as a blue zone and then say, good, now we only have to worry about 180 degrees. In the meantime, Bear! Bear, is that why you're punching the table right next to me, Saga?
A little bit, could be.
Did you get scared?
I was getting stressed because you mentioned Na'Vi and Oceans. I was thinking back to like 2018 Na'Vi Navy days. Flashbacks, man. That was a rough time for them, but hopefully they're just going to stick on the land this time around.
I would imagine. I mean, I don't see any reason why they would start taking boats now, unless if we get some really weird circle shifts. I mean, there is still we do have the Gulag ending in, you know. I mean,
some loot there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a thing. No, maybe not. In any case, Pot Samulet are going to fly down, as you see on your map on the right side, are going to fly down and join Na'Vi. Actually, I think Levante is going for that Gulag. I'm not sure. Oh, now it disappeared.
No.
I'm not sure what happened there. If it DC'd, hopefully he'll be able to get back on the server before he ends up drowning. At least if he does drown, then he'll be resible. So we'll see. we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, well, Potter going either side of Kranich with a big lake in the middle.
Oh wait, no, he's not. Never mind. There he is.
Very
Hello,
low.
Levante. Please reconnect.
It's very lovely terrain.
It's taking him
where
a
the
while
rest
to
of the
fly
squad are.
down. Hopefully for him, Na'Vi don't spot him midair.
Yeah, that'd be a good shot to go in a highlight reel.
True.
Just don't provide context.
Yeah, just randomly shoot a guy over Gulag and go, why is he there?
Got him.
We never found out.
They've found a couple of cars along the South Road, which is always going to be one of the main things you're looking for when you do take a massive rotation with the emergency parachutes all the way from so far up north. To get down here, it's very important that you get those vehicles as quickly as possible and get back to the teammate, because right now Pin is holding down Kranich by himself, and CEST is starting to lurk around nearby.
They had to go pretty far for those vehicles, so I think they saw Na'Vi vehicles in and around the area. You see Melman there already. Now they should potentially be hearing the likes of PUBG Esports other two. And look at this, in case Levante is still out there and he reconnects, he's going to get himself a lot of crates out in the water. So you know what? Silver lining, it was worthwhile after all.
Imagine he reconnects to the game and he's just stood on top of a crate. he's like, Guardian Angel just came down from nowhere to save him. That'd be crazy. Very unlikely, though. It does seem like an unfortunate situation for Pod, but they'll have to move on. At the very least, they've got a position to work from, and now they've got vehicles to go with as well. So
he's not dead yet.
Could be worse.
Not dead yet. James has found his glider. He's gone back to the exact same gas station he went to the other day. He's learned how to gas it up on this gas station, and here he comes. So he's going to fly forward, take to the sky. Watch out, there's a plane coming through. Good thing he dodged that one. And now, if he dodges that tree too, he should be able to play scout for his team as they make their way towards the circle.
And he'll have absolutely nothing to see as he does exactly that, because the path between themselves and the zone is already completely empty. Everyone's already made their way into the zone. He will find it out one way or the other. The only places where we are yet to see teams enter the circle is QM and Ascend, and you probably could have guessed that those were going to be the two teams that I would have mentioned, coming in extremely late. One from the northeast, one from the southwest.
Nothing new under the sun in that regard. As question mark, I'm seeing question mark and FaZe Clan with a potential of a bit of collision in the early game here. Not saying that it's bound to happen, but it could definitely do so. Should FaZe up to go aggressive. EB, we saw it with Buzzface earlier being the one with the Panzerfaust in hand. This time around it's the level 3 gear EB, who for some reason also has a Panzerfaust. And you know what? This time around, for good reason, because he found out.
There's no reason to mess around with trying to spray people out of vehicles and risk getting drive-by'd when you can simply click your mouse once and guarantee them death. Buzzface has been trying to make it land, but hasn't quite found the opportunity. But Ibby is showing us just how effective those things are.
Yep, sure is. In the meantime here, Hewitt peeks on over. I think Nixie heard him, but I don't think Hewitt, considering that he's still sat with his DMR in hand, has any clue that Nixie is right down below. This one should be feet for the taking, but no, Nixie can't find him.
Has to get those nades far. Hewitt, he knows what's coming next when he takes that much damage down to that little health. He just has to disappear. And the full send coming through, but the angle is slightly off. Metralius looking to cover. And third-party shots from the other side of DA's split will force the Wu back. They should have had another one onto DA, but one final bullet just could not land.
Some very ballsy aggression here from Wu as well, just rushing over that ridge line, because technically they don't know what's waiting for them. In the meantime, this next circle, full on Kranich, we go. And I mean, in all fairness, I think this is the game just saying, Levante, if you're out there, we're trying to get you back in, we're doing everything we can. And there he is, everyone. Welcome back, Levante.
He's still parachuting.
Still flying. He's been flying for a solid 4 minutes straight. Melman, whatever you do not look east. Levante does not deserve that treatment.
He's in. Welcome home, Levante. You're going to have a lot of new neighbors, and it's going to be very tough to regroup with the team at this point.
He's swimming.
He definitely
Wait, is he drowning? Oh, no.
We'll see. But right now, Kranich is getting very busy. And actually, the other half of the split that dropped on the south side of the Kranich Lake, they're going to have to wrap through the middle of everyone to get back to Pin.
Yep, here comes everyone trying to get a piece of Kranich. And so far, everyone is trying to pull up on the northern side. We Live Again are here ready and waiting. And Tropic coming in. Remember, they lost one early. And Sarvim coming in on the other side. Ivers, though, instantly on entry, able to find the first.
Hopping up and down. Zoom gets sat on entry onto the western side of Kranich. CEST, who crept in here earlier on, looking to try and hold down a position just in case a shift like this did come through. He's going to have a little bit of maneuvering of his own to do to get back to safety of the squad.
See, Antropic trying to make some space for themselves again. They found one knock, which turned to a flusher. They know there's definitely other players in the nearby buildings. Can't spread out too much, though. Might as well just wait for this circle to close on and see if the circles are going to end up going towards these buildings. If they do, there could be placement points guaranteed for literally just chilling in this area.
Look to the north. I don't know what Molodokt is cooking, but he's sat down 2 players of FaZe Clan. No, he didn't. He's got no damage.
Set down 0 players of FaZe Clan.
It was Mossboard that did it, and they've got the revives back up, but Molodokt is going to have to try and hold the line. I thought maybe he might have been pushing in, trying to do something absolutely manic as Exalt. Down in 16th, only up down to a solo. It looks like their odds of holding on to their PGC slot are looking extremely slim, but they could have at least done some damage, but maybe the moment's passed.
And again, I mean, I know they don't have Uber here, but they're just nowhere seemingly capable of delivering anything remotely to what they've done before. They almost made global championships. They almost made it to PGS, but this just ain't good. Teams now seen at a distance. Molodokt going for the shots, has to reload soon. The thing is, with the blue being on them already, they have to get out of those vehicles, have to heal on up.
It's Vex, it's James on the back line. They've called Corexi and Gustav to turn back around. Shots coming in to try and prevent Molodokt from escaping, and Gustav will ensure it. No one is going to mess with FaZe's rotation and get away alive.
I mean, what is Levante doing? He's still just swimming, but parachuting while doing so. I'm not quite sure what's happening down there, but...
he's windsurfing.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Go away. Thank you, Bear. It's for your own safety. It's for your own safety. Don't go towards Divix. I'm not going to lie, the acceleration of these bears, I mean, if they were in a drag race, they would win against any vehicle.
Can we get saddles in the crate so you can ride those things into battle?
You don't get to control where they go, just so you can sit on top of one.
Wait, Ansvar's a Viking. He'd love that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Or just strap a GoPro to the head of one of them so you get first-person POV.
Maybe that's what we need. That's what we need. Observers needs to be able to click on the polar bears and just join their POV. We'll see if that's ever going to happen or not. In the meantime, Circle centers up. It's still going to include some water, but look down towards Kranich. So many players in and around there. Remember, there's a massive lake just on the southern side, so the odds for Kranich itself to actually be inside the circle is very, very slim. Again, Levante out here inventing swimming techniques we've never seen before. Maybe it's going to be in the Olympics a couple of years from now. Maybe it won't. I highly doubt it, but who knows? Levante making it look pretty nonetheless.
Slowly getting back towards the zone and the shoreline. So
I have no clue what's going on.
He's doing his best.
That's what happens when you DC's mid-parachute pop, I suppose.
Underwater. Impressive. So we have a very, very busy Kranich down towards the south, and the Bear Caves up north, where Diffex was doing just a little bit of culling, is going to be contested as well as Question Mark make their entry on the northeastern side of the zone. But if they take an engagement against the Wu right now, Gustav is already lurking, looking for an opportunity, and Phil first spotted it out.
Oh, yep, seen them on the other side. Does he know that Fuss is up here too, though? Doesn't matter. Dante able to catch Gustav off guard. Double headshot connected. Easy peasy for him. Taking full advantage of the elevated positions that's been added to the map here. Now they see the rest of phase 2, but Corexi.
Oh no, he's folded shield.
Almost gets him. The emergency parachute doesn't work in time. Fortunately, he gets to pop it twice, and yes, he will get down to the ground.
He had that folded shield set up to the south in case there was anyone ahead. Wasn't expecting the push to come in from behind, but FaZe has nothing to lose and everything to gain by taking out Question Mark. They're full sending it, and Vex gets dropped.
And it's Nixie from afar to find Dante and return a little bit of help from up high. Comes through for FaZe. Corexi is up close. James has been forced to continue further forward, but now looking to turn around, looking to find an angle on this compound.
The full regroup for Question Mark. They're getting the re-bridge into the compound. Corexi was holding the back wall, but he got pushed from both at once and just could not deal with it. James will sit down best of luck, and the Wu are already on their way in to try and capitalize on this.
No flushes for the taking here for James, and I think that's why you'll see him leave. I think Levante has managed to swim up on shore, and there he news for anyone with Perfectix on the fantasy team.
Oh no.
Tilted as can be, because Levante is back in the game.
Imagine trying to VOD review that. You'd be like, how did we get ratted here? How did we miss this? Did we miss a room when we cleared the compound? Nope.
If there's a time for team comms that I don't understand that I want anyway, please let us get the team comms from Twisted Minds, because I don't care that I don't understand it. I just want to hear the reaction to them getting backstabbed by a guy who's been swimming for straight up 14 minutes now.
The invasion of the mermaids has begun, and he's
got a car.
He's learned to drive already, so he will eventually get the regroup. Phil first with a 3x spray onto Fuzzface. Spots Diffx hopping back into the vehicle as well. But Nixie, all the way up on top of the mountain, is going to stop him from putting any more bullets towards his teammate.
This is a fairy tale I did not see coming to fruition. The fact that Levante now gets to regroup with his teammates, that is almost too good to be true.
Nixie's position, it's a really, really solid one. He's putting in so much damage, almost at 600 already. We're only about halfway into the maximum duration of this game. But he has to get that damage, has to make it land onto question mark, because they are the team that's threatening the backline. But ahead of them, Na'Vi is starting to make a push up the hill. It's Example leading the way. He's had enough of hearing these shots and doing nothing about it. But Wu, they're trying to disengage. Jeems directly into Kranich he goes. It's a very, very busy city.
Also kind of curious that the circle is going to keep water in play, considering that it could have gone further north. But maybe the shorelines of the lake in here don't count as water. We'll have to ask some people with more knowledge on that than us to figure that one out. Or maybe it's just one of those coincidences where X amount of circles are made and it doesn't work out for them. Jeems able to get the knock on one. Let's see here if he can find one more. Damage done in return. No helmet left remaining. 7 HP. Does catch one with a flash in hand, but it's not going to matter. Face out in 15th.
Almost took down Bad Boy as well. That hit points bar is not looking all too healthy, but Bad Boys are in a position in Kranich where there's no one there to third party.
Now, I know this is a stretch, as we only have 3 games to play, but seeing as to how Foot has been developing over the last couple of games, and Face once again out early, is there Foot? Can you impress this game and make the reality true? Do we get 3 Goliaths in run here?
I think if there was going to be a team that could just throw caution to the wind and come out ahead, it would be another one that is already solidly qualified. It wouldn't really have that much impact on FaZe getting to PGC, but it would sure as heck be fun to watch.
Yeah, sure would. Foot, they're on the edge. That's where they like to be. We'll see if they can get something going. But for now, I think everyone that aren't in Kranich is waiting to see, do we really have to go there? Or do we get to play the hills instead?
Well, they're running out of options elsewhere.
There's a blizzard coming through the city now as well, just to make matters even worse. Is that what we're going to get? A city ending with a blizzard on top? Because this is as cinematic as it is. It's going to be very difficult to play through.
Okay, shotguns in the mist, perhaps.
Oops.
See if we see any more. Dante somehow explodes himself with the vehicle, easily cleaned up by Explicit. They're trying to make that appearance in from the late northeastern side, but they're just farmed by 50 players in the middle of a city.
Levante
Nowhere to go.
is stuck in a wall and has DC'd again. His internet is not liking Vikendi, that's for sure. Not liking it whatsoever. Will fall. They tried to breach into the city. Didn't work out for them. Na'Vi getting much needed points here once again.
It's rough for every single one of the players currently on your screen, especially if this does shift up towards the north. DA would be very, very happy to see it, but it doesn't. It goes off towards the west, where Foot are being pushed upon from the north by Pacific.
Yep, Thunderlust over the top. Beamy is up close. Can he get a good off angle on towards him? If they aggress further forward without thinking of his whereabouts, he might be able to catch one by surprise, but we'll see if it's going to work out or not. Celtic taking it down from afar. That's CC from all the way inside the city, finding him over the top.
What the heck kind of angle do you call this, CCI next? From miles away with a 4x. Thunderlust gets spotted out as well. Beamy just with a swift little tap from the AUG will take him down from prone to crawling and should get the flush as well.
Yep, T-Bone does get traded in return though. So for now, gotta commit to the rest rather than the aggression. Hasn't been flushed just yet. We'll see if Thunderlust somehow gets up. Nope, not gonna happen. Beamy is gonna be rewarded with the kill point as now again CC from inside the city. So much damage being done out.
Getting to watch this from a really far distant third-person perspective. The push is coming in as well from Ascend, but they're limited from the ridge that they have to play.
Guys out in the fields, chill for just a little while longer. There's a massive blizzard about to hit Kranich. Everyone that's engaging at you from afar won't be able to see anything in just about 20 seconds time.
Voldemort has to get away from his car. Those grenades are getting closer and closer for 8C. The creeping barrage making its way ever so slightly more towards him, but Twisted Minds, no creeping at all. They're going full send straight into the middle, and Ascend is going to have to hit defensive maneuvers.
Yeah, off angle for Killiakai, but it's happening while the push is coming through. So Twisted Minds actually allowed, because of this, just continue through without any casualties.
No, they've pulled up on something, possibly.
That
might not
would
be
be
anything.
right.
Schiller is taking a very, very aggressive wide push out onto some sort of high ground while the grenades are coming in from teammates. They want Twisted Minds out of this bowl and possibly even to look to take it themselves.
Exactly. I was just going to say, this is where Savim is looking to go themselves once this next circle pops on forward. But look at the blizzard that is currently engulfing Krennic. Fortunately, our weather report tells us that it is going to go south and away from here. But, oh, Beamy, you did it in the previous one. You had yourself a double on Miramar. Let's see if we can find Twisted Minds here as well.
Looks like he's setting it up towards
Ascent, yeah.
They are somewhat separated between themselves, a little bit of a gap between them. Meanwhile, DA have made a push up from their position all the way to the north, tried to wrap around the back line of Pacific. Beamy takes a break from that engagement to put the mortars down range, not quite landing them onto Chris. But DA more than happy to backfill and take over the engagement against Pacific.
What was worrying about people over the ridgeline is now Chris on sky duty, looking up high to make sure no one's peeking over the top. Good thing it changed his position, because that one would have been absolutely perfect. Issue is, as they're looking to the sky, Na'Vi has just pulled up right on the other side of the hill.
They did a little bit of third-partying up towards DA versus Pacific on the northeast or the northwestern side of the map, and now they're looking to fully commit and clean up both of these squads if they get the chance.
Beamy able to get a knock onto Hewitt from one more vehicle explosion. They've happened quite often, but we'll continue tracking them down. One more nade placed in the exact same spot could potentially be a kill, and even one more to follow. It's going to be close. 430 damage. I think I read that wrong, but it looked pretty high.
It was 40 and 30, but they overlapped a little bit, but damn, it wasn't quite enough to get either the flush or a second knock, so DA managing to survive, get themselves back up to 3 strong, and doing what they can to hold off the line, as Ketper might just burn down to a molly, but survives single-digit hit points in the smoke.
Does live. I think Example heard him in that smoke for a brief moment, but there's too much happening around him to be fully kind of committed to that one angle, but now they're in the vehicles again. This could be dangerous. Ketper is still there, and once this smoke fades out, he's gonna fall. No, Example spots him right there in the end of it.
And this fight in the field is so much easier to track, despite all the teams that are constantly joining and third-partying, than whatever the hell is going on in Krennic, as it has been almost entirely shifted away from. And everyone has to push into everyone.
Nates coming very close to DA. They have to dodge and weave once more, trying to make an aggressive play forward. Code Margo with the Gillion, trying to make the forward play. Not going to happen. Melman and Alia peeks on over, takes down all of DA.
They clear a little bit of space from themselves as well now that Pacific is gone too. But Foot Esports is still wrapping around this western side behind them, and they've still got to deal with Ascend. Meanwhile, elsewhere, just look at that kill feed. All over the map, down towards the southeast. There are 7 teams doing what they can to try and kill each other and find a way into this zone.
Don't go into the city unless if you absolutely have to. Don't commit to the city before you know that the circle's going to hit there. Now it's shifting out, and that's why we're seeing everyone get peppered on the southern edge of this circle.
No one in the kill feed is standing at 4, undamaged, unharmed. Foot losing them out to confirm that fact as well. But Odin Mavisi getting huge damage into Twisted Minds, clearing the way for Sarvam to make a push in the southwest.
The southern fights here, though, are far from over. We still have Entropic, Howl, Bad Boy, Sarvam, We Live Again, and Pod Samulet that has to get out of the city. One thing is for sure, the 3 teams up here, Ascent, Na'Vi, and Foot Esports, if they can get this fight to come to an end quickly, they might be off to a really good one. Example, Middleman down. That's Na'Vi out. Foot needs to push down and take out the duo of Chris and Killiakai if they want to get anything going here.
They've managed to sit back and avoid most of the danger, but over on the opposite side of the zone, it's just an all-out brawl. CEST getting a couple, Ruin doing what he can as Howl tried to disengage from the city itself and wrap in behind where Sarvam just wiped out Twisted Minds. Odin Mavisi gets 1, but can't trade the second. 4 kills on the board. Baron Peak gets it done.
For edge play, kind of salvage here for Sarvam. Things are looking very, very good indeed. Beamy, as we saw, he had the angle on Chris just before, is going to be able to get the flush on towards him. In the meantime now, hello my bad, the sole player For we live again. We'll try and see if we can get the rest of the circle. It's not moving in just yet. Might just be able to, but no, not going to happen. Pot Samuel again able to get kills on the board. Surpassing question mark now. Up into 4th place they go.
That is big. That is very big indeed for Pod Samulet. Levante again, close range. Give either of these players a FAMAS, and they're going to do serious damage.
Beamy and Vard has a Snake and Kilyakai and an entire circle to play with. They know that whatever is coming out of the outskirts of Kranich is going to be wounded. It's going to be battered. But this one is on Entropic. Entropic lost one. The first casualty of this match was on them, and now with 3 still alive, might be able to turn it around.
How this guy gets back into the server after all he's been through. Puts up 3 kills for Pod Samulet with the level 3 gear. Beamy does manage to catch out Killy. Not going to step on a Snake this game. 8 kills again for Foot.
I mean, you called it. Levante deserves to win this game. The journey that he has had to take in order to make it this far is unlike anything anyone else has ever had to endure. We'll see now, though, if it's going to happen. Sheila, nice double tap. Vard gone down.
Beamy last alive. And as soon as he goes down, you know that Sarvam wants to try and claim this western side of the hill. That is free territory, free terrain, and Entropic have a push of their own from low ground, but right now, Sarvam want to capitalize on the knock they found.
No vest for Baron, broken helmet on the other side. It's Sheila, sorry, that doesn't have a vest. Broken helmet for Odin too, we'll see. Oh, do they get over just in time, or do they not? Fights are happening elsewhere, but Sarvam has their eyes in this direction. Beamy spotted, they don't find him initially, still alive, finds the first one, somehow still alive, finds the second as well. Beamy, how are you still alive?
There's no way. That second one was absolutely ridiculous, but Baron Peak will be able to get the revives again and keep Sarvam's hold. But now Levante's FAMAS is spraying into the smokes of Entropic. Evas almost falls. Mexi around the left, and he can't get it done. The folded shield battle is going the way of Pod.
So much damage being done on all fronts here, but no one's given up. Everyone's got knocks, and in the end, Entropic will be taken down. Baron Peak got to reset. They've now set up on the top. Sarvam with 3 up. Pot with 3 as well. Can they get the rest up? Odin should be up. Yes, indeed, now he is. It's a full-on 3v3, wide out in the open.
Looking for whatever utility is available from this point forward, because it's gonna be extremely limited, extremely sparse. Everything will have been thrown at every one of the engagements in the city, and so whatever's left over is gonna be minimal scraps, and there's very little cover to play for in the center of this circle.
This is the battle of the bruised. I mean, there's no other way around it. Everyone's been battered. No utility, as you were saying. Look at their stats. I mean, nothing. Maybe a flash to use. Not even a smoke grenade available for Baron here, and they all have to make the cross. They all have to move out into the open. We're seeing something there on the side of one of the Sarvam players, but do you split it amongst you, or do you just dedicate one as the grenadier of the team?
Could well be, but time and time again, we talk about Dragunovs in these late game scenarios. You're getting up close and personal in Phase 9, whether you like it or not. One tap onto a level 2 helmet, but Pod, a lot of them have the level 3 gear. Damaged though it might be, it's enough to prevent a headshot coming through from Baron Peak from swiftly turning the tide. And they need to be aware of it.
Sheila, that was your off angle, that was your knock. You've been crawling in this direction for so long. You've been wrapping around, and when you got the chance, you missed it. You still have one more, though. No vest to work with. When shots come in return, they're going to hurt. Look at that one body shot under half HP.
But he's seen all 3 players. Whether he registered on that jump peak that Hakatori was lurking next to the tree line or not, Odin Mavisi and Baron Peak should be well aware of the full position of Pod. They know no one's managed to get up to that burnt out car, use that for cover, or wrap up onto their ridge. They have full control, but the smokes aren't going to be enough to prevent the shots like that.
He's a solo player. If he falls, that has to be Pod Samuel trying to make an aggressive play in this direction. Again, he's the one with the utility. Odin and Baron has literally got nothing to work with for themselves. All they can do is sit up high and play kind of the over-the-shoulder protection, make sure that no one on the side of Pod Samuel can breach over that ridge line.
Feels really bad for Schiller. There's a couple of dead bodies just outside that he was hoping to try and grab some meds off, but he didn't have the meds to make it safe to go and do it. Maybe that jammer pack that he picked up could have maybe given him the chance to grab a first aid or two, but It's not looking good.
He's been on 700 damage and 1 kill for Sheila this game. He has been wreaking terror on everyone around him. So has this man off of what should have never been. Now it might just have been. First shot connecting. It's a headshot. Hagatori down to low HP now as well.
Huge little burst fire sprays. Big damage onto Levante and onto Hagatori as well. The knock confirmed by a headshot from Sheila. Maybe that'll be his second kill of the game. It might just have to be for Hagatori. So far away from the tree, no cover whatsoever. There's nothing that he can do. Rox with the Grozer in the smoke with an impossible 1 versus 3 against Sarvam. But he does find the first.
Finds the first. Can he get more?
The one headshot. Is that going to be enough to turn it around? But the lack of utility, it's not going to be there. Odun Mavisi gets it done for Sarvam. 11 kills and a first place for the team out of MEA, who have been impressive, have been struggling this weekend, but it's good to see a turnaround once again.
I'm not going to lie, I don't consider myself a biased caster before. There was a little bit of Levante bias in the end of this one.
Yeah.
It looked good. The fact they get taken, I think they'll be well satisfied with, considering the amount of hurdles they had to get over. Not only with the disconnections, but also having to make their way through the city.
Yeah. Really had to battle and brawl through thick and thin to make an appearance in the end game. But that's the end game for our little casting segment as we throw it over to the desk before we head in to our final 2 games of PEC4.
Sarvam takes the win. This is a team that dominated in the lower brackets during the playoffs. We haven't seen much of them this weekend. They've been steadily trying to get the points, but now finally they get to claim that win, and in fine style.
A little bit differently as well, but I like it in style, like you said. In the lower bracket, they were running all over the place, taking loads of engagements, lots of team wipes, super high kill. This was a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more strategic. You could tell the angles they were holding. It's much more of a patient game they were playing. And this was just a really nice endgame from them, honestly.
Your highlights, if you had to take a look at Vikendi Avenger?
Yeah, I would love to see the same kind of Sarvam we saw in the lower bracket for sure, but this had reminiscences of it, but all I could think of was you looking at me, and I just knew you were thinking, I have Odin Mavisi in my team, and I hope they win. So the bias was strong in you there, Sam. And yeah, they did win. So now you're going to take over Saga quite nicely in the fantasy.
Bless you. I don't need to worry about I hope they win. I know I'm winning the fantasy.
Easy.
Unlike the rest of you, I don't even need to do the maths. I know I'm in the lead. But what was your highlight for Vikendi, Jorasar?
I thought that in the middle we had really, really good spells from both Foot Esports and Na'Vi. We saw some really, really great firefights come in. Unfortunately, they were flashes of brilliance, but getting the points on the board, arguably a little bit late, but it was delightful to see that level of play from both of them.
The scoreboard is up now, so you can see they're Na'Vi
Nice.
getting another 9 points. I worry 2 more games left. Is it really enough? We'll have to wait and see. And a couple of the other teams as well. Obviously, Pod Semilet, that's been a surprise for me the whole way through. They're doing a really good job here.
Yeah, as the boys said on the cast there, like Levante has been delivering some crazy good entertainment throughout this weekend here, and we have to applaud that for sure. So it's been impressive what they've been able to bring here. Yeah, if they were able to step it up for the beginning of the year, that could have been a different case for them. And also they're able to jump into 4th place with this and sit quite comfortably in there. I gotta point out though, it's been extremely quiet for FaZe and Twisted Minds today, which means that all our mid pack that have been so close is now kind of catching up a little bit. Not that it matters too much, but it's catching up. But they've been fighting so much between 3rd and down to the 10th place even.
One thing I'm a little surprised about is how quiet Question Mark have been from a point scoring perspective. Because at the end of day 1, we were saying, look, Question Mark have put their authority down as the best of the rest. And I don't know if it's complacency or everybody else upping their game. I suspect it is, but the likes of Ascent, the likes of Pod Samilet, right? The likes of Pacific Esports, they're not just within striking distance. They are proper neck and neck now. And Question Mark need a good final 2 games.
Lots of regional championships underway at the moment. Obviously, you're watching the PUBG EMEA Championship, but there is also another one happening in the Americas. So my friend Toffees, who handles the desk there, thought he'd give us this quick update.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Hey guys, this is Toffees, Godspeed, Porosaurus, and Mustache Dave reporting live from the PUBG America series to let you know what's been going on here. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, and I'm going to tell you, it has been a wild run as Luminosity was able to pick up chicken dinners in game 2, 4, 6, and 8. Legacy only 1 chicken to their name, but still an incredible performance. Friendly Fire and Sonics catching up right behind that. It has been a wild 2 days, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Mustache Dave, what's been your take so far on the weekend?
Yeah, you said it. Wild. That's what. That's what's been going on in NA here. And I'm looking at Legacy in particular. I'm looking at them because during the playoffs they dominated and they kept that momentum here in the finals. So if I'm looking at Legacy going to PGC, they're definitely a team, in my opinion, that's going to be giving Jimbo a run for his money when he's trying to 1v4 him. But Legacy 70 kill points here, Toffees.
Yeah, you're not wrong about Legacy. They have absolutely lit up the leaderboard. And again, this is one of those teams that was coming into this competition knowing that they had to perform a certain way in order to make PGC. And they absolutely succeeded. Another team that's doing the exact same thing, Friendly Fire. It's a team that we've been used to seeing kind of have to claw their way up and fight from the bottom for everything they can get. Not this time. They've come in 3 chicken dinners. They're looking so strong going into the last day of the tournament. Godspeed.
Big agree on Friendly Fire. It's been wonderful to watch them find that consistency here early, but 2 teams my eyes are glued to for the last day is going to be Team Falcons versus Shoot to Kill. 2 teams that are just so close on the cusp, and all Shoot to Kill has to do is just overtake Falcons on this leaderboard, but it is going to be a battle tomorrow for one of the last spots for PGC.
It's going to couple of big races. We're looking at first place for $25,000. We're looking at sending 5 teams out of the 16 to PGC. Sonics and Luminosity already on the way, so we're going to get that big 3. Make sure you guys tune in after EMEA for all of the Americas action, where we choose who we're sending to the big show. We'll see you then.
Eventually, do we get to see Brazilians at PGC?
I would love to. I mean, Legacy, they've been fabulous throughout the year, and I would love to see Brazil representation. They are, of course, formerly known as Suso Nation with Sparking. A little bit of roster changes coming into it, and currently in 2nd place, they've been looking extremely strong. Shoot to Kill needs to get like a top 4, top 5 to be able to get in there. Falcons just need to keep themselves above Shoot to Kill to maintain that PGC spot. So yeah, it's been lovely to see how well Legacy have been able to do that.
Just going to make a joke about how EMEA is the better region, but I'm not going to do it because I'm feeling really nice today. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to throw... this is me and my nice
wow.
one.
Okay, you're nice today.
We are going to get ready for the final 2 maps of our grand finals. Erangel is up next.
Okay, it's Naila from Entropic, and this is my favorite skins. First out is PCS6 Mini, and I love it because it reminds me of the PCS6, our greatest achievement as a team. Second skin is PGC 2022 Tech Jacket, and I love it because it reminds me of the last game of the PGC 2022 Grand Survival, how we qualified for the Grand Finals. That was probably one of the best feelings in my life. Third favorite skin is PGI Title Wraps, basically just like a kinda old school skin, and there is no better skins for gloves.
I almost knocked him as well behind the 2nd car.
One far, one stopped in the field far.
Hurt. Let's try to get the kill. I'm nading.
Yeah, I'm doing.
He's
okay, good comes. I'm waiting, you can kill. He's one speed, drive by him. Go more left, Crash for
Kill him. Nice. Reset now.
Ridge.
Oh yeah,
He's in the car now, blow. He's gonna leave, I think.
Okay, let's go. Nice. One outside, walls outside.
Oh, pushing. At last 2 inside the garage.
Can we get fast? Because they're stuck.
No, he's dead.
No, I'm in the blue.
Oh. Okay.
Look at the zone. I'm gonna shot. I knocked one, also green, 2nd knock.
Edit. One of the car guys not good knock. You have to raise me fast.
You knocked the car.
Yeah,
so I knocked it.
Bad boys how many? 4? 4. Knocked outside, yellow phone, yellow.
It's Cowell next to us.
Howl 3. Howl 3. I can smoke the path for you.
Green car.
Knock one below me.
Knock.
Nice, 2 knock Navi.
Dropping you, mate. I'm third bleed.
2 on the roof.
You want to kill 2 up.
Pushing.
Yeah, I think like if they take a ridge, you're dead.
I don't know if they have.
Far right.
Far right one.
Headshot him. Oh.
Oh, nice.
I knew Beamer was close to getting it, but the fact that he even landed a headshot there before going down, that was the most almost insane 1v3. But it wasn't to happen, and now we are done with Vikendi. I'm Toby, this is Saga, and we've got 2 Erangels left to determine not only who of the 2 giants up top right now will be the PEC Fall Champions, but also which teams we get the pleasure of sending through to Bangkok to PGC at the end of the year.
It's going to be so exciting to see because everything in the standings is so ridiculously tight. There's a whole lot of teams whose results are based on how other teams perform and their final positioning when all's said and done, and all of those are within about 10 to 15 points of one another. There's a whole lot to be decided in these final 2 maps, and if you were listening into the quiz earlier on, you'll know which battlegrounds we're going to, because Kowo said tournaments always end on Erangel.
There you have it. There you have it. And it's funny, since you said that, I've been thinking, when is it that we've had tournaments not end on Erangel? I don't think it's too far to go. It's not too far back, but I can't remember, so it doesn't really matter. Let's head over now to that set map, Erangel, because that is where the action will be taking place for the next 2 matches. And as you're saying, so much on the line here for so many of these teams. I'm not going to go out and do the PGC point math. That's why we have an analyst desk. And so you don't have to do it either, Saga. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's why we have the desk. So they can talk about rubbish and fantasy teams and buy time for the API to update and tell us exactly who is going where.
You can't leak all the production strats here, Saga. What are you on for?
I think Martin doesn't do a great job of keeping it a secret.
Well, I mean, that is fair.
The amount of smack that he talks about, absolutely nothing sometimes. But it's pretty incredible to see the way that it's worked out, because we're at this point in the game. We've seen teams like DA who so far today haven't had the best of performances, and they are now on high alert, in danger. If they don't have a good Erangel, then Exalt might just have done enough to keep their place with the minimum amount of PGC points they get here.
Yep. Another team, Howl, who even made it through to a PGS event, not guaranteed as it stands. Really want to get a good go, and he has currently down in 15th. It's a somewhat easy jump up to the bad boys in 14th, but then massive 26-point jump up to Wu in 13th. Circle towards the west. Question marks got it right in their back pocket. Issue is, having not really been delivering today, just because the circle is on them, Saga, do you expect them to come up with a good game here?
Typically so, when you see it go down towards this area. Again, Question Mark is one of the teams that favors the edge style, and as we talked about when Ascend had a similar thing happen to them on a Vikendi map, when they get to play the edge, and it isn't necessarily all the way on the edge, but it more or less is so because nobody can wrap around because of the coastline, then they should be able to farm some points, and that is alarm bells for DA, that's alarm bells for Na'Vi. Their position is dependent on teams like Question Mark and Pacific. You know what? They've done a whole lot of damage as well, and they are in the way. They're an obstacle to overcome.
Now, one thing that's interesting as we take a look at the circle here, it is pretty brutal. It could technically swing military, which would be atrocious for absolutely everyone. But the funny thing to me about this circle is that technically, it's not too difficult to rotate into. We've had these circles happen a trillion times before. The thing that makes this one really interesting is that we have a lot of teams out east due to the plane path being very eastern on this one, and the circle then swinging west off of it. Look at how many teams are on the southern shoreline out towards the east. You can pretty much make a triangle from Foot down to Na'Vi out to Entropic and set over half the teams on the server there. They can't all funnel through Pochinki, whether it be south or north around. So expect to see the likes of Foot Esports, if they don't emergency pick up, actually drive north up towards South George. That's where they would normally loot. So why not come into the circle late? They are an edge team already. And then rotate in from the area of the map they're used to playing from themselves. So expect to see many teams up to go for these wide journeys all the way over ruins towards Everest and come in from the northern side, because they all know, as we do, because of the plane path, there's going to be a lot of teams down towards the south of the map, which is exactly what we're seeing here.
I think day 1 and 2, certainly living on the island of peace was a very successful way of playing the game, especially for the first 20 minutes. Keep yourself out of harm's way. Don't get drawn into the ridiculously chaotic engagements that are happening left, right, and center. But today, it's been pretty rare that we've seen anyone really have a chance at doing that. No one's really won a game from that kind of position. Maybe the only one you could really look at was Pacific, possibly, in the way that they played the Southwestern Edge, but they were still getting very proactive. They weren't sitting back and opting out of engagements. They were simply winning them. So for a team like Foot, who found the best success on early days by playing a more passive play style, very slow, but now they're just winning. Now they're just winning their fights. And you were right, Toby. That is one of those things.
I knew I saw it. What are you doing here?
How did they even find that?
What? Yes, by the way, someone were like, wait, remember 2 games ago when Toby couldn't find a crossbow that he thought he saw? I wasn't insane. It's there. Hello, crossbow. Let's never pick you up.
Oh, somebody, please.
Well, now I said it's going to happen.
I mean, FaZe, if anyone. I mean,
you
come
never
on.
know.
If they win this game and have a big points lead over Twisted Minds, then maybe that's the kind of shenanigans to expect. Exalt, one of the teams in your Triangle of Doom, already making the play with the emergency parachute, coming in all the way over from Lipovka. They'll be attached to that chopper for a long, long time.
You know what I think that was? That was Minox, because he was the one that wanted me to do the whole eat the plane thing.
Photoshopped it in.
No, it's just him going, you know what, Toby did this for me. I'm going to dedicate the next 2 games to find a crossbow for him. So he's been on it ever since. So thank you, Minox. If it was indeed you finding that one, I appreciate you, buddy.
That's good. You've got one guy backing you up at the very least.
You know what? It's
been
all
through
I need. And now chat is going to be on my side because I'm ahead of the boys in the desk in fantasy. Slowly and steadily, the Toby army will rise.
Yep. Looking a little bit like Foot Esports celebrating a 3rd place victory coming in on the leaderboards. That is if they can keep hold of it. It's going to be tight. It will be tenuous. A lot of the teams are coming for that spot.
Sure are. And a team who is currently trying to maintain a 2nd place spot, while I know there's still a pretty decent gap, is FaZe Clan out towards the east, waiting to see if anyone is going, you know what, let's rotate over the bridge, and that's not even the worst idea. We are seeing Exalt in the sky trying to make landfall. Alia is very alone here, so I like the fact that he's rotating out early. He knows what's about to happen. Yes, he has a lot of ammo, but he can't take out an entire team mid-air. For Mosport, making that down to landfall would be what's crucial. We'll be able to do so, and actually able to claim this spot.
Players are getting so scarily good at shooting players who are parachuting down from the sky. It's so difficult. It's really hard to see the traces of your own bullets. You have no frame of reference for how high they are vertically, how far away they are, but it doesn't matter. They're still starting to hit these shots, even from really, really tough angles like that. And Mossboard almost getting dropped before he finds the way in. I still think the disengage would have come out from Alia. He wouldn't have stuck around and tried to secure the flush. But it's still something to be worried about for the future.
Definitely. And just to go back to it real quickly, we're seeing FaZe set out towards the eastern side. I really like this play. As we said before, everyone knows, and thank you so much, observers, for hopping down here. Everyone knows that there's a lot of commotion, or should have been a lot of commotion south of Pochinki, over towards where Howler and teams transitioning west. So they're going, maybe some team, whether it be Foot, whether it be in Tropic, maybe some teams go, let's avoid the commotion, let's wrap over military and head west from there. We've seen it time and time again. It usually happens more often when it's teams going west to east than east to west. But FaZe Clan is sat down here saying, you know what, we're not in a hurry to get to the circle. They might even have an emergency pickup ready already. They're just going, if one team comes down here, that's points for us.
Definitely not the first time that we've seen FaZe utilize their position of safety at the top of the leaderboard to try and make a play. Not necessarily targeting any other team in particular, but just anyone who's unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. Although there was a little attempt at a play onto Na'Vi in yesterday's matches. But this time, it's going to go fruitless. They won't find anything.
Well, you say make a play on Na'Vi yesterday. That was happening exactly where we currently see Howl set up. And oh my lord, of all the teams that just need a start to a game without casualties in Tropic, I pray for you that you get out of here alive, because you have had your fair share of shenanigans to deal with today, but it's not going to happen. Lurkerooks, first one to fall. Matt can't fully commit to the spray yet, but the issue is in Tropic. They're already past. They're already gone. Lurkerooks has been left behind. They just, I mean, they are magnets for early game shenanigans.
Yeah, Toby really hit them with his open his mouth attack, and suddenly Lurkerooks had no counter. He had absolutely nothing he could do. Big spray from the Mad to take him out of the vehicle. almost enough to maybe spring a trap and push Howl to get more aggressive and try and capitalize, but no, it will just be a disengage. But once again, it's Entropic playing as a 3 from now on.
It is kind of interesting, though, right? Because if we look at day 1 and day 2, the team that had this happening to them every single game was PUBG Esports. They've been able to completely avoid that this time around, and now on the receiving end of it, it's Entropic. So maybe you're PUBG Esports player going, thank you, Entropic, for taking that role for us, because we were kind of getting annoyed by it.
We've seen a lot of teams hovering
They're hunting them
heavily around this bridge, making sure there's absolutely no sort of bridge camps or anything to try and threaten them. This time around, Pod not really taking any precautionary measures, and thankful for it that FaZe was not set up around the West Bridge, but nor was anyone else. They do manage to get across onto the mainland without too much difficulty. Howl, though, as you say, they are looking to chase down Entropic.
Definitely. And keep in mind, for both these two teams, their teams very much in the race for PGC. This is dangerous business for both of them. Entropic lost one. Howl, you already have a kill. Maybe just say thank you and get out of here. Yeah, they force Entropic to turn around. They get the jump on them. But Howl, you have so many points that you need to claim in order to solidify that PGC spot. You cannot risk taking casualties early.
At this point for Howl, maximum placement is 14th by the looks of things. There's not really a world where they're going to catch up any further than that, given the way that things have been going for them entirely over the course of the weekend. And all they needed to do to be secured was stay out of the bottom 4 in the grand finals, but just not able to do it. But at the very least, they managed to get in the phase 2 circle, but they're right on the edge, and that does not sit well with Howl. They're already on the move. They're going to start making a play for the center.
And speaking of on the edge, well, the entire server is on that eastern edge of this next shift. There's so many teams in and around Cat Hill trying to make their way towards Quarry, maybe even past Quarry. And now it's the teams that are wrapping in from the north that are going to be blessed with everyone just forcing commotion out on the other side. And here comes Wu up against what's left remaining of DA.
He got into that compound seconds before Wu spotted him out, but they saw only the one vehicle. Lyron caught off with a huge off angle. Diffex will take him down as Ibby just straight lines his way into the compound and takes out Code Marco. DA punished again for a big split.
Yep, tried to maintain control in the early game, but the circle swings in that direction and they can't regroup fast enough. In the meantime, now Pod Samulet in trouble as Smalldock to set up the camp.
Final bullet on the AK mag is enough to sit down. Rock's Pin trying to get the drive-by. He's out of ammo. He's got 3 left. 1, 2. No, Pin wiggles the vehicle just about enough to escape from the AK.
Fights happening all over the places now. Howl and DA, 2 teams that we've seen battle each other all tournament long, and prior to this tournament too. Both teams representing MEA, wanting the better of one another, and this fight is no different. Lhasa able to find the second now. It's just Youth left alive.
There comes a point where DA replays the same story and over in their head, and maybe they make an adjustment. These 2-2 splits that they're holding on to, just getting crashed on both sides at the same time, but Hueth putting up a fight at the very least.
Wow, double headshot connected there. Solid sprays coming through. Hewitt able to play off of the info. Hell's the advantage with the barrel revealing itself before his full body is there, but can't really find the knock on the second guy now. More shots being fired from outside, trying to deny the flush from coming through, but Schofield will fall. Lhasa gets the kill in the end. Howl will succeed, but at the loss of Schofield.
Jiggling those peaks with the shoulders for Ruin, almost buying enough space for the support to come back in to keep Schofield alive, but not quite. But at the very least, it's a 1 fight. They keep 3 alive. They have the central position they've been working so hard to keep hold of, and it's a pretty damn good one on the northern side of Quarry.
I do not fault this boat rotation. Not gonna lie. Pretty smart. And you know what? I think you might see, are they gonna drive off as well? They're staying on to maybe swim to Prim. Nah, probably not. But in any case, Bad Boys from military saying, you know what? That bridge sounds pretty active right now. Let's go down, take the ferry. Maybe you can even wrap around, or even better, come in and take a piece of the action here with Exalt now up against FaZe on the northern side of their split as well.
Exalt in a very DA-looking position right now, as one half of their 2-2 split has just received a knock and the other being pushed on by a 4-man. Make that a 3-man FaZe as Corexi gets caught out by Fate.
Yep, Jeems nowhere near the remaining teammates, so it's just Gustav and Vex here to try and get things going. Mustport can't find the knock. Gustav will maybe go down to that nade, but it bounces off to the wrong side.
Very unlucky. The angle working against him. It looked like a good one, but now he'll be able to get the revive, or his health back up at the very least, and Moldedoct on the back line, falling victim to the Bad Boys.
Yep, Vex has an angle, but he doesn't know how much he's up against, so he's Sitting tight, waiting for teams to arrive, waiting for Gustav to get into a better position. They have the info on one, but when do you spring the trap? When do you peek on over and reveal your position?
And this was the side of the zone that FUT Esports they were
from like 10 meters away.
Looking for the info, I suppose. He's saying, hey, where's the other half of this split? Are they lurking? Are they wrapping around? No. Fex goes for the direct engagement, and this time Mossboard will successfully get the knock on Gustav.
Yep, Gustav falls, but now teams has arrived as well. Can they do something? It's a 2 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 1 as Fex is now alone. Mossboard runs out of info, and he will find him in the end. The substitute player coming in for Exalt at the last minute, able to deal with a current second-place team in FaZe Clan.
They've been struggling all weekend, but Mossboard shows they can get it done. He just turned 3 of FaZe players into statistics on that game. That was disgusting.
Absolutely impressive to see here. And now Circle centering up, but not the place that people would like for it to go. It's half Quarry, it's half Cat Hill, and then it's the open forest down towards the south.
I think we might potentially look back at this play of FaZe getting picked off and say that was the moment where we knew Twisted Minds walked away as the PEC Fall champions. Potentially, unless there is a plot twist to come in the final game. A doozy, though, opening the door on Na'Vi, a team that still desperately needs to perform, but that is not going to help.
I like the idea Fair is trying to get back down towards the building again when they heard the vehicles come in, but when you look at the split that Na'Vi has currently got with 2 players still down on the Primorsk Hill, it's too late. Concede the compound, maintain your 2-2 split on the hillside, maybe get Ali an example to play an off angle on the compound down below and then peek into it later. You have the advantage still, no reason to aggress for it, especially not when you're the only one making a play on it when the entire team is pulling up on that compound.
Bad boys spotted some free space and they take it cleanly. Direct little drive across a couple 100 meters of open terrain. No real damage landed. Screams might need to pop a boost or 2, but nothing more. This is a very solid position for them to take for free.
I know that it's been happening more and more with the emergency pickups, but who would have thought that the team that loots Stalber would be the team coming in from Primorsk in this circle? FUT Esports been able to wrap all the way around. As we predicted, they wanted to come in from the western side, so they drove all the way to North Georgia. Now they've gone down the shoreline and opted to go all the way into this, what could potentially be CIS trap of question mark, and Na'Vi sat down here with full control of the roadside.
It's one thing that question mark does like to do. They hold their back line. They try to make sure no one pushes in behind, but the occasional very wide wrap can catch them out. But this time they are somewhat set up and ready for it. They've got a few players already pushed up towards the western high ground along the dirt road south of Quarry.
And I think Na'Vi actually wanted to leave earlier too, but now they heard the vehicles from FUT. They have Mailman inside the circle, and not necessarily a prime position, but a position that's good enough for them to play from. I think that's them leaving. They don't want it. They have too much to risk, too much to lose by sticking around here in the blue for much longer.
Exalt might be feeling as though they have very little to lose given their position in the standings, but these points could go a long way to helping them secure themselves a position at PGC, especially depending on who they can take out. But it doesn't help when Levante again gets the opening knock onto FaZe. Mossboard trying to answer back with grenades, but for now, not landing.
It's the second chapter of Pod Samulet. The Bam Levante issue is that this time around, he's not going to be one to survive it. At least unless if Penn can find some way to get him back on his feet. But he's got enough on his own hands, having to deal with both Mossboard and Art pushing forward.
Checking every angle, checking every window, not sure whatsoever if there will be any more. Artix finishes the job, 8 kills for Exalt, and we finally get to see a little bit of what this team can do, but they've still got work to do. They've got to move now as the zone has shifted up towards the northwest. That northwest side of Quarry that Howl took hold of is looking at a very good spot to hold.
Arguably the worst shift that Exalt could get whatsoever. We're going hard northwest. All these teams are having to fight around Quarry. No one can come into it from the southern side. Look at this circle. The north side is open fields and a swamp to play. FUT has to wrap back into it. Question mark is split with a Doozy on the other side. Does he go for shots here? Yes, he does.
Any swampers, Toby?
I think so.
Looks like FUT might just be the first to make that breach. They've seen a knock onto Ascend.
They got it themselves.
In the compounds, and they are making absolute use of it.
They have to. They have to. AC found Chris in the buildings, and because of it, they're going full aggressive. They've seen that it's a split. They've only seen one guy stay there for the rest. No one coming to help out. They know that just 2 guys in the buildings, and because of that, nice timing in the push down, they will be able to get all 4 into the compound here.
This is that non-hesitation, that all-out aggressive mashing W FUT Esports that always seems to come out on the final day of tournaments when things have been a little bit more tepid before that. Now it's all-out aggression. They spot an opportunity and they're going for the throat.
What is it with teams having to wait until the last day to do these sort of things? Sam said it as well. You can't have teams just do not nothing, but little in the first 2 days when you know they're capable of doing this in the third. I want to see for future tournaments, go out and do these things right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a mental thing for sure, coming in, especially when you've got so much to lose. But I mean, FUT Esports never really had all that much to lose going into this.
Yeah.
But it's good to see what they're capable of.
You just imagine that when, I mean, you only have to remind yourself of something so many times. But anyway, impressive. True. An impressive push-up here for FUT Esports, who again, with face out already, if they can get themselves a real good game here, could potentially finish up in second. A stretch, but maybe first two.
Yeah, especially with FaZe going out with 0 points. If FUT can find a way to win this out from this low ground, they'll have to get through Ascend first, and Exalt in a similar position coming in from the south. But they're actually going to find a vacated southern ridge of Quarry as Alia is pushing back on FUT. WLA over from the east, putting some damage in towards him, making it a difficult and dangerous retreat.
I think Adusi might have DC'd there. Not sure he wanted to stick around in that compound for as long as he ended up doing, so he's going to go down. As we see now, Bad Boys trying to make their way further forward. They know they have Savim over the top. You can see how slow they're playing it. Wu gifted with this circle going up towards the north once more as all of the players down inside Quarry will have to make plays. But for now, it's Savim who sprung the trap. First one to fall is O'Connell.
Scream spotted out next to the tree as well, but Baron Peak just not enough. Well,
okay, we see you, we see you.
I like that sentence right there. I was gonna say he didn't have enough bullets to secure it, but never mind.
Yeah.
6 is more than enough. What the heck was that?
All you need is 2. A double headshot connected, and that's one more player down on his knees. Bad Boys now having to really figure out what they want to do. In the meantime, Savim can't spread out too wide because you have Twisted Minds sat just ahead of you.
But Savim, no one's even paying attention to their backline now. CCI next got caught on the push. They said, okay, that means we just have to fully commit onto this fight. Molotovs into the smokes, trying to clear out the Bad Boys before the push can come through from Twisted Minds and stab them in the back.
Yeah, while this fight is taking place, Ascent and FUT is fighting on the other side of the circle. The fight to keep track of in the kill feed as well. But let's stay here. Savim trying to peek on down. One has been rest. Scream's gone down once more, though. Now Explicit tries to push him. I like the idea of using the blue to advantage, but not working out for him that time around.
How on earth is Exalt finding angles in towards this? O'Connell trying to wrap out through the blue. Doesn't find it, but Bad Boy himself will. Schiller forced to sit down. Baron Peak has to get a heal off and peek up over the ridge before the push from Perfectix can come on the north.
Just one left alive here. Baron Peak wanting to secure the points makes perfect sense. Ascent will be eliminated on this, the result of the fight happening down on that southwestern side in Tropic. FUT Esports involved in that fight too, both taking casualties in it. In the end here though, Baron Peak will survive. Should be able to get Schiller back up alive too. No, not gonna happen. The blue is closing in. No HP to work with. He has to run forward.
He ain't getting into this zone. That's for dang sure. That's a big valley ahead of him. Look at all of the shots flying in the direction of Team Exalt as they try to make their entrance. Fate will be taken down by Mel. Hobo looking to try and follow up with another on the remaining 2.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it. Sheila will fall here to the blue. He's going to go down. Still has Baron Peak left to try and make something happen. Though Example able to find Nail Up as all these teams are now trying to maneuver all the way through Quarry itself.
As expected, Savim did not survive the crossing. Exalt, it's a tough one. The smoke really the only thing buying them time from Na'Vi on the opposite side. That and some potential pressure from EIQ above them. Ivas keeping his head down for now, and Arctic's going to have to try and keep his head down as well.
Does he have a level 3 helmet or was that a next shot?
I think he does.
He must have.
Must have. It took 75 from a
That's
Dragunov.
definitely within 100 meters.
Yeah.
So
level 3
next shot of level 3 helmet keeps him alive for now. In the meantime now, question mark having lost. Adusi early lost. Best of luck now as well. Hearing the footsteps of Pacific over their top. But help coming in now from the other side of Spiro is shooting all the way across the circle to find Nox here.
That's insane. The range on that. And oh my goodness, the zone has decided to go right back into the swamp on the northern side. Thankfully, that revive came through in time. The grenade didn't find its target as Dante looking to try and confirm what was started.
Not gonna be complaining about that circle whatsoever. Again, remember, question mark fighting for PGC spot 2. So this could very well be the deciding factor in whether or not they make it or not. Should they be able to get something off of this game with now only 8 teams left alive?
That mid-pack group still looking as tight as ever, question mark, with a potential opportunity to push in towards the top 4. But right now, not only Lou getting knocked, but Laza as well. Howl finally getting a chance to flex out from their position. They've held down in the center of this zone for a while, and now clearing their back line onto Na'Vi as Exalt are wrapping into their smokes behind them.
Exactly, trying to push in from behind. Does Na'Vi realize this? Do they get to use the smokes for cover? One has turned around, that's Ali, has seen the first one, will get traded in return. Though now let's see from the side example. Yes, will be able to find him as well, but yeah, they should go down 2, and yes, indeed, they will. Example got something going, so did Exalt, but both of them been dealt with.
And out of the corner of his eye, Ruin caught a sight of We Live Again, making a push down into the low ground of Quarry, trying to catch them out, but behind them still, Twisted Minds have come down from the mountains to try and put some pressure onto the Quarry squads themselves.
Yeah, indeed they have. Howl, 8 kills in this one too. If they can fend off here, if they can take out We Live Again before Twisted Minds gets a say in this, this could be a huge turnaround match for them. But again, look at the jump up to Wu in 13th. Ruin is able to fight the first one, although my bad. So far, things are looking good.
This push onto the low ground could well have worked out for We Live Again if Howl didn't already have their attention on the low ground to clean up Exalt and Na'Vi, but it's enough for Hobbit to find an opening onto Ruin and take Howl down to a duo.
I like the idea of pushing over the top from behind there. They know they have him just on the other side. Just wait. If you know the Twisted Minds is on the other side, let them come in. Yes, you want the points for yourself, but let them come in and assist just a little bit. In the meantime, now Matt don't want any of that. Peeking on forward, doing a lot of damage over towards Twisted Minds, but can't find the knock.
Just fighting everyone, but he had perfect line of sight across both teams. Big spray down, but it's Lou's grenade who will take down We Live Again. They will only do so one more time today in our final Erangel match. But Howl, for now, have the chance to survive a little longer, but they've got to find a way to get out of this position. And that many smokes, yeah, might make it a little more possible.
I mean, I was going to say, if there's a way to do it, just install your own Blizzard on Quarry and see if you can make it out. Laza is going to be able to transition across. They are inside the next circle, but odds are they're going to have to come off this mountain. And how, oh how, my friends, are you planning on doing that?
Oh, I don't know if there's a plan, Toby. I think it's just a case of eyes closed.
I met a guy called Leroy once. He once came up with a plan.
Oh, how Leroy is that? must be the sub.
Yeah, must be.
They're not committing to coming down from this high ground yet at all. They want to try and clean up Twisted Minds, because they know that jumping down is going to be only instant death. But up here, there's potential points. There's potential to limit how far ahead Twisted Minds can get.
They're doing what they can, buying their time, knowing that every single time Twisted Minds peeks on over, there's help coming in from down below. They're playing it smart. They're buying their time. They're allowing for Twisted Minds to get greedy.
30 more seconds until the zone will start to force both of these teams up. Spyro giving up his life for some information. He confirms, yes, the Mad is still very much holding this position. He's still very much watching for anyone peeking around the side of this rock.
Petulance will fall as well. 11 kills for Howl. Exalt died with 10 as well. 21 kills now between two of the teams we arguably maybe didn't expect to see come out winning the tournament, but at least a top 8 contender, and both of them just getting that going way too late.
Now the blue zone is on the move. Twisted Minds have no choice but to try and make a play. Lou trying to creep forwards, get to some semblance of cover. Perfectix taking one tag from the zone, and the Mad just holding the same angle he's always been holding. Whereas elsewhere, Pacific tried to make a play, and they're getting farmed from all angles.
Now it's the time to go aggressive if you're Twisted Minds. It's your only chance to get something going without anyone seeing you on the other side. Mad down to his last mag here. Top 4 guaranteed for both of them as one falls. Perfectix taken out as well, and it's Stifix from the other side who's able to find the angle. How? Somehow find top 3.
And while they can't stay up on the very top ridge of Quarry, they might be able to drop down just one and keep themselves slightly more elevated and keep out of the line of fire of Wu for at least a few more seconds. But the Wu, they've definitely got grenades. They've come under very little pressure in that compound. They're getting up close and personal to try and eviscerate the Howl before they can come down from this high ground.
They have been chilling. And again, for question mark, there are only 2 players left alive. But oh my lord, do they have a lot on the line here. Dante able to find one huge for them. They're currently set in 6th coming into the tournament here. They're in for now, but so many teams still sit ahead of them in this tournament that they need to surpass.
Seems like a little impromptu handshake between the Wu and QM. We're just going to deal with Howl first, and then we're just going to go all-out brawl, 2 versus 4. Diffex still suspicious of the arrangement, watching the back line in case they're trying anything funny. Phil first, though, lurking next to the shack. Dante breaks line of sight, but doesn't get any sort of push through the low ground of the swamp.
That's the issue. They can't just fully commit and turn their back to question mark and look for Wulasa. They have to at least have one dedicated to holding on to the shack there. And Fuss, you can see him, and he's the one with the angle looking up high, but it doesn't have the exact knowledge of Lasa's whereabouts.
It won't be up there for long, that's for sure. The blue zone now starting to move. Lasa, whether he gives this up to the zone, is it worth giving it up to the zone here? You may as well go down fighting.
The thing is, if you are in a wild fashion aiming for climbing a leaderboard, Wu is the team that's in front of you on that leaderboard.
Yeah.
They are the ones that have the massive gap to you. So either A, do damage to Wu and try and somehow get question mark to get the kill on you, or B, deny, because it is the team that is currently ahead of you that you're potentially giving a point over to.
Laza has that hard decision to make, and he has to make it quickly because Phil First is still putting damage in towards him. Question mark struggling to find angles. Diffex's grenade will make the decision for him. He doesn't get a choice. It's 3rd place for Howl.
And now they know it. 4 versus 2. Dante attacked, but so is Diffex. Has to slow things down at least for a little while, but they know exactly where they have the last 2 question mark members.
The Wu holding on to this compound for quite some time, and now is the time to reap the rewards. Dante cannot get the better of Diffex, and Fuzzface will secure it with a mini 14 headshot. The Wu picking up a win in our penultimate game.
Solid play coming through. Again, as you said, they didn't have to do much in order to make it to the late game, but once they had to breach out of the building, once they had to solidify that the entire southern side of Quarry was free, they made the play when they had to. We see other teams get too comfortable in those compounds and die because of it. Wu knew how to bring it home and did so in good fashion.
Really had to make sure that their backline was clear. The southern side of Quarry made sure that every threat was gone. Twisted Minds, Howl, didn't matter. They cleaned them all up.
One more game left to play. One more game to decide who's going to come out on top. But before that, let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say over the second to last game.
Super frustrating for teams like Question Mark and Howl that are trying to get these points. And now it's not even the point people at the top. Wu comes in and goes, hey, you know what? We haven't been very active in the grand finals. Let's come and take some of those points you desperately want.
I'll give Question Mark credit. At the end of the day, they managed to get a duo through to get some of those placement points, which is nice. It's not how they wanted to score the points, but we did say they needed to pick up the pace just a little bit. Nice. Seeing some more teams on the leaderboard as well, heading into our final game, mixing things up a little bit. Not bad either.
Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan, they just collectively agreed, let's make it exciting. Let's not make it a 2-horse race. Let's just see if maybe Foot can have, you know, the last game and pop off, and then they could potentially win the whole thing. No, yeah, but for sure, it's been some interesting games today. Like it's been all about catch up and been all about our mid pack, right? And which was what you asked for in the beginning, Sam, right? Let's see who can actually go from, you know, potentially 7th, 8th, 9th place and take, you know, over something like 3rd or 4th. And yeah, it's been interesting. Question Mark. Rougher day. Good to see them here in the second place. And Wu, good to see them get a win here with 9 kills.
Let's have a fun little debate, because we were having this off camera. I'm going to have a chat, because I think it's interesting. Toby and I feel the same way in that we both feel there is a level of aggression that a lot of teams bring to the final day that's lacking on day 1 and day 2. So Twisted Minds FaZe, aggressive on day 1, aggressive on day 2, puts themselves in a really good position for day 3. Then you have these other teams who I mean, I want to say have played passively, haven't really looked that impressive, who come in today and suddenly they're aggressive, and then it's a little bit too late. Do you think that things would be different if the likes of Na'Vi came out swinging on day 1?
So the problem is when teams are super aggressive, we remember them when that aggression works really well. Today, we've had several instances of Exalt pushing in and actually doing great in some of those fights, in that last game in particular. We've had instances where actually they just get wiped out super quickly. We've seen the same from Howl. It hasn't always worked for Pacific either, even though they're being more aggressive today. So I feel like
But they got more points today being aggressive. Even when it doesn't work out, they still go home with more points at the end of the day.
They have, and Tropic have tried being more aggressive. It hasn't entirely worked out for them. Na'Vi have had more points, but where are the placement points? So I think that on the board there is Navi's second placement point of today or something like that. They are getting points on the board, but there's a balance to be struck.
But Joe, they got more points today than they've got over the last 2 days, so it clearly works.
But that doesn't mean 100% aggression is the way to go, is what I'm saying.
But maybe a little bit more aggression.
Maybe a little bit more. That's fair.
There's the leaderboard. That aggression is still not enough for Navi. They're sitting on 9th space, but this is...
Look at the placement points on Digital and Navi. I gotta say, I'm sad for the Digital. They have gotten a total of, hold on to your horses.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Just about.
9 points today.
You know what's interesting is for the first 2 days, they were quite aggressive on the last map, and they won both times. So I'm just saying.
Let's point out this aggression here now. There's a whole talk, right? So the meta complete, like James said yesterday in the interview, on the last day in 3-day tournaments, the meta completely changes on the last day. Like it becomes a way more fast-paced style, and teams are not like taking as many calculated moves, and we have way more kind of center to edge heavy strategies, and teams are just like Hail Marrying it a lot more on the last day. And that's also why he's saying we got to be ready for this. They clearly have also had a super rough situation, right? They've had 8 points so far today in 5 games, Phase 10, right? So he's saying we're going to try to get ready for it. It's been rough for them to adjust to that last day shift in meta. Now we see a lot of changes as well. It's also been rough for Digital. It also means that Navi is now in 9th place over Digital. So potentially, if they're able to get 6th, that is now 13 points away on Pacific. If they get 13 more points, they take the PGC spot over Digital, right? So it's been very much change of pace, and it's suiting Navi way better than other teams, right?
For sure.
They can kind of play this kind of smash mouth style. They get the kills. They're not getting as many placement points as you see here, 24 points different from Digital, but it's suiting their style way more. And it's also a style that we've seen them have success with, for example, PGC last year.
Don't forget as well, on the flip side, the games where we saw Pod Samurai and Pacific Esports, not in the same game, where they took it slowly and they took that final fight with a little bit more patience, a little bit more strategic thinking, they came out of those really well too. So knowing when to speed up and when to slow down is also very important.
There we go. That's what you need to learn if you want to play professional PUBG. When to speed up, when to slow down. And
just like driving a car.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. Now, what is really important is we have to take a look at the current PGC standings because, of course, those PGC spots are up for grabs. We're going into the last game. Technically, if we finished it right now, this is what it would look like.
That's crazy.
Those PGC 2022 champions, Navi, are just outside. This is insane. Uber must be quite happy though. He's probably watching this having a giggle.
I saw a few people, like a live view of Uber. It's like the guy sitting there with a strain on and sweating and stuff. It's super fun. But again, we got to remember, Exalt is in 16th place. They're just getting the 80 points from 16th place, right?
Yes.
And again, as you said before, 13 points difference right now is what Navi needs to make up in the last game to get 6th place and still be ahead of Digital, of course, to change here. Or if, Exalt make a dream run, maybe they get like 14th. I doubt it, but at this point here, that is really what they need to do. They need to get 13 points more than 6th, 7th, and 8th place right now.
That's it. I mean, the question is it possible? Can they do it?
Can Navi pull a massive game one time out of nowhere?
We said they need 2, John.
We did say they
only need 1.
But the gap between Navi and, say, 4th to 6th place at the start of the day was what,
huge.
30,
yeah,
35,
yeah,
37 points?
Yeah,
now
huge.
it's 13. They have chipped away, and what they've done is they've earned themselves the opportunity.
13 points.
It was 30 plus at the start of the day. They have earned themselves the right for one shot at
They
it.
have not been able to get a 13-point game the whole of the grand finals.
Yeah, they had the 14 one.
They had the 14. They went 7-14.
Oh, I'm sorry, my maths is bad. Okay, so it can be done. That's
so now
what
we
we're
need a
saying.
21. That's what we need now.
And if you're not
we said they need 1 banger game, right? And that's a win with like almost double digits. If they get a win here, they get double-digit kills. It's deserved, sure. They get a chance to defend PGC, reigning world champions. But still, I'm sad for, first of all, question mark, good for them, happy for them, but I'm sad for Digital Athletics.
What does Digital Athletics have to do?
They need to get more points than Navi and 13 more points than 6th, 7th, and 8th place.
So Navi and Digital Athletics essentially in the same sort of boat.
DA has won the last game of every single day of the grand finals.
That's a great point.
stat.
Yeah.
And we're moving into the last game. I mean, if they do that again, then what? They make it through to PGC?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So if DA do what they do on day 1 and 2 with a decent number of kills, they make it through. If Navi, with their backs against the wall, deliver for us a champion's performance in the final game, they can make it through. And if neither of those things happen, they can both be out.
Yeah, they both
And then
out,
Uber's
then
having a good giggle. He's like, I didn't even have to play, and I made it to PGC.
I don't know where Uber is.
I think he's in Mexico. Can we go over to our correspondent in Mexico? He'll be our interview. It'll be great.
Reporting
Absolutely
live from
fantastic.
I wonder if he's like, because I'm under the impression that he'd actually gone off on holiday.
Yeah,
so like,
he is. He's on holiday.
I'm hoping that holiday is like a hardcore camping trip where he has no access to like signal or anything, and he comes home. Imagine Exalt makes it through. He comes home tomorrow.
We
and
got
everyone's
16th, but all the other teams, they didn't do well enough.
So we're
through.
going to PGC.
We'll fly
Congrats.
straight there. Don't worry about it.
So we have 2 out of 3 chances that our PGC 2022 champions will make it. And when I say PGC champions, I mean one player from that team may possibly still get to PGC.
True.
Navi.
Very good. 25% of our reigning champions might be able to.
I mean, I'm just grasping at straws here, but there's a very good chance that the reigning champs won't even be at the 2023 championship. That's what this comes down to.
No matter how good you are, being in a position where you must get a really big game right now against a lobby like this, even if you've been Twisted Minds or FaZe this weekend, the pressure of just being able to do that and turn on the spot with so many variables, it's not always up to you.
Do you know what the best part about this is? So we're talking about all the PGC points, but there is still prize money on the line for whoever finishes first, which means while this battle in the mid-pack's going on, you've got Twisted Minds, you've got Foot Esports, and then you've got FaZe who are going to be fighting for that first spot because obviously there's money to be had. So 2 very different battles are about to go down on the final game here at the PUBG EMEA Championship for fall. I think that we have done enough talking and discussing. It is time now to see exactly how this plays out with Toby and Saga.
One more game left to play. The desk broke it down perfectly. Na'Vi, DA, they need master performances here in the final one, Saga, to bring it home, to qualify for PGC. What would PGC be like without the former world champion there to defend their title? Well, we're about 1 game away from finding out.
Yeah, it's very, very intense with 1 final Erangel left to play, and so many teams with their eyes on that final position. The fact that Twisted Minds has retaken their spot in first place with a good margin of points makes it all the more interesting because they're just eliminating the guaranteed slot for the winner.
They sure are. They sure are. This is going right down to the wire, as I feel like we've been a couple of times before. But one thing that's also really interesting to me that I feel the desk didn't break down completely is, yes, Na'Vi needs a good game. Yes, DA needs a good game. We've now seen plenty of times before what Na'Vi can do when they're hot. Even today, they show glimmers of it. Every team sat in front of them in PGC points right now have a chance to sack their own game and make sure that they go to PGC without Na'Vi on board. Na'Vi has a massive target on their back and will have for the entire game. We saw FaZe do it in the very first match, just kind of about just messing with the other teams for PGC. They have a very valid reason to go a little bit further west than Milta over towards Farm, because if they can get just a couple of players down, that's GG, no Na'Vi at PGC.
The battlefield has changed. Guerrilla warfare has evolved. Any Challenger Rumblers in the chat? Na'Vi, you better watch your backs.
This is going to go right down to the wire, exactly how we like it. So let's now hop over to Erangel for the final time here at PEC Fall.
What do you know?
Where's Gustav going?
A flight
Where's
path.
Gustav going? He's just going to farm. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to...
So nobody is taking the initiative to hot drop Na'Vi, but that does not mean that no one's going to try and camp them on rotation.
Nope.
And FaZe, definitely one of those teams that might just want to go for that.
Gustav is going quite far west. I mean, does he usually... I mean, this is just right now because my head is in 20 different places at once. Does Gustav start his looting on the hard spawn and then go Twins and then go east to farm, maybe just to compound? And you know what, everyone? If there's a time to bring some hype for the former, or current, I should say, world champions, there they are. The Na'Vi Battle Gear skins are in the game right now. If you want to show your support to the team, hop on and get the skins, because they need all the support they can get. Another team that would want it is Ascent, because now Screams has found Brax.
Oh, he grabbed an ace and took down Ace with it. Screams got that thing loaded so fast and then hopped in the window before the SKS could turn its attention on towards him. Mika just has to dip out of there and take Killy with him, so Chris isolated and alone.
Mika left with the vehicle too. Chris is like, bro, what's Max do? Du haben ich I can't speak German, it's okay, but he's probably a little upset that his teammate has just left without him, which is fully understandable. Having said that, though, at least Hilfe, ich brauche ein teammate. Having said that, I'm sure that for now, again, I mean, I personally cannot do all the math because there's way too many variables. Should Ascent finish in 7th, I believe they should be in. So even if a tough game comes through for them here, they should be all right. Having said that, of course, as we said before, and as Desk hard underlined, Na'Vi, DA, two teams that with a good game here can make their way, can punch their ticket through to PGC, and they're both right next to where this first circle has popped.
Yeah, ending off PEC Spring in a 2nd place finish made it just that little bit easier for Ascend to feel comfortable now. But if you think back to it, the margins were unbelievably slim. Exalt, the very final seconds of the final game of PEC Spring, were so close to overtaking, and if they had done that, oh boy, Ascend in this situation would have been sweating. But right now, as long as they get out of this okay, they've brought the boys back in to try and support and bail Chris out of trouble. And if they can do just that, they should feel pretty okay.
The rest of the bad boys are nowhere near to be found. O'Connell leaving Cube. Explicit is still down towards Ruins. Watertown only now making his way up here. So for Ascent, if they want to make a play with the numbers in their favor, they have to go for it now. Issue is they exactly don't have all too much to work with either. It's an Iron Sights M16 for a distance fight. No utility to get closer. This is not a battle either these two teams would want to have to take right now.
Looks as though Ascend have got the impression that the bad boys aren't going to be aggressively pushing to try and flush Chris out of that position, so felt comfortable enough to send Killy back, hopefully to try and grab some more loot, maybe find an off angle, and if he's fortunate enough, might spot out O'Connell, looking to try and make this off angle play that we touched on it in the previous game, that he does this so often for the bad boys, and it's so often effective.
Yes, the flank, Master Flex. We'll see if he can find something here as well, as Chris is still left alone in the building. I think Ascent tried to come down, tried to get an angle, tried to see if they can get themselves a clear shot, but now they're hearing vehicles coming up from bad boys. They're saying, Chris, you know what, buddy, we tried, sorry. You're on your own, and Screams with a headshot coming through there. That's a clear solidification of Ascent being down 2.
Yeah, they don't want to sack off their entire game for it. They said, okay, we put in some effort, we tried to find an opening to get you out, and I'm sure it was probably Chris or Brex themselves that made the call that said, boys, just go on without me.
And while a loss here might not be big for Ascent in terms of the fact that they might already be through, seeing Na'Vi and DA right behind them on the leaderboard, that is absolutely huge. This is the last time you're going to get a chance to get your coats on in, so do it now, do it here. There's only 50 of them available. Get the coats written in your game, and you can get yourself some nifty gifts with it. You only 50 of them. Hurry up and do it now.
The big problem that I see for both Na'Vi and DA, their result was dependent on question mark coming into this, with how close they are together. Those three teams are around 50 PGC points separated. And now the potential for gathering any sort of push to make into that final position, it's going to be a huge game required. 20 plus points is about the benchmark given by the desk. And right now, Na'Vi seemingly has avoided any sort of pressure coming through from FaZe. They have already regrouped on the western side of Milta, and Na'Vi gets to enter the circle unimpeded.
One of the big blows to the Na'Vi got, of course, across the years, they did not make finals at the rotation. One of the 4 PGC point tournaments, they failed to qualify, and that's, of course, why you see them sat further down the list than everyone else who made all 4 events throughout the year. But again, oh, what a fairy tale story it would be for any Na'Vi fans if they could somehow turn this into a real solid game.
It's also the only PGC point tournament that Pod Samolet got any points from, and they ended up with a top 4 finish. So they did this pretty well themselves there, and they're doing pretty well here. They could be a team that isolates some of them as well, but Twisted Minds just about using the register advantage and keeping themselves safe from Digital Athletics.
Oh, how DA would want a freebie on a drive-by there. Nothing better than getting a couple of kills without having to risk anything to get it. Worst thing is, though, now that Twisted Minds made their way on through, Howl is set right on the other side. And what worse way for DA to have to fight than once again going up against their countrymen. Is this just Hopper baiting Hello My Bad to an early death? There's no one there, don't worry. Oh, wait, there might have been... Wait, yeah, there's an entire team over there. Sorry, Hello My Bad.
The wrong team.
Hello, my bad. I guess is what he's actually saying to him.
It's the wrong team. FaZe was setting this up within a different intentional of finding a different target, but Na'Vi opted to go a different way and did not fall victim to the trap.
And you know what? They have done this before, and I'm super happy that you bring it to our attention, because Na'Vi, probably expecting FaZe to sit on the southern side, have opted to go north around. This is up on the northern side where FaZe Clan usually would set up when they're just playing their average game, but I think it's a counter strat to what could or what was if FaZe set up on the shorelines here.
And both Na'Vi and DA have got themselves into a decent high ground position.
Yeah.
Only Howl between the two up and around that lumberyard, which has definitely played a lot of impact in those late stage games when we see a zone around here.
I'm just wondering, is there a world where both Na'Vi and DA qualifies? No, right? I intentionally have not tried to make the math, no, especially not now with question mark this far ahead of them both. Shouldn't be possible. So they're fighting for the same one spot, and here they are on your screens. DA in between Howl and Twisted Minds. Two teams they have had to battle in the early game throughout this entire grand finals, and oftentimes DA has come out on top. Hewitt, so far, seems to do so once again as well.
Just couldn't find the angles, and this is maybe the fact that DA didn't put any shots in when Twisted Minds went forwards. Howl wasn't quite ready and prepared, but they're quite quick to respond. Laza with the M249 following up on those mini shots.
So much on the line here for DA. One knocked player. You have to commit to the rest. You need to get him back up. You cannot risk taking casualties. This early on, Laza sprays through the M249 once more, but cannot connect more than a single bullet.
Has to get in. Has to bring in Schofield from the opposite side to get an off angle, try and alleviate some of the pressure. The Mad has bled out on the rooftop. No chance of a revive. They're going around for the push to get the revive of their own, but Laza playing around the rock, trades back, finishes off Huath. And now he's just caught off by the off angle of Metralius on the tree.
I love this turnaround. Love this turnaround. You saw Marco. Once Hewitt got knocked, he sprinted all that he could to try and rest his teammate, but it's not going to happen, and I just can't say it enough. All these Turkish teams, now Sharvim is over here as well. We talked about how there's space in the middle of the map, because now the meta is going more edge. Sharvim, DA, Howl, you got to come to some sort of an agreement here, because you keep fighting one another. And once again, it's DA out victorious, but at the loss of Hewitt.
Game number 1 of PEC Fall Grand Finals. We talked in the pre-game show about how DA and Howl were going to be the most likely team to have engagements in the center of Phase 1 circles, and they've done it so often, and they've done it again, and it might just be enough for DA to lose their chance to go to PGC with Salvam looking for a third party.
You know what, though? Na'Vi is hearing this, and they're seeing DA get points on the board. This is not what they would want to have happen. They're yet another team that they have to hunt down, that they have to surpass on the kill feed, and they're close enough by that they could potentially come and peek in this direction at one point or another. But of course, they're going to be waiting for the next circles. But let's see where exactly this next circle takes us. Are we going multi-power shorelines, or are we headed up into the woods? Shoreline it is.
Yep, Na'Vi pretty much dead center, but FaZe's compounds, all three of them that they're holding on to directly down the middle. Very, very solid position for them to try and play out and make it to the very late game.
Foot has to make their way in, Putt has to make their way in, question mark. As per usual, playing it slow in from that western side. Milta is fully free for their take, and should they want to play out of the city. In the meantime, Sarvi still looking over the top, still trying to see if they can find any of the DA players. Mika is chilling all by himself down inside a shack. His teammate is north of Milta Power. And you know what? I think Killikai Mika is just going, let's just see if we each and individually can find teams to screw over.
Well, we do love a little bit of a comeback story. Levante really showed us what one of those could look like almost at its peak on Vikendi. If only he'd won that game.
So what you're saying, chat, one in the chat if you think Killikai and Mika will regroup at some point in this match. 2 if you think they won't. I'm going to put mine on 1. Levante did it, Killikai can do it.
I'm happy to be a doubter. When Twisted Minds is in the middle of them, that particular area of the map is absolute hell to drive up. So many little ridges, rocks, fallen trees, nothing like that in the way of Fuzzface as he finds the headshot onto Levante, our man who has put up so many numbers for Pod. And all they can do is fall back and just accept the fact that they've lost him.
Truly, truly, truly an impressive performance for him. throughout this tournament. And again, I mean, teams ahead of Na'Vi, teams ahead of DA that are taking casualties here in the early to mid game. It's huge for them. The issue is they're not the ones getting the points. So yes, it's great that they're taking casualties, but when you don't get the kills, you need to survive for that much longer.
Well, Na'Vi, in the position they're currently in, they're getting some points out of this game, but how many is the question when teams above them, like Pod, potentially the cutoff point, if they can overtake the top 5, that should solidify them pretty much 100%.
Yeah.
So if that benchmark, that goalpost doesn't move, then Na'Vi, they would love to see it.
They sure would. They sure would. Circle is once again closing, and next one does not have to shy away from water. If we go south here, everyone up here in the forest has to make their way down towards the beach. Marco has the off angle. Does Schiller know that he's sat just down here? They're expecting one nearby, but how close are they expecting to see him? Pot driving around this northern side. It's not going to infiltrate this fight at all.
I like seeing that from Sarvam, though, as they're tossing out grenades, giving a whole lot of audio cues to teams nearby. They see cars on their way. They just put some warning shots towards them. They say, hey, look, we're engaged in a fight, but we're more than happy to take shots at you if you look to third party. Schiller is looking for it. Code Marco's position still so treacherous, but Metralius in the doorway gets some angles.
But Samuel is turning around, and still Code Marco has yet to reveal his position. He's right next to them, but hasn't opted to peek around the side just yet. He's still baiting the attention, waiting for the perfect moment to peek on over. Now a tap comes through, but still Marco is sat here ready and waiting with a nade in hand. Now he's going to lob it on over.
Little underhand might just get the job done. Baron Peak. Oh, he falls back just a little bit too far. Good damage onto Schiller, but it can't be followed up with a tag from the players in the compound. Oh, man, Myron is preparing to be pushed, though. You saw him loading up a DBS in the background, but I don't think Sarvam will be the team to make that play.
This is just taking way too long for the comfort of both of these two teams. New circle is going to pop again. Doesn't have to shift away from water. It's going to send up. Next one should go somewhat north, maybe east. So Na'Vi most likely to be inside the next circle, pretty much guaranteed at some point.
The Code Marco finally springs to life, activates from his position down below the rock. Sarvam, whether they knew about him or not, they did not pay him enough respect.
We heard in the pre-recorded interview, who is the one likely to clutch things out when need be? They all said Marco instantly. There he is, finding the double when he had to. It's far from over yet, though. They need more going their way. But now, here comes Swoo peeking all over. A whole team that hasn't been part of this at all, wanting to join the party.
Marco with another, a third for Digital Athletics, a 7th for the game, and despite losing one, they hit triple digits, and oh man, 10 more points and they're right up there.
Yeah, Bad Boys starting to look in this direction too. The Wu has full-on grouped up on this position. The entire team has arrived, and I think Marco is aware of it. Does he stick around? Does he try and set up the same trap here against the Wu that he had working for him against Sarvam, or does he go somewhere else? Just to make matters worse, FUT Esports now joining the party too, but unfortunately for them, Bad Boys are ready for it.
On foot, wrapping in behind. It's huge. It's huge. Navi's found the knock-on towards Metralius. They're down to 2. They know who their target is. They already knew. They heard the gunshots. But FUT Esports doing so much damage onto another team that could have potentially 4th, 5th partied this. Beamy's grows a spray, doesn't get it done, but Vard is there to pick up the pieces.
Absolutely insane. Give this man all the guns in the world and he will make them sing, finding even more. Marco now falling as well to Nixie. DA are looking in a really tough position here as we keep our eyes on FUT for a little while longer. Beamy on his own, trying to stay alive as everyone seems to be fighting to the northern side of this circle.
Screams on the rock as the last man standing. The grenade from Beamy almost takes him out, but it's a grenade from Diffex that puts an end to DA's run. They tried so hard. So many third parties playing from the center the way they always do. They stayed true to themselves, but it was not enough.
Exalt breathes a sigh of relief as one of the competitors is out of the equation, but Na'Vi still stands. We saw them lose Ferris just before. They're down to 3, and they need not just a decent game, but a hell of a good one at that. But if there's a team that's capable of making things happen when they have to, it's the boys in yellow on your screens. T-Bone able to, with a nade, find Bad Boys. That's them out in 13th.
The Wu just indiscriminately destroying everyone in front of them right now. They have nothing left to lose. They're just going to push left, right, and center. Third parties on everything. No, he got the first knock, but didn't spot Beamy running hand in hand with T-Bone. That will be the end of Fuzzface, but the Woo at least has the information.
Beamy was a solo player left alive just before, able to get the double res on up. It's huge for FUT Esports. Again, it's a long journey. It's 20 points up to FaZe, but who knows? Again, I mean, in similar fashion to Na'Vi, there might just be a way for this to happen. The issue is Na'Vi is set, or FaZe is set, sorry, dead center in the circle. So if FUT want to make something happen here, you've got to bring your A game and then some.
If you were wondering what was happening elsewhere on the map, the answer is quite literally nothing. Maybe Pacific losing a couple of players as they made a send in towards what is now the southernmost compound of the Phase 4 circle. We shift away from the water in towards the hilltop itself. Question mark making a move. And no, Pacific didn't lose players. They're just on a very wide split.
Beamy, 3 kills already. Currently set in first place this match. In the damage, you can see that on the bottom right side next to his health bar. Trying to go for a wide grab alongside T-Bone and HC. They want to get up behind We Live Again. We Live Again right now is playing with the notion that they are the ones outside. They're the ones playing it safe. In the meantime, Phil first and Dante working together to take out 2 from Pacific.
It's all the teams that DA and Na'Vi would have had to overtake that are losing out. But none more so than DA. 7 points on the board for this game and nothing more. That's the end of their run. But the fights that they instigated up and around the lumberyard are far from over.
Far from indeed. Nixie. They have lost first phase on the side of Wu, but hearing the fighting, hearing footsteps from We Live Again now as well on the backside of that blue zone nade. 10 smokes to work with 2. And Beamy, I mean, he is just making that Grocer sing. So much damage having been done, but the flankers might get flanked in just a moment because Wu is starting to flex out around the right-hand side.
Whatever res he's using today, tell him never to use yesterday's res again. Beamy is just on smoke today. Diffex still finding kills as the Wu wrapping around. They've cleaned up everyone else, and it's a straight engagement now between the Wu and FUT Esports.
The ring around the Rosies have come to an end. The Wu have given up the info that they're starting to make the wrap themselves. The issue is T-Bone is running straight into their arms.
4x on the AUG from Diffex. It's a confident play to have to try and make, but Nixie up over the top. Catches T-Bone, who was trying to push forwards. He loves to lead from the front as an IGL, but this time, Nixie catches him in the act.
Fresh level 3 vest, doesn't have boosters running for him, so 74 HP is where he's going to be sat for now. Na'Vi is hearing this, but again, have no interest in engaging on it. In the meantime, Twisted Mind's going, you know what? We're in first place. We'll see what happens up on the hilltop. Patula and Spiro have made their way up towards the top, and they've now seen 8C from afar.
Oh, wrapping in behind. Yeah, 8C. Completely sandwiched, had nowhere to go. Twisted Mind's presence was enough to force them over the ridge into the hands of the Wu, but have the Wu realized? Do they know why they made that play? Do they know why they pushed over the ridge so recklessly?
Not guaranteed just yet. FUT, though, having to say they won a top 3. It's not guaranteed yet, because Question Mark can still come out and surpass in this match. But sitting where they were coming into today's games, we were asking, when is the FUT that we know coming back to play? And they sure delivered today.
Yeah, they made sure that everyone doubted them enough to drop them out of their fantasy teams for maximum BM.
Not me.
And bring the absolute heat to our final day. Question mark. I don't know if there's any chance they're catching them up playing 4 men in the Milterfield shack, but they're going to have to find a way into this zone. And FaZe still holding on to that compound. They gave up a couple of them over to Entropic, who are now split between the 2. But all the teams up on that high ground hill are going to have to find a way forward.
And while the circle closes on in, Na'Vi knows that whoever is left alive in the lumber mill area has to come down towards them. You can see Millman, example, all of them looking north or west. They know that they are on the edge. They are the gate that these other teams have to try and come on through, and Na'Vi has to stay alive.
Pod Samulat losing 2 players earlier. They were some of the first to fall victim to the Wu's absolute rampage this game, but they've still managed to secure 2 points and put them on the board. And if it does turn out that Na'Vi needed a 5th place, not only does that make it more difficult, but Diffex putting Mel down. Example, he's got to find an answer, and he's got to find it quickly.
Yep, sure does. Utility's been locked on forward. Here comes the shots on over. More tags coming through. It's the first knock on Melman, so he is going to be allowed to bleed for a little while longer, but not much of it. As now, not only did they find Melman, but they have a good inkling of where the remaining Na'Vi players are.
The Wu are about to overtake Na'Vi as well. Na'Vi,
there you go.
Pointed it out, they only had 16 placement points. That's less than 1 per game on average. There's no way they're winning a tiebreaker at this point. So the Wu
And I know that Na'Vi is playing with everything to lose, but this Na'Vi we're seeing right here is the Na'Vi from yesterday, the Na'Vi from the day before, the Na'Vi that doesn't dare take a fight. They know they have to. Their force is to aggress. Their force is to just shove damage down the throat of their opponents, but they sit on their back heels. They await the aggression from opposing teams, and therefore they fall once more. And unless if Alia can pull off a miracle of a game here, the former or current world champions might not get to defend their title.
There's no way. There's no way. He would need 10 plus kills and a win. It's not happening.
So you say there's a way.
There's never a way.
So you say there's a way.
Everything fell into place for them. All the teams ahead of them have already been eliminated. It's the same for DA.
There's no
they
way.
tried, and they have been completely removed from the lobby in explosive fashion. The Wu, where has this team been in every other game so far? But they have swept aside all competition for the Global Championship.
The reckless, nothing to lose Wu are as dangerous as anyone else on the server. It's clear now as they've taken out team after team in their journey down the hillside. But here comes FaZe, can't be forgotten about. They might have been more quiet today than they were in the previous two, but they still pack a nifty punch.
By a significant margin, for sure. The gap has truly been closed and then opened once again by Twisted Minds with almost 20 points of an advantage right now. Mika spotted out, lurking in the Wizard Tower for as long as he can. Surprising that he managed to live long enough to see a placement point assigned to his squad, but that might just have been enough anyway.
Mika, solo player left alive. All he wanted to do was chill, prone in this building, wait for someone to come on in, and then go brrr, and get himself a free point, but that wasn't to happen. In the meantime, best of luck. You know what? Don't give points away. At this point, when you have Pacific, you have Ace, there's been a ton of damage done at the exact same time, so you might have not even have been able to track exactly who's alive and who's dead yet. Play it safe. Don't give points away. You are where you want to be. Play it smart and take that 4th place guaranteed.
The Wu is pretty much guaranteed to make it into triple digits. Might well overtake DA, possibly ascend as well. What a final run in this massive final game.
And while PGC might be too far for reach for the Wu, plenty of prize pool available for them with every rank they rise up, and a massive testament to a team that only recently, coming into this tournament, I believe, fit this roster together as it sits with these 4, and being able to finish in what could potentially be a top 7 place would be absolutely impressive.
We've just had 18 minutes of non-stop action, but now finally we get to a point of a lull where maybe Celticoglu will fall down as he has to try and make a push into the zone. The Wu have to try and set some sort of play up, and more than likely it will be aimed towards the solo of Mika. But FaZe are already starting to make a push forwards to try and set up an answer for it. Jeems will secure the kill onto Celticoglu. That is the northwestern side, fully now in the control of FaZe, with Fex holding the backline.
They've managed to wrap their way over the top. They've cleared the crossing. It's always so difficult when you're sat in these compounds on the southern side of the road to make your way on over. But FaZe has successfully done it. Fex still sat on the southern side, trying to look over their shoulders, trying to make sure that they have an access point. In the meantime, Wu, here they come. Mika, you were waiting for people to come join you in the compound, and here they are.
But it's FaZe. They're off angle. They've pushed up around the side. They were anticipating this play, whether they knew there was a solo here or not. Jeems' grenades are going to rip apart the Wu, and this might be an end to their run. It is! Jeems sends them back to the lobby in explosive fashion.
They call him the Nade God for a reason, and here he is once more now. They have forgotten about Cinderella up high. She still has yet to be dealt with. We'll see, though, if Mika has something to say as 3 from FaZe try to take him down.
No handsome prince is going to rescue Mika from this tower. They're going to come to absolutely shred him to pieces and take the spot for themselves. They want full control of the high ground, and they've got it. And over on the opposite side, Fate with a big knock onto Lou as they try to make their entry into the top 4.
4 teams left alive. Lou gets flushed on out. We'll see if Exalt or Entropic, 2 teams who just have not been able to get things going the way that they wanted over the course of this tournament, can finally finish this one off with a good game.
Fate, he's evened the score. 1 knock onto Lou. He's turned his attention over to FaZe on the opposite side. He sat down Gustav, but that one will be revivable. Lou was not, has been removed. And if Entropic can hold the line against Twisted Minds, FaZe with a win in this game, maybe with a few more kills, may just be able to reclaim the title at the end.
It's a stretch and then some, but as you were saying before, we have no naysayers in this one. We are here, we believe it, but this requires not only does Twisted Minds die, well, now, but all those kills do go over to FaZe.
It'll be a lot, but they've got the positioning to make it work. They have to try and find some sort of third-party angle, and they should well have it into the compound, but the smokes are blocking so much vision. Batulins has grenaded himself.
That's an oopsie. I guess we can call it. Naileup does it immediately after. Don't look down here, guys. Nothing for you to see. So all of them try to make plays happen where there really, as you say, is limited to no vision left for them to work with. Perfectix knows he has to leave the building, but he also is well aware that FaZe is set up high, just waiting for him to peek on out.
Ooh, one more tick and Batulins would have gone down to Entropic, and they peek around the side. They wanted it as he went for the res, but no. Perfectix holding the angle from behind the bars, and somehow Batulins is going to survive, but Molodoct will make sure that Perfectix does not.
Does he gets the heals on off. The blue is encroaching. The blue is encroaching ever so much faster. They're going to try and see if they can wrap around, maybe take this continued fight towards Entropic inside. Ivers is up high, spots one down below. Now he's in the blue himself, but finds Spiro first, and instantly after, Batulins falls down. Could this be the sealing of the deal? The finish that FaZe Clan would have wanted. Nice kills already. 10 kills for FaZe as Corexi with a perfect overview from the top of the Wizard Tower finds one more.
I don't know, Toby. I really don't know if it could be enough, but if FaZe pick up this win, it's going to be extremely tight.
It's not been pretty, but DA out, Na'Vi out, Exalt sat in the bottom of the leaderboard. If they can make their way to PGC off of a win here in the final game, even in what has been a not so pretty grand finals, at least there would be that.
So both of these teams, 4 players strong, still with utility to work with, but Gustav's grenade will try to turn the narrative.
Gustav peeks on over. Art spots him. Jeems able to instantly return the fire. Corexi peeks on over in return. You cannot take down FaZe. They are immortal in the endgame. Fate seen, spotted on the other side. Fex can't find him, but they all know exactly where he is.
They needed that off angle to come through, but it simply did not. FaZe Clan just gonna make it work. They wanted the pan kill, but with the AK at the end, FaZe 14 kills. For how many times have we said that number, that name over and over again? Any number that ends with teen, FaZe win. They've done it so many times, and if it was enough, you cannot say it was not deserved.
They put it all on the board. They did everything they possibly could to bring it home. We left the leaderboard out for a while there. I'm not sure exactly if it was enough. It was a long jump. We'll see if it's going to be possible or not. One thing's for sure, though. These last 3 days, Twisted Minds and FaZe, for you guys, PUBG masterclass. How to succeed in PUBG and really trying to do so. If you want to take anything away, if you're looking to become a pro player yourself, watch the VODs back. Go over to Twire, sit and look at the map, see what they did. This has been almost perfect play-in from these two teams, 18 games in a row. What a tournament it's been for them.
2 days of absolute dominance from both of the teams at the top, and a final day of a little bit of forfunning, but one of them has come out ahead and will be crowned champion. But which one? Let's head over to the desk and find out.
What an incredible way to end the PUBG EMEA Championship, right down to the wire between these two teams that have shown dominance throughout the whole of the grand finals.
Will we see a FaZe or Twisted Minds win today? It was almost inevitable, wasn't it? And it was beautiful to see a masterclass like this one more time.
What is kind of heartbreaking though, Avenger, is that our PGC 2022 champs, Na'Vi, not going to be there for 2023. Did not expect that one.
Yeah, and Digital Athletics as well, having a rough start for the game that you saw in the highlights there. Sad to see them, and of course Na'Vi not being there, it's rough, but it's a super entertaining game here to end things with, as always, in this area in general.
This is the thing, right? FaZe showing us exactly why they have been sitting on top of the leaderboard alongside Twisted Minds. Both of these teams in the Final Four battle there, and just really giving us a masterclass in PUBG action, Jarosar, throughout the last 3 days.
Absolutely. I mean, days 1 and 2, you cannot take anything away from either of these teams. All of the different maps, threw all sorts of circles at them, and they were completely fine with rolling with the changes. This last game, though, classic FaZe. Was it Phase 2 when it popped and we saw Milta Power? And I thought, FaZe wins these. We got this.
FaZe might have won that game, but I can confirm that the winner for PUBG EMEA Championship Fall is, in fact, Twisted Minds. Congratulations. They take the victory. Such impressive play from them. They have done such amazing work throughout. I mean, this was the thing. They had such a bad run, PGC 2022, taken away from them at the last minute. They came back throughout the year, and they've just been grinding and working, and it's paying off.
Yeah, and now Navi's not there to take it away from them.
Wow, Avenger, that was cold, my friend. That was very cold. There is the scoreboard from the final game. I love the fact that the Woo came in right at the end. I wouldn't expect anything else from Fuzzface, and just upset a couple of the teams in these last 2 games. Just made sure that he took away some of the points.
And you know he's going to have voice on in-game to scream, woo, when he sends it in towards Navi and takes their dreams away.
This is what your final leaderboard looks like after the end of all of our games. Wow, what a shake-up we've had.
It's close.
Question mark just holding on by the skin of their teeth in 4th place, just ahead of Pod Samolet. Let's have a round of applause for them. We did not think that they necessarily had the consistency at this level to do what they've just done, and I'm so happy to eat those words. They've had a phenomenal 3 days.
What a fantastic team to keep an eye out on for the future, because they have had a really good run. I think a lot of the time during the playoffs we were questioning whether we would see it. They've done exactly that in the grand finals. Good for the future.
Yeah, and also good. I mean, we've seen Hackator, we've seen Levante. In general, Pod Summoner has been amazing throughout, and yeah, I hope they stick together and grind it out for next year as well, because 100%. And also, of course, Calaris coming up with BAM! Hackatory, that was great. And Levante having some insane clutch moments here coming out, like some of the starts in the beginning of the tournament, that was some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen.
We've had an incredible performance from Twisted Minds, also from FaZe, Foot Esports. These are the creme de la creme of the EMEA region, and I think we can be proud at the level at which they've been performing.
We now have to take a look at what's going to happen on the world stage. But you're right, they have upped their level. The consistency that we've seen from some of the teams that weren't taking every chicken dinner, for example, when Foot had a bad game, they were still finding ways to put points on the board. And then, I don't know what Beamy had for breakfast this morning, but I want some tomorrow. Like, they have been very... It must have been, no, it's the resolution. The consistency when these teams have had bad games have really shone through in the final leaderboard, and it's fantastic and reflective of the work that they've put in.
What can the other teams take from the likes of Twisted Minds, FaZe, Foot Esports, Avenger, when they go back, they do their VOD reviews? Is it the consistency? Is that what is the win condition here?
They should all be joining Uber in Mexico for vacation time. I don't know if that's where he is. It's just fun, right? No, it's, of course, I don't think today and tonight is going to be VOD review time, but definitely what they could have improved is definitely take away from what's happening in the early stages of a tournament like this compared to what's happening the last day, right? The consistency we saw from Twisted Minds and FaZe, they have to look into that. The first 12 games we've seen for them was an absolute masterclass. That's something that is going to go down in the history books for sure.
100%. We're waiting to get the winners on board so we can chat to them, but before we do that, you know what? I think it's time to pull up the PGC standings. Let's find out who will be representing our region on the global stage. Uber's going to be really happy when he gets back on Monday.
25% of PGC reigning world champions coming straight back to PGC 2023 in Bangkok.
There we go.
I mean, at least we have some representation, right?
Yeah, I just, I'm imagining Uber in a... in a pool, sauna somewhere, just enjoying life. I'm like, all right, guys, I guess I'm going PGC again.
Yeah.
The GOAT is back.
I'm hoping he finds out when he gets home, but this is who will be representing us. A little bit of different blood, if you like, and then those core staples. Twisted Minds, Foot Esports, FaZe Clan, all 3 of those rosters full of these very well-known, very celebrated players.
And now, for these guys, as much as we are celebrating for them right now, the real grind begins now, right?
Right.
They are going
the preparations is going to go through the roof now.
Against the best in the world. There is absolutely nowhere to hide when you get onto the global stage. You have a bad game, fine. That bad game's in the history books. You're not making up for it later. You're having to punch above your weight against world-class opposition. So the real grind begins now.
I mean, I think Twisted Minds has been putting in the practice since last year.
They're all right.
Yeah, for sure. Now that Navi's not there, but then Uber is there, could he take it away from them? Could he deny the win? No, I'm joking.
Do it!
I gotta say, I'm happy with the lineup we got. We have some of course, some fantastic representation. Happy to see Foot in there. They've been grinding all year to put themselves in this spot. Happy to see that Ascend and Howl potentially could kind of remake what we saw at PGS1. and get into that top 8-ish again, that would be great to see some really good representation for sure.
I'm just laughing so much at this is just pie in the sky thinking, but if Exalt had to go on to win PGC 2023, Uber's back-to-back winner. I just want to be there for that interview.
He's the all-time
Can
goat.
you imagine that interview? He'd just be like, yes, I never doubted it. I went on holiday. I didn't even try qualify. Like, I can imagine that happening. But this is what PGC is going to look like. A really nice, I would say, snapshot of what PUBG EMEA has to offer.
Yeah, it's good. It's a really good amount of different kind of play styles, different kind of teams, good representation across the region in general. So I like that. But yeah, for sure, there's some potential PGC 2023 favorites in there for sure, from what we've seen here and from what we've seen internationally throughout 2023 for sure.
I think now we need to bring in our winners for PEC4. The whole of Twisted Minds is with us now. Congratulations, everyone. Batulins, I have to ask straight away, can you please tell Perfectus how grateful I am to him for helping me get to the top of the leaderboard in Fantasy League?
I understand everything.
There we go. Perfectus, you are my hero. You are the GOAT. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. Batulins, obviously this is it. You've won PEC4, but I know for you the goal has been PGC. How much preparation starts happening right now?
Pretty much. I mean, all this month we already were preparing for PGC, and this PEC was preparation. We won it, but we basically were prepare ourselves, for PGC. And next month, I guess, some small tournaments, some scrims, some analyzing other teams, and so on. Just normal things.
Yeah, congrats, guys. Again, to see you guys here at the top. It's good to see familiar faces. And yeah, I just gotta say huge congrats. I gotta say, this has just been an amazing masterclass, especially the first 12 games were amazing. But I have to ask, today, what did you feel was like kind of different in terms of the last day here, and how did you make sure you clutched the win?
I would say the last day was tough for us, that's for sure. And I had some, this last day of PGC and PGS in Riyadh vibes, when there was like a bit more pressure. Like, we don't need this win so much, but for us, like any tournament is important to win. So we still feel it, and I guess some more mistakes, some more pressure make us feel a little bit less comfortable, with playing the lobby. Right. But we managed to play good. FaZe managed to play very bad, and so we were a bit lucky. Yeah, so I'm happy with this performance, and I hope this tournament will be the beginning of our PGC win this year. I hope so.
Fantastic.
I love that.
Of course.
Really awesome. Congratulations, guys.
I don't agree with my captain. I was so full relaxful. And trying to do my best.
There are going to be some differences now, though, guys. You've been to the world stage before. You know what's going on. For the viewers at home, what are the main differences between you guys winning a European tournament and stepping up on the global stage with all of the other regions as well? What would you say is different about preparing for PGC specifically?
It's an interesting question. What's the difference? I mean, not really much different. We play our own game. We have our own play style. Yeah, we have our loot spots, and we never give up our loot spots in PGC. So basically, it's more like other teams adapting to how to play against us. We just play our game. So nothing really special. And yeah, nothing special. Just mentally be good, individually be good, and play our best game in the PGC.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Gents, I can't wait to see you win PGC 2023. And yes, I just said that. Don't even care. Bias caster. Congratulations. Your PUBG EMEA Championship 4 winners. This is Twisted Minds.
Good luck at PGC, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
guys.
We got the music. I wish we could get them all in the studio to lift a trophy.
Standing,
That's
dancing.
what I want.
No, lift Batulins in the bathrobe, right?
Yeah, that too.
We could try.
Well, that's cool. Honestly, super happy to see them win this. It was insane to see them play the first 12 games. That rivalry, that domination from two teams, that is something that is probably going to go, as I said before, going to go down in the history books, but also we're not going to see that again with that many points. It's just like, it's ridiculous. FaZe on Miramar alone, like they had an insane amount of points. It was crazy, their averages, and also the amount of wins they're able to have like in just 12 games is just unheard of.
I'm super confident that I actually think that they can win PGC this year, because I've always believed that I've heard this saying once before, but it is, in order to learn how to win, you have to learn how to lose. They lost. It was snatched away from them last year. So
Second place is the first loser.
They're coming in here super hungry, and I'm so excited to see what Twisted Minds has in store. However, we've got some other awards to give away. One of them is the best play of the PEC Fall. So, I mean, I know that we saw this on day one. We called it then. We're going to see it on your screens now. This was the play that has been picked. Walk us through it, Jorasar.
Oh my God. The quick thinking here from Levante here on day number one, game number one. Going through the smokes, blindly into the blue to get this wipe on Sarvem was, at the time we were calling it the 3000 IQ play, knowing to stay out of sight to deny the points as well. He knew that when he went into the smoke. No question about it. They stayed there after nailing the triple. Completely deserving.
It's just a ballsy move to get you 6 kills and manage to get your team even more points, right? And you could see they did not expect that. I expect them to hold them out, stay in the smokes, but
100%.
It's just full send, and I like that kind of play, so we gotta give it to him. That's cool.
We also have to award our top fragger, of course, and I mean, it's no surprise.
Any surprises?
Any surprises? Are you surprised?
Any surprises in the
Twisted
chat?
Minds, he takes the top fragger spot because, I mean, he really is just one of the best of the best.
For sure. He was cheap, and yeah, imagine to go with a captain with him.
What a great decision that would be.
What a fantastic decision
Amazing.
that would be. I'm jealous of that.
He never lets you down.
He played super well throughout, and in general, it's just, he does it again and again, right? We've seen him so many times. He just doesn't let go of that mouse one.
He's the main difference when Twisted Minds have a bad game and they still manage to get a decent number of points. He's almost like the driving force behind that, and he's kept their average up so high.
How do you get that good? Is it natural skill? Is it lots of practice?
It's just 10,000 plus hours. Like, you know, to master something specific, you need to put 10,000 hours in, and he's mastered it perfectly. Now it's just about click heads and do it again and again.
Just click heads.
Just click heads. We've celebrated the real gamers. Now let's, you know, just entertain the talent. This is your final Fantasy League Talent Twire leaderboard. Let us see how this plays out.
Imagine tied with Joro. I can't believe it.
I don't think that's tie. I think you'll find my name's on top.
No, that looks like a tie to me right there.
You can have 0.8 of a point.
That's unfortunate.
I think that the best part about all of this is during the playoffs and the grand finals, all we've done is haze Toby, and he ended up coming third.
He beat us both. Yeah, now they changed it. Number one, Jorosaw won. Sam is out. No, I gotta say, that's impressive. 200 more points than us. Like, I think actually Perfectix as captain alone got you 200 points. That was crazy.
That was strong.
Yeah, I want to take this moment because I am sitting on the top just to.
Let's celebrate you.
I would like, look at me, there I am. I would like to dedicate this win to all the Redditors who still can't tell the difference between Clover and I. This one's for you. Thank you very, very much. That was fun. That was tons of fun. But you know what's the most important thing to talk about is how much great PUBG we got to see here this weekend over the grand finals during the playoffs. It's always different in EMEA, and I think that's what's so exciting is the level of competition is always just so high and so competitive. There's no dominating force.
We're going to be able to take these wonderful storylines to the global stage now as well. We have a mix of veterans, newcomers to the end of year worlds, and the amazing, we're looking forward to it, the redemption story for Twisted Minds. We're setting up the stage so well. There are so many great storylines to follow. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I love the conspiracy theories, you know. Uber is the goat of PUBG. He had to go to PGC 2023, so now he's there while not playing. What a redemption story and redemption arc story there. Yeah, I love it.
We have all of our representatives for the EMEA region. Twisted Minds, your winners for the PUBG EMEA Championship Fall. From all of us here, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting our region's PUBG. I hope that you've had a good time. I hope that you've enjoyed the show, and I hope that you are ready for PGC. To everyone behind the scenes who makes this happen, thank you as well. We don't really get to thank them enough, but they make the PUBG magic come onto your screens. And of course, to every single player who just makes our life so much more entertaining, thank you for playing. From all of us here, it's time for us to head off, but don't forget there's more PUBG action happening over on the America side. We'll see you soon. Good night.
Need to leave, guys.
Turn. Let's go.
Pod 3.
Okay, 2 up, right?
I think they're leaving.
2 active, I mean.
2 active. 2 active. So around 2. Yeah. Clear right side around. These close rocks needs to be clear.
Nice. Close.
Perfect. Go. One deeper in the on the.
One up SRM. Dead.
One inside the yellow house.
One guy's on the rocks in front of you.
Okay, one yellow,
They
one
fixed.
rocks, one unknown. Okay, guys.
Letting go.
He's nading.
Boys, reset. You know,
Clear this close. Clear the.
Yeah, I'm with you, fast. Come.
You blow me? Blow me on the rock.
Come.
Blow me still.
Just go, wrap it. I'm
He's
blind.
no HP. Knocked him.
Nice.
Knocked him.
Nice, left hand out.
House. I'm resing.
Reset now. Watch west. Watch.
One active.
Maybe he's uphill still. Any second. Good nade. Perfect nade. Nice.
Yeah, because of Twisted not coming from east.
Nice. Twist is gonna wrap on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold Twist.
In the back. I knocked one. One behind the car.
Far left.
Dead.
Nice. I got this.
You can take this shelter.
No, I mean, there's people.
Hey, one guy, close shelter, right side from shelter.
Yeah.
Like yeah. He's full open. Nice. Let's go, Navi.
Navi from right.
No one in the trenches. No one in the trenches.
Knocked him.
One active. One
I'm
active.
killing.
Some guys, I think.
Let's go.
Nice.
Dead.
He's gonna be safe.
I don't know what this USC. One guy running at the zone.
1 sec.
No, inside.
Watch out. That's different team. Not
Different
the same
team. Just reset. Prone.
He netted in.
No.
It's probably
One bolted in downstairs.
knocked downstairs.
Last guy should be north then. He was holding for them. And there's.
I'm vaulting in. All dead.
Oh, there should be one upstairs on you, right?
I'm inside.
We should kill this guy upstairs.
Under you,
He's going west with the bolt of the back door. West side, left, dead. I'm trying to smoke, but we're still like phase 4 x4. Did we just make phase win the tournament or what? No way.
In front of me.
Nading more.
One in the tip, pretty close. Proning.
Knock one in front of you.
Deep, knock.
One up.
Let's go together.
Make sure we get this kill.
He can cross to you right now. He crossed you. Your side of the road. Prima.
I'm running to peek it.
Hit twice. Prima. Bridge. He can move from there. I think.
Just run. He's close on the post.
It's not enough, right?
That's not enough.
Not enough.
Oh,
8 points.